Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 116, The Slate, Reprise 2. A deep breath, her eyes closed, her inner fire flaring. She had the endurance needed to sustain constant bending for a long time, despite she had spent around 3 hours at it by now. It had been taxing the first time she'd done it, but she was as good as growing used to it. Her only qualm was that she didn't enjoy sitting out the action, busy as she was recreating the conditions of the volcano where Sokka would have to fight, in only 4 days. Haru had crafted the double glass dome with his earthbending, just as he had back during the first time Sokka had trained for the slate, and he made sure to keep it strong and steady despite the fighting that was taking place inside it. Azula took care to fire up the dome with her blue flames, bringing it to extreme temperatures. Sokka was inside, busy fighting Mai and Ty Lee simultaneously, for they were the only available fighters while the two benders worked hard to hold the earth and fire dome. The dome was sealed with a glass door, one that Haru had crafted so that they could see what was happening inside the fighting pit. Whenever any of the fighters needed to catch their breath, they would step through the crystal door to take a break. Mai and Ty Lee would often need time to rest, which left Sokka to practice his endurance against heat by himself inside the dome. He would drink as good as a gallon of water afterwards, but he did his best to withstand the heat for as long as he was able. He hadn't taken a break for hours now, and since he didn't take breaks, neither did his sponsor as she strived to build the heat of the dome evenly. Fighting cries often escaped the dome, and sometimes something crashed against its wall, often weapons, sometimes bodies. As Azula forced herself to endure further, despite she had been bending continuously for hours, the glass door swung open and Ty Lee collapsed outside. That's it, I'm done," she cried out, lying flat on the ground. Haru gasped and rushed to her side, hoisting her from the ground quickly. Azula sighed, guessing it was time for everyone to take a break. Bending continuously certainly took a toll on anyone, even a prodigious bender like herself. Mai left the glass dome next, trying to wipe the sweat off her brow with a hand to no avail, her cheeks flushed. Unlike Ty Lee, she did manage to walk all the way to the veranda, where her husband and son were pleased to see her in one piece, despite her obvious exhaustion. "You did it. Mommy's back," Uade said Ruonji-un, beaming at his son, who rested on his lap. He offered Mai a towel, and she wiped her face with it before reaching for a glass of water, amongst the many glasses Ruonji-un had readied for the exhausted fighters. She took her seat beside him, clasping his forearm with a wordless thank you as she closed her eyes and basked in the fresher temperatures outside the dome. Sokka climbed out last, drenched in sweat and looking somewhat weakened, but in spite of all that he could stand upright without too much trouble, offering Azula a thumbs up, a smile on his face. Azula nodded approvingly and approached him, while Haru carried the overwhelmed Ty Lee to the veranda. Sokka released a breath, filling his lungs with fresh air and enjoying the light breeze that eased his heated body. Even so, he kept smiling at the princess, his breathing heavy. "You seem to be holding up well," said Azula, raising her eyebrows. "You're a lot more efficient than Zuko, building the heat for that thing." "It really feels like the slate all over again," said Sokka, breathing deeply and stretching with difficulty. "Though I'll say I had to go easy on Mai and Ty Lee." "Did you really?" My, we've gotten arrogant," said Azula, smirking as they walked to the veranda. Sokka chuckled. "You can ask them if you don't believe me," he said, as he reached to take a glass of water too. Mai was gracelessly slumped on Ruonji-un's shoulder, an unusual sight to behold, while Ty Lee sighed as Haru gave her water. They always served as Sokka's opponents within the Earth Dome, a training method they'd resorted to at least once a week. They would usually only step in for around 10 minutes at a time, but this time they had pushed their boundaries and stayed for 20 instead. The result was what they could see right now. "I'm so happy his fight's just around the corner," said Ty Lee, breathing heavily. "How can you even stand up?" Mai asked, looking at Sokka in disbelief. Sokka smiled and shrugged, running a hand through his damp hair. "I'm supposed to, if I'll be able to get through the slate again," he said. He huffed, noticing his hand was covered in sweat when he brought it back. "Though I could really use a bath." "Couldn't we all?" said Mai. Ruonji-un laughed next to her. "Well, for what it's worth, You still look beautiful when you're disheveled, he said, kissing her forehead. Mai only groaned. Ah, do I look pretty too? Ty Lee asked Haru, but before he could say anything she froze and grimaced. Oh, damn it, black spots in my eyes, black spots. Oh, we have to get you something to eat right away. Haru said, lifting her again carefully and rushing to the kitchen. Ruonjian had joined them a few times during their training sessions, keeping watch over Ueda while Mai fought Sokka. He didn't do it every time, but he had managed to take time off work so Mai wouldn't have to leave Ueda with their servants. Despite Mai's concerns that she might be imposing on her husband, Ruonjian was actually elated to be part of things for once. Never had Azula seen him more enthusiastic, as he held Ueda on his lap and surrounded Mai's shoulders with an arm. Mai glanced at Sokka as he drank his water, and she smirked slightly while he reached for another glass immediately after finishing the first. And what about him? Doesn't he look beautiful as well? She asked, teasingly. Azula cringed. No kidding, she said, with her best sarcastic voice. Sokka smirked too. Well, whatever you think is irrelevant, princess. I feel beautiful, that's all that matters. He declared proudly. Azula looked at him in disbelief. You look like a soaked turtle duck, but then again, I've never liked those animals. Maybe that's why you look utterly ridiculous to me, she said, with a smirk. Sokka huffed. Utterly ridiculous, as if, he said, taking a seat at the veranda. You just can't stand all the manliness pouring out of me right now. If the stench is what you call manliness, yes, I absolutely can't stand it, said Azula, smirking. Sokka cringed. Is it that bad? He asked. You should probably ask Ty Lee to let you borrow her tub, although, given the sort of things she's bound to do with Haru there, I don't recommend that anyone else uses it, said Azula, sighing and shaking her head. Sokka grimaced but drank his water as the princess climbed up the stairs to head inside the house. She passed by Sokka as she moved towards the threshold, letting her knuckles graze the side of his head. He bit back a smile, knowing Ruonjian might notice him beaming out of nowhere, and he couldn't possibly act more suspiciously than that. Nearly everyone in the house knew of his relationship with Azula, but so far Mai had kept Ruonjian in the dark about it, and they intended to keep it that way. More than enough people knew about them as it was. Are you all right? Azula asked, finding Ty Lee nibbling on some sweets in the kitchen while Haru watched her. I'll be fine, she said, her eyes somewhat out of orbit. I'm just exhausted, is all. Well, if it pleases you, I think that will be enough for the day, said Azula. So thank you, as always, for all the help with this sort of training. With any luck, we won't need to do it ever again. Yeah, I hope so, said Ty Lee, grimacing. This was worse than the last time. Sokka's got some ridiculous heat endurance now, and he's only gotten stronger, you know? It's not a fair fight for me and Mai. He should have grown stronger indeed. It's the whole point of what we're doing, said Azula. All the same, we shouldn't bother you guys with this sort of training anymore after this. We're giving up the right to challenge, after all. Are you sure you want to do that? Haru asked. With all the points the slate provides. It provides more risks than it does points, said Azula. Even though we would be fighting on our own terms in the slate, since we get to choose who we want to challenge, I probably should remind you that Sokka was truly lucky to survive the last fight as he did. I'd rather not have him take such risks again. We'll take all the points we can this time around and surrender the right to challenge to someone else. Not to us, please, said Ty Lee, grimacing. Haru would be hopeless in there. Yeah, choose another firebender, or a non-bender, said Haru, gulping. Unless you don't get to pick. I think I do. The guy from the counter, Shoji, said we'd have to choose someone to take up the right to challenge, said Azula, shrugging. No worries, though. I won't force this bother upon you unless you give me a reason to do so. Ty Lee pouted as Azula smirked slightly. As Haru headed off to prepare a bath for Ty Lee, Azula glanced over her shoulder, finding Sokka was chatting with Ruonjian and Mai. Ueda had crawled towards him, eager to play with the new adult who had joined him and his parents, but Sokka ushered him away. I'm all filthy, kid, it's better if you don't, Whoa. Hey, you shouldn't sit on my lap, I'm serious here. He seems as awkward with children as you are, huh? Said Ty Lee, smiling sneakily. Angela huffed. I don't think anyone can be, despite he's trying pretty hard to beat me at it, she said. Then again, he's not being much of a figure of authority for him, is he? If he can't command respect, there's no way a kid will listen to him. So, that means your kids could play with him, and later you can scare them off by being the authority figure. See, that's just perfect, said Ty Lee, giggling and earning herself a glare from Angela. Okay, no need for that, you know I'm just joking. Hard to say, coming from you, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. Ty Lee sighed. It's kind of sad, though, this would be such a fun triple date if only you and Sokka could just be open about it. But you have to cover up, it's just not fair. How has Mai managed to keep it quiet from Ruongjun anyways? She's simply not the type of person who can't keep a secret for more than 10 minutes without blowing up, said Angela, smirking. Ty Lee pouted. I kept it for like, an hour. I did. She said. Angela shook her head. Makes no matter in the long run, you still blabbed to Haru. Because you told me I could. Because I knew you would even if I told you not to. You're just being mean, Angela, said Ty Lee, pouting again. Angela's smirk widened. Still, it's too bad you two can't be all cutesy and sweet. I bet you'd be so happy if you could just. Yeah, sure. You really think I'd just let loose around all of you if Ruongjun knew? Do you even know me at all? Angela asked. Ty Lee chuckled. Come on, you'd do it if you thought you'd piss someone off with displays of affection. I mean, you always liked annoying Zuko. Imagine how he'd react if you got all mushy with Sokka in front of him. Heh, well, Zuko isn't here, so there'd be nobody to piss off either way, said Angela. The only one who'd be happy would be you, since you'd get to see us being, well, closer than you usually see us, and for some twisted reason you're eager to witness that. Hey, it's nothing twisted. I just think you two make a cute couple, said Ty Lee, smiling. Angela looked at her in disbelief. Yeah, sure. You know, you have your beloved Haru, you should just invest all your energies for romantic matters in that relationship and stop poking your nose into everyone else's business. Ah, and where would the fun be in that? Ty Lee asked, pouting. The fun in what? Sokka asked, surprising Angela by showing up behind her without any warning. Got you a day off you? Angela asked. Sokka smiled awkwardly. It was harder than I thought it'd be, but when his mother called him, he as good as forgot I existed. Can't say I mind. He said. Angela couldn't help but smile. Ow, Uade is a cute kid, don't be so mean, said Ty Lee, pouting. Either way, I really think I'm getting smelly. Said Sokka. That you are, said Angela, raising her eyebrows matter-of-factly. And I can't say I enjoy being all sweaty either, said Sokka, looking at her meaningfully. So, I suppose we should go now, before the stench gets any worse. Bummer, said Ty Lee, sighing. I hoped we'd all get to have dinner together tonight. You can have us over when we get back from the slate, said Angela. I'm sure we'll be able to drop by, this fight shouldn't be so bad this time around. If his opponent is lower than him in the ranking, even, it really shouldn't be, said Ty Lee, scratching her head. Well, good luck, then. It'd be great if we could go, but we have a fight the day after yours. And Mai's not going to put herself through that again, said Angela, smiling. Don't worry about it, Sokka won't need that much moral support to succeed this time. At least, I'd like to think so. Well, for all we know, the opposite sponsor might be cheering for me too, said Sokka, with a raised eyebrow. Quite a weird guy he is, after all. If he starts cheering for you when his wife is fighting you, I'll finance their divorce myself, said Angela, shaking her head. Anyways, Ty Lee, we'll be back eventually. Hopefully in one piece. Hey, what did you mean, hopefully? Said Sokka, frowning. She has a wooden sword, there's no way. Nothing's impossible for you in an arena, including being cut up with a wooden blade, so don't jinx it by saying it's never going to happen, alright, said Angela. Sokka's eyebrow twitched. If anything, I'd just get a splinter, but heck, sure, whatever you say, he said, rolling his eyes. Angela bumped her shoulder against him as she made for the backyard again. Let's get going before you end my patience, stinky wolf, she said. Sokka smirked. Heh, what does that remind me of? Nothing you're going to talk about now, if you appreciate your life, Angela said, with a smirk of her own. Nobody around here would understand their reference to Sokka's very first shameless comment towards Angela, and they certainly didn't want to explain it either way. Sokka chuckled as they walked out to Ty Lee's garden again, or what was left of it after all the massive changes it had to undergo, on a constant basis, for all of Sokka and Haru's training sessions. Little of the garden could be considered a garden in anything but in name by now. Xian Long fetched them as they bickered in front of the glass dome, and while the back and forth continued between them as they returned home, it became a lot less hostile and far more playful once they knew they'd be alone. Song would likely be inside, but they wouldn't head into the house just yet. Sokka definitely needed to clean up first of all, and Angela was more than happy to supervise his cleaning as soon as they arrived. Their adventures in the bathroom had always been a source of enjoyment for them, and they thoroughly helped each other cleanse off all the dirt and sweat as they caressed intimately. They were both quite tired, though, so it was relaxing to simply rest together in the tub, with Angela sitting on Sokka's lap, her back against his chest, her eyes closed as he held her, beaming amid the bubbles and cleansing salts. This is probably the best way to end this insane training spree, Sokka said, with a happy grin. Angela smiled. Relaxing tends to be good for you, especially when you have an important fight up ahead, she said. I'm glad I could see to your training myself this time. So am I, said Sokka, smiling. Sparring with you is better than with Zuko, by miles. And this sort of thing is just what I need to end my day, absolutely. This alone? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Here I expected you might want something more. I figured you'd go home now, he said, confused. That's not the plan. Because if not, what is? Who knows? She answered, enigmatically before turning around on his lap, surrounding his neck with her arms. You do remember that there's a pretty awful chance we might have to let 2 other people aboard my barge tomorrow, right? Yeah, I'm aware, said Sokka, caressing her back. So, planning ahead for the worst-case scenario, which is that you might not be able to run off to my room during the trip because your biggest fan wants to throw a slumber party with you. Angela said, poking his chest with a finger. I was thinking about making the most of tonight, so that we get everything off our system before you go to your big fight. Wait, what? Said Sokka, blinking blankly. I mean, great. But, what? Angela laughed and shook her head, letting it rest on his shoulder as he remained utterly puzzled, his arms around her waist. I mean, you don't usually spend the night or anything because it's risky, right? If you skip dinner it'll be suspicious and... It won't be because they think I'll have dinner at Ty Lee's, since I told them I would, said Angela. Nobody will be monitoring my activities at all until morning, most likely. So, you really can stick around for a while longer, then? Have dinner with us? Sokka asked, smiling. Will Xian take you home later? I thought it might be better if I simply take the tunnels, the way you do whenever you're being a reckless fool, she said. Indeed, it's risky, but I can't imagine us having much time for ourselves with your dear friend Yang on the loose. He's not my friend, said Sokka, smiling. At least not yet. I barely know him. But he surely knows everything about you, said Angela, with a smirk. At least, all he could know. And what he doesn't know yet he'll try to find out during this trip. I don't suppose I'll have to warn you not to blab about certain things regarding our relationship, but I guess I'll do it either way. I'm not that careless, you know. Said Sokka, smiling. Not when we really know nothing about them. As much as he might be a fan of mine, he'll probably forget all about that if he expects a big reward in cash for giving our relationship away to your dad. I wonder if my father would actually reward him, Angela said. Sokka raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't he want to? He asked. I suppose he's not exactly the picture of generosity, but... No, it's just... I imagine he might be so outraged he might actually kill Yang right then and there for telling him I'm sleeping with my gladiator, she said, with a weak smile. All things considered, it wouldn't be a wise idea to tattle on us, not even for the tattler's sake. Well, either way, we have no idea if we can trust them, said Sokka, nodding sagely. So we have to keep our mouths shut and our behavior must remain as spotless as can be, right? Exactly, said Azula. Which means, one late night of recklessness is important for our health, yes. I can't believe you're actually suggesting and vouching for this, said Sokka, chuckling. Azula smirked as she lifted herself up to kiss him. You won't have me all night, but we can make the most of it while you do, she said, her forehead against his. Sokka smiled. Your inappropriate proposals are the worst, you know. He said I should try to talk sense into you, be the responsible one for a change, but I can't even try to be, you know? I'm no good at that. So of course, you'll have your way, because when don't you, to begin with? Ah, so you're admitting I do get my way even in bed now? You always denied it, she said. Sokka chuckled. I honestly don't know who loves the things we do the most, me or you, he said, before kissing her deeply. Azula smirked as she gave in fully to the passionate exchange. It wasn't that she feared for Sokka's safety this time, at least not on the same measure as she had 6 months ago, but she didn't want to waste any time, and she knew they wouldn't see nearly as much of each other as they liked during the trip to the Slate. She didn't stay through the whole night, choosing to rush through the tunnels right after Sokka fell asleep in her arms, but the brief time she spent with him was enough to appease her anxieties. She wished she didn't feel this way, but she wasn't sure she could see him off to big fights anymore without taking her time to appreciate being with him beforehand. She reached her room as quickly as possible, finding no complications in the tunnels or outside them. Her bags were packed in her room, everything was ready. And yet she dropped on the mattress with a displeased groan, despite the bed was as comfortable as ever and her body was as relaxed as could be. No matter what awaited them tomorrow, she really hoped that Fanboy and his wife would prove to be more agreeable company than she'd anticipated. Sokka smiled when Azula descended on the barge on Xin Long's back. He greeted her with a hand, holding back the urge to run up to kiss her. She nodded in his direction, acknowledging him dryly as she climbed off the dragon. Most unlike his rider, though, Xin Long rushed up to Sokka and knocked him down, climbing atop him to lick his face with his serpentine tongue, to Sokka's surprise and confusion. Wah! What the heck are you doing? He squealed, as Xin Long wagged his tail excitedly. Get off! Xin! What's the matter with you? Azula snorted and shook her head. The dragon certainly loved to mess with people, but what he was doing to Sokka was meant to annoy her, most of all. Since Xin Long knew that they would likely be forced to hold back through their trip, he was messing with Azula by kissing Sokka while she couldn't. So, she rolled her eyes and smiled before heading inside the ship's tower, hoping to confirm that everything was ready for the barge's journey. Seriously, what the heck is wrong with you? Sokka gasped, trying to shove the dragon off. Xin only gurgled with malice and settled against him, his head crushing Sokka's chest. The gladiator's eyebrow twitched. Are you doing what I think you're doing? Xin only answered with another reptilian laugh and Sokka scowled. So, he was being ridiculed by a dragon, and there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. This was why it wasn't much good for his lover to have such a tight connection with her dragon, it gave the creature an excuse to do mischievous things like these to annoy them both. You've got to get off, Xin, seriously. I need to keep an eye out for those two. Sokka groaned, wrestling to shove the dragon off, but it didn't seem he was about to shift a single inch. Sokka sighed. Azula, help me. He was sure she could hear him somehow through the dragon, but there was no point in asking for help when she surely had other things to take care of right now. He'd have to stay lying over the deck, crushed by the large creature's weight. A shadow appeared over him suddenly, blocking the sunlight. Sokka had closed his eyes in despair barely moments ago, but he opened them to recognize a royal guard standing over him, scrutinizing him through his mask. You look like you're enjoying yourself, Ruishi commented. Sokka sighed. I'd ask you to help but he might bite your foot or something if you try, he said. Ruishi smiled, even if Sokka couldn't see it. There's truly nothing I can do. Speaking from experience, you'll have to figure out how to get him off you, because You what? Sokka said, raising an eyebrow. Ruishi lifted a finger, pointing at the dock that Sokka couldn't quite see from where he was. Your opponents are here, I believe, said Ruishi. Sokka flinched. Oh, damn. Xin, seriously now, get off. The dragon groaned with disapproval, but to Sokka's surprise he budged, sitting up and scratching the back of his head with his hind leg. Sokka jumped up to his feet again, breathing deeply now he wasn't been squeezed by a dragon, and he glanced at the dock. He recognized Yang and Hien easily at the front of the group, but they were leading a crowd that was all too familiar as well by now, the Blue Pack. He swallowed hard, wondering if they'd seen him crushed by Xin Long and realized he wasn't half as dignified and noble as they might have misunderstood him for. Though he wouldn't mind if they had, not entirely. Hey. He said, stepping down the ramp towards them. Did you guys manage to make enough money? We almost did, Hien replied, showing him a bag she was carrying. Yang looked at Sokka uneasily. We've asked around the port, though, and we still need around 1,000 more to hire a ship. Sokka sighed and shrugged, giving them a dry grin. Well, if that's how it is, I guess there's only one solution, right? He said. Yang's hand flew to his forehead. I seriously can't believe this, he said, a wild grin breaking over his face. Don't get too excited, said Sokka, chuckling. The princess might be annoyed if you're too happy about it. Oh, I'll do my best to hold back. Yang exclaimed, nodding before bowing his head to Sokka. Thank you so much for your generosity. We owe you so much. No need for that, not at all, said Sokka, smiling. I guess you should climb aboard now, then. Hien smiled gratefully and climbed the ramp indeed. Sokka followed her, but Yang turned to the crowd behind him with a bright smile. They congratulated him on this great honor and showered him in good wishes. Some of the club members even hugged him, and others asked for souvenirs from the slate. Sokka smirked, wondering if they'd be satisfied with bits of volcanic rocks, if Yang could pick up any. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you in 5 days. Yang said, laughing as he finally climbed the ramp. Goodbye. Sokka smiled as he stared at the waving crowd. But he noticed someone wasn't amongst them. The girl Azula had insulted somewhat boldly. Hina hadn't come to see Yang and Hien off, not even for another chance to be near Sokka. Sokka frowned at the realization, not because he wanted her there, but because something about it gave him a bad feeling, for some reason. Oh, it's so big and clean and... Oh no. It's him, isn't it? Oh, Hien, it's the dragon. Yang exclaimed, clinging to his wife's arm as he stared at the curious Xin Long, who smirked as though pondering just how he would mess around with these new acquaintances of his rider. I can't believe it. I can't. It's not the first time you see him, though, said Hien, amused. You've told me you've seen him at times at the dome, haven't you? But he's right there. Yang squeaked, covering his face with his hands and shaking his head. Oh, this is too much for me. If it is, then you might have to consider bailing out of the fight altogether, said a voice that made Yang jump, for he recognized it immediately. But I don't think you can afford that, can you? Azula smirked at the barge's tower entrance, as the spiky-haired man turned to look at her. He shook his head first, but then he bowed deeply at her. He shook his head again as he held his body doubled over at almost perfect 90 degrees. It's the greatest honor to join you in this journey, princess. He said, still bent over. I'll do my best not to be a nuisance. Heh. I wonder if you can succeed at that, she said, as Hien performed a far classier bow than her husband had. Feel free to rise whenever you please. Captain, we're ready to take off. Very well, princess, said Ruishi before walking away from them, giving out orders for the ramp to be lifted. The sailors worked fast as they readied the ship to set out into the Fire Nation's clear waters. The engines began working, smoke pouring from the barge's chimneys. Xin Long darted off into the sky, as he preferred watching the ship from above instead of lounging on the deck. Yang carried on waving at his friends, rushing to the stern of the ship so he could say goodbye even as the ship took off. Angela and Sokka watched him, the former with a crooked eyebrow, the latter with amusement. "I warned him not to get too excited, but I guess he didn't listen," said Sokka, smiling at Angela. She sighed. "You see, you're used to all this, Sokka," she said, shrugging. "The luxuries, being ferried back and forth on the princess's ship, but this doesn't happen frequently to common people. So, it's not like he can help reacting like this. He probably won't even manage to fall asleep tonight." "I do hope he does," said Hien, smiling a little. "I'd like to think he'll burn out his energies with his overexcitement and fall asleep easily tonight." "That's another possibility," Angela admitted, nodding. "And you seem awfully calm through it all, unlike him." "Well, don't take it the wrong way, I'm amazed as well that we're here at all," she said, gazing around herself with a bright smile. "But I haven't forgotten we're on our way to what might be the most important fight of my gladiator career, so I'm trying to stay focused on that." "It's good you're doing your best to focus," said Angela. "But I guess your husband isn't, huh?" Yang had finally stopped waving, for the others were already so small and lost in the distance that he couldn't quite discern them anymore. He giggled and turned to find everyone was watching him, and he gulped and lowered his head awkwardly while smiling at the three of them. "They were just happy to see us off," he said, walking towards them, trying his best to appear calm now, although it didn't look like he'd calm down anytime soon. And we're just happy to be here. Oh, Princess, we're so grateful." "They made some money, but it wasn't enough to pay the trip on another ship," Sokka mentioned to Angela. She sighed and shrugged. "They didn't have the best chances to save up enough money, but we'd already anticipated this might happen regardless of their efforts. It's of no matter, you two can go freshen up in your cabin if you—" "Our cabin?" Yang asked, his eyes wide. What do you mean?" "Well, where did you expect you'd sleep tonight?" Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. "There's enough cabins in my barge to fit you two, even if you won't take one of the best rooms in the tower." "I actually thought," said Yang, blinking blankly. Well, I mean, I was fine sleeping even on the deck. We really didn't want to impose." "Please. It's a little late for that, isn't it?" said Angela, raising her eyebrow. "Your cabin is next to Sokka's. He can show you where it is whenever you want to go." "Why, thank you." "Thank you, Princess," said Yang, tears blinking in his eyes now. "The kindness you've extended to us will never go forgotten." "Yeah, that's what I feared," said Angela, sighing. She'd certainly rather forget it and put all this behind her once it was over, though. She still wasn't sure why she'd chosen to do this, to begin with. "It's truly kind of you, Princess," said Hien, smiling politely and bowing her head towards her. "This means a lot to the both of us." "I promise I won't pester your gladiator much," said Yang, smiling at Sokka. "I'll actually try to act normally. No weird questions, none of that. I don't want to bother any of you, so." "Heh? Well, if you don't want to ask anything maybe I will," said Sokka, raising his eyebrows. "I've been thinking for a while now, and after you were seen off by your friends at the port, I'm even more confused. Why didn't you ask that girl, Hina, to help you pay for transport?" "Wadash. Hina?" Yang repeated. Sokka nodded. Angela's eyebrow twitched, knowing immediately who Sokka was referring to. "She claimed she was the one who funded your club, right?" said Sokka. "She was pretty eager to tell me she was the daughter of a nobleman, back when you guys first introduced yourselves. If she had money to spare like that." "Well, Hina's a bit of a complicated fellow," said Yang, scratching the back of his head. "I mean, I know I shouldn't be one to judge, and I shouldn't be saying this stuff about her, but she's not exactly the nicest kind of person, you know." "Who'd have thought?" said Sokka, raising an eyebrow and smirking at Angela. Angela snorted. "What makes you say that, though?" she asked Yang. "Is there anything off about her?" "One thing, many things," said Yang, grimacing. "Since she funds the blue pack, she likes to act like she's entitled to, well, anything. And well, she's a bit obsessed with the blue wolf." The judgmental and skeptical looks both Angela and Sokka gave Yang made him flinch and blush. "And no, I mean, not like I am," he said, blushing. "She actually always told us we had to go introduce ourselves, and I had to hold her back because I didn't think it'd be proper. What mattered was that we supported you, not to get recognition for our support. We only did it after your last fight because we'd heard you hadn't fared well against the Kinslayer, and with that blow you took, we hoped you'd be encouraged if you knew there were lots of people who thought you're a remarkable fighter. So, she's just in it just because she wants recognition somehow," said Angela. Yang gulped. "From the Blue Wolf, yes. Why, you see, she keeps asking Pyron to paint weird things," he said. "I'd rather not elaborate, it wouldn't be proper." The blood drained Sokka's face as countless, horrifying ideas came to his mind. Angela didn't seem to be in better shape next to him, having closed her eyes as she tried to force herself not to picture what Yang didn't want to tell them. And well, after what the princess said to her, she seemed to grow offended to the point that we haven't heard from her since, said Yang, scratching the top of his head. "I don't really think we'll miss her much, nobody really liked her. She's always been the least likable member of the den. I mean, pack. That's the name now," said Hien. "I know most of them, the others are mostly very nice even if they are crazy in their own ways. Hina was somehow obnoxious, I guess. She seemed to have the idea that the group wouldn't exist altogether if it weren't for her." "Really? It wouldn't have?" Sokka asked. Yang shrugged but shook his head. "Actually, we would have. We would have had less material, maybe, but we would have still held together," said Yang. "A group of us founded the club some time ago, when we all started to run into each other often when we watched your fights. We realized we could start a club, and that's how it all began. Hina wasn't really there at first, though. She showed up a little later," said Yang, scratching the back of his head again. "And she did help by giving us money to make props and such, but outside of that. So, you would simply bear with her because you felt obligated to do so, after she paid for all the weird props," Angela concluded. Yang sighed. "And what about now? How will you carry on with your club if she's so affronted by what I said that she's avoiding the pack altogether?" "That's a good question," said Yang, grimacing and shrugging. "But what matters is that we support the Blue Wolf, so even if we have no money, our main purpose is to cheer him on in his fights whenever we can." "A noble purpose, I suppose," said Angela, raising an eyebrow as Sokka smiled. "I'm grateful to hear that, really," he said. "I don't know why anyone would support me like that, but—" "What do you mean you don't know?" Yang asked, his eyes wide. Are you truly not aware of how extraordinary you are?" "Well, I mean, I'm not exactly the greatest gladiator out there," said Sokka, gulping. Yang yelped. "Oh boy, here we go," said Hien, with an amused grin. Angela frowned. "What do you mean? You truly don't understand?" Yang exclaimed, aghast. "But after all you've achieved. After having proven you have the most unbelievable gladiator and sponsor partnership of all." Angela was instantly on edge upon hearing that. She wasn't unaware of how people often praised her bond with Sokka, but something about the way Yang was wording his particular praise made her wonder just how much he had analyzed about their relationship. "The very first time I saw you two was when I watched your first combat against the blind bandit," said Yang. Sokka flinched just by remembering the occasion. "And it was awful. It was the most cringe-worthy, painful fight I'd ever witnessed. I seriously just wanted it to be over because I could scarcely bear seeing more of that." "Yeah, well, we all wanted it to be over, that was a pretty general feeling that day," Sokka said, swallowing hard. "But when I was getting ready to leave, there you were," he said, looking at the princess. Angela froze, fearing a blush might creep over her features as Yang spoke. "You were carrying him, all by yourself, princess, and it was mind-boggling for everyone. Everyone froze as they watched you, nobody dared interrupt because what they were seeing was unprecedented. A sponsor carrying her battered gladiator, through thick and thin, what a moving sight it was." "Seriously? Moving?" Angela asked, raising her eyebrow. She had reflected on her actions that day, dreading that people would actually be revolted by them, but instead she had discovered her decision to carry Sokka had warmed them up to her instead. It seemed Yang was one of them. From that day forth, I decided to attend your fights whenever I had a chance, said Yang, his eyes bright. The Blue Wolf, so strong and creative in battle, yet hiding it behind his appearances, and the princess, his sponsor who would even stain her hands with blood to help him, you guys just make such a perfect team. It's not chance that people often say you're the greatest combination of gladiator and sponsor. Well, I didn't think it was chance, but I see now, said Sokka, smiling and shrugging. So it's really not just about me, then? You think what makes me great is that I have a great sponsor? Why? I think you're a brilliant fighter all on your own, no doubt, said Yang. And that alone caught my interest even while you were fighting against the blind bandit. You were unlucky that your schemes didn't work, but if they had, you would have beaten her, and it would have been amazing. Still, what really blew my mind was that a gladiator and a sponsor could have that sort of honorable bond, truly. And with all the other stories that we've heard, of how you found the beautiful and magnificent dragon. And how you took down the Daily conspiracy, and the rough rhinos, and that group of terrorists. You've heard of all that, huh? Said Angela, sighing. I can only imagine how it must have been, the two of you fighting side by side to defeat your enemies, leaving all sorts of tales of glory, courage, and loyalty behind, for centuries to come. Yang carried on, his smile bright and dreamy. I've always imagined that you took down the rough rhinos together, with the Blue Wolf rushing forth as a magnificent champion, saving all the helpless people from Udeo. Well, you heard that one wrong, said Sokka, with an awkward smile. We were too late to help in Udeo, so we didn't take them down there. And considering what shape we were in, neither of us looked particularly magnificent, Angela commented, grimacing. Oh, said Yang, his eyes widening. And, what about the dragon? I've always thought that you might have found it in some old, isolated ruins of an ancient fire-bending civilization, where lingered the last specimens of the dragons of old times. Sokka and Angela blinked before looking at each other and at Yang again, utterly puzzled. It's safe to say you have a very active imagination, don't you? Said Angela, with a sarcastic smile. That's not how it was, then? He asked, biting his lip. Sokka laughed. You know what? He said. We've got 2 days of journey up ahead, right? So, you're going to spend them by setting right all the weird stories he's come up with? Angela asked, anticipating herself to what Sokka was about to say. He smiled and shrugged at her before winking quickly. The others wouldn't see his gesture, given that the angle of his head only allowed Angela to see it. She would have warned him not to let certain parts of the story slip, but she guessed Sokka believed he could retell many of their stories while concealing the mutual feelings between himself and the princess. Got any better ideas? He said. Angela huffed, choosing to trust him on this, despite she couldn't show it openly. Still, she'd make him pay for it if this backfired on them somehow. Not really. But I'm not exactly interested in revisiting our past adventures right now, so I'll leave that to you both, she said, waving a hand carelessly. Though promise me you're not going to twist anything out of proportion to make yourself look more heroic. Hey, that hadn't crossed my mind until now, but you know what? I really could do that, said Sokka, smirking. Angela huffed and fixed him with another glare, and Sokka snickered. I won't. It'll be okay, princess, I've got this. Yeah. I'm reassured, said Angela, sarcastically, as Sokka threw an arm around Yang's shoulders. Come along then. This will take a while, he said, as Yang held back the urge to squeal over being half embraced by his hero. Angela and Hien watched them go, the former with a wary frown, the other with a fond smile. Angela breathed deeply, unsure if she ought to ask the question she couldn't help but keep pondering, but when Hien glanced at her she knew she'd have no choice but to speak her mind. I hope it's alright with you that your gladiator shares your story. Yang is so very invested in everything about you two, said Hien, smiling. Angela shrugged. I don't really mind, but I'm honestly just wondering one thing, which might just be too rude to ask, but, why exactly are you married to him? To her relief, Hien only snorted and laughed with genuine amusement. Angela had expected a completely different reaction, so she immediately suspected Hien wasn't facing this question for the first time. I mean, all things considered, he's obsessed with Sokka, and perhaps with me too, even if not in the disturbing way that other girl is, said Angela, her eyes wide. Unless you don't think it's an obsession. Oh, it is. I will call things by their actual name, said Hien, with an awkward smile. I'd say this is a problem, but surprisingly, it was also a solution. He hit a terrible writer's block some years back, couldn't write a story to save his life, but when he returned home after watching the Blue Wolves fight that one time, he suddenly started writing again. Now he mostly writes narrations of the fights in the arena, but if it gets him to write, I'm happy for it. Does he do it with your fights too? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Hien smiled. He does. I remember the first time he did it, I'd lost that fight and would have to rest for a few days, so we weren't in the best situation at the time, she said. As you know, my job is what usually reels money in, whether as a gladiator or as a construction worker, so whenever I have to be bedridden we know things will get tough. But he spent the night writing by our bed while I rested, and then I woke to read his version of what happened. It actually made me feel a little better, even if I was sorry I'd disappointed him with a loss. He's actually a very good writer, I believe. Huh. I wonder if he really is, Angela commented, with a smirk. It feels like you might not be an impartial source about that. Oh, well. I do love my husband, said Hien, laughing softly. But I suppose I haven't answered your first question yet, have I? Not really, said Angela, as the two of them walked towards the barge's railing. Hien rested against it with her back turned to the water, unlike Angela who was supporting her weight on the railing with her forearms. Well, there's probably yet another weird story about me and Yang that you probably won't expect, said Hien. Not only am I his wife and gladiator, but I was never a slave. I actually suspected as much, said Angela, frowning. You don't act or really strike me as an Earth Kingdom person, and your manners are far too good for a slave's. But now I think of it. He does. Hien asked. With his green eyes and brown hair. True, said Angela, glancing at Yang, over at the barge's prow, with confusion. To her mild embarrassment, Sokka was literally enacting whatever event he was telling the man about, putting on a ridiculous show that would make him eligible to join the Ember Island players. So, then, was he a slave instead of you? Exactly, said Hien, with a weak grin. Angela grimaced. You two are more confusing than I expected, she said. Hien laughed softly. Well, the truth is, he was bought by my father back when slavery was just beginning, said Hien. I was a teenager, and he was a little younger than me. He wasn't in the best shape and hadn't really been educated back in the Earth Kingdom. As it turned out, he was somewhat useless with household chores, so my father ended up looking after him as though he were an adoptive son instead of a slave. He taught him how to read and write, history, geography, lent him books, so, within a few years Yang was well fed, full of knowledge and actually quite happy, even if he also learned how to do his chores by then. I started encountering little poems in my room when I was around 15. I didn't expect them, I thought my sister had misplaced some suitor's letter, but it was addressed to me. It didn't take me long to realize who was responsible for them, but I didn't say anything. I enjoyed coming home from school to find little gifts for me in my room, so I just awaited his poems eagerly. Eventually, with one of them I reached a point where I had let myself wonder if maybe these poems meant he was in love with me. And when he said as much in one of them, I just ran to his room before I knew what I was doing. He was actually writing the next one, and I thought it was adorable that he actually thought he was so clever and mysterious. He was surprised I'd figured him out, but he admitted the truth right then and there, so that's where it began. Huh, said Angela, smiling a little. So, he won you over with poetry. No wonder you believe he's a good writer. I suppose it's a cliché, but it was wonderful, said Hien, laughing softly. Angela bit her lip. But, considering what you've said about your economic condition, things didn't go smoothly for the two of you after that, did they? She asked. Hien sighed. My father found out about us when when I confessed it all, after he told me he would try setting me up for an arranged marriage, she said. He told me I had to break it off immediately. I refused, so we ran off. Yang wasn't exactly happy to disappoint my father after all he'd done for him, but I told him I wasn't having any of that about arranged marriages. We left, and I haven't been home since. So, you've sacrificed a comfortable life for this? Angela asked, frowning. You chose him above everything else, even if the cost was that steep. It must sound completely unreasonable to you, I'm sure, said Hyun, smiling awkwardly. It does to most everyone. But we chose happiness, and we haven't regretted it so far, no matter how hard things have gotten at times. We have each other, and that's enough. You still managed to get married, though? Angela asked. Hyun nodded. A sage did it, with a quick ceremony, she said, laughing softly. He was pressed for time, did it the fastest he could, gave us the documents we needed for it to be legal, and that was that. That was when Yang knew there was no turning back anymore for us, so we both gave it our best to grow stable in our new lives. I've always been quite strong, so I've sought physical jobs, but Yang can't work most anywhere. Most people in the capital have slaves for cleaning as it is, so even if he's become good at it, he's never been hired for that. As you also heard, writing is no good either. A pity, Angela said, biting her lip. And that's why you didn't just reject the slates challenge, right? You thought maybe this will bring more attention to you too, and with that you'll have lots of new challenges. Hopefully, lots that pay better, said Hyun, chuckling. Angela sighed. Still, does he keep writing poetry to you, or is he just stuck writing or imagining insane scenarios about me and my gladiator? She asked. Hyun smiled. He does both, really. But by now I know better than to hope to be his only writing muse, she said. Writers seem to need new things to work on from time to time, so I'm not going to be unreasonable and demand he only writes about or for me. As long as he doesn't write love poems for your gladiator, I won't have anything to complain about. Angela smiled, and so did Hyun. The gladiator swallowed hard and shook her head, though, suddenly a little more aware of herself than she'd been before. Sorry, though, for rambling like this about a corny love story. You've heard one, you've heard them all, right? She said. Angela shook her head. I did ask, didn't I? Said Angela. I was genuinely curious, don't worry about it. You've proven to be far more mysterious than expected, for two people as straightforward as you are. Oh, we're hardly mysterious, said Hyun, laughing softly. We're just an odd match, I suppose. But if it's worked so far, I'd like to think it will keep working in the future. I do hope so, for your sake, said Angela, straightening herself. Well, then, I guess my curiosity is sated by now. I'll be heading inside, to make sure everything's still going well. I suppose you can join those two if you'd like. Clearly Sokka would love to have more public. Oh, well, I just might do it, said Hyun, smiling. Thank you, princess. For the trip? Why, you're welcome, she said, nodding towards her. I hope this fight brings good changes to your lives, regardless of the result. Thank you, truly, said Hyun, bowing her head now. Angela nodded and turned to the tower, hoping to conceal her mind was in overdrive after hearing Hyun's story. The princess kept herself busy with supervising matters for a few hours before heading to her cabin and resting briefly there. She didn't want to have much free time as it was, but what else could she expect when she still had a day and a half ahead of their journey? If only she could head down to the deck and firebend until it was dinner time she would, but she didn't think it would be wise to do any training around Yang. Surely the guy would have a seizure if he ever had the chance to witness her bending, or to watch sparring with Sokka. She busied herself reading, ate when dinner was brought to her cabin, and was ready for bed earlier than usual, since she had no reason to stay up through the night. She actually wondered when was the last time she had gotten proper rest during a trip anywhere, but she actually hadn't missed it much. If anything, she'd miss Sokka's company far more than a good night's sleep. But before she could actually get the latter, when she had almost dozed off completely, she heard the door of her cabin creak open and she sat up with a start. Are you serious? Angela snapped, without bothering to greet him as Sokka closed the door behind him. He brought a finger to his lips. "Shh. Nobody saw me, relax," he said. Angela looked at him in disbelief. "Didn't we agree that this wouldn't be possible because your biggest fan just might realize you went someplace?" "Not with the way he's snoring, he won't," said Sokka, grimacing. "Heck, they both were, to make things worse. I can't really sleep, it reminds me of our last time in Ba Sing Se." "Oh, really?" said Angela, raising an eyebrow. Sokka smiled. "They were pretty tired, Angela. I don't think they'll be looking into where I am anytime soon," he said, sighing and taking his seat on her bed. "So you say," she said. "But if you stay here all the way into morning?" "I won't," said Sokka, smiling. "We're as good as trained to take off before dawn, aren't we? Nothing to worry about, princess. I really just wanted a chance to talk with you, that's all." "Huh, good to know," she grunted. Sokka chuckled. "Well? Did you tell Yang all about how you fell desperately in love with me to the point of fighting against all sorts of obstacles in your struggle to become my perfect gladiator and lover?" "Oh, sure. I also gave him a full briefing of all the positions we've ever tried, just so he doesn't imagine anything too far-fetched, like that crazy story he came up with for Xin Long," said Sokka, smirking. "You know me, I just can't shut my mouth. If you seriously let anything slip," Angela said, lifting a finger. Sokka laughed and shook his head. "I didn't, you don't have to worry," he said. "I just talked about our best action moments, and not even all of them. I didn't talk about the White Lotus mess because I doubted you wanted him to know you were sick." "Wise. Surprisingly wise," she admitted, sighing and stretching across the bed. "Though truth be told, even if they found out about us, I doubt they'd ever tell anyone." "What? Why do you say that?" Sokka asked, following her lead and relaxing on the mattress. She told him everything Hien had explained earlier, along with a few guesses and assumptions of her own. Her gaze was stuck on the ceiling as Sokka stared at her, his brow slightly furrowed. "So, okay, what I'm gathering from this is that they were in a similar place to where we are now," Angela whispered. Sokka tightened his lips. "And they gave up everything for each other in the end. Which is noble in its own way, no doubt, but they've been struggling for years. It's not what you'd call a welcoming fate. Ours would be worse, too, wouldn't it?" said Sokka. Angela nodded. "I think Hien's father mustn't have been highborn or anything of the sort. A nobleman could have easily hired someone to track down his daughter and force her back home, if he had wanted to, and he would have certainly had the slave killed for defiling his daughter. So, a lot of it is different from us," said Sokka, dropping his head on the pillow. "They knew each other since they were younger, too. Still, he wrote poetry for her. Just like someone wrote embarrassing haiku about me," she said, smirking down at Sokka. He snorted. "You'll never let that go, will you?" he asked. She laughed. "Not in this life," she declared. "If anything, I'm even jealous now. Hien surely gets at least a poem a week or so, and I haven't gotten anything new from you since the Northern Air Temple. How is that right? Wait, but I thought you found them embarrassing." "Laughable," Sokka said, blushing. Angela laughed again, as though confirming his claims. "They were, but that didn't make them less endearing," she said. "Why do you think I've kept them despite everything, huh?" "Because you have bad taste for poetry?" Sokka asked. Angela glared at him skeptically. "Come on, I'm messing with you, no need to give me that look." "You're an idiot," she said, sighing and throwing an arm around his chest. Sokka smiled. "An idiot who writes bad poetry. But hey, if you really want, I can try again. I mean, you've rejected my singing voice and my offers to paint you, but if you really want more poetry." "Oh, what the blazes have I asked for?" Angela sighed, shaking her head as Sokka laughed, surrounding her with his arms and kissing her forehead softly. "You know, we won't have to go through what they did," he said, rubbing her arm with a hand. Angela only rested against him, her head on his shoulder. "Let alone through something worse." We've covered our tracks well enough so far, from the looks of it. Nothing suggests that your dad has any clue about us. So, if you're thinking what I'm pretty sure you're thinking. It's not that I'm wondering if it'll happen or not, said Angela. It's just. I'm wondering what we'd be able to do if it did. Can running off be an option for us as it was for them? Sokka felt tempted to say yes, but the look on Angela's eyes said otherwise. No, she couldn't simply turn her back on everything she'd worked for. She couldn't abandon her nation and her people just to elope with him. He had sabotaged the bomb development in the air temple, knowing it could have caused a rift between them, because his beliefs had compelled him to do so. Because he had thought it was the right thing to do. And just so, abandoning her nation wasn't something Angela could perceive as the right thing to do. They had already spoken about this, and they had decided that their love for one another wasn't going to get in the way of everything else they held dear, but if it did, what sacrifice would they choose to make? Would it be their nations, or their love? He shook his head, though, and kissed her forehead again. Angela sighed. We're not running anywhere. And we're not going to betray ourselves, or our people, over each other, said Sokka. The true challenge in this relationship is keeping it quiet for as long as it may be possible, isn't it? Well, we'll stay quiet forever if that's how it has to be. We won't have to cross that line, Angela. We can see to it. I hope so, Angela replied, clutching at him. I really hope so. He kissed her lips softly, and she rewarded him with a gentle smile. His arms tightened around her as she sighed and closed her eyes, her mind still filled with concerns despite Sokka's reassurances. Sokka returned to his cabin after sleeping with Angela in his arms until dawn. His two neighbors carried on snoring even then, so he was left to stare at the ceiling while hoping to get more rest during the next day. He couldn't help but smile, guessing that Yang and Hien were indeed quite suitable for each other. If they could sleep with that much noise, they were definitely meant to be. But if he was going to defeat her on the next day, he'd have to get proper sleep in the course of that last day of traveling to the slate. Therefore, Sokka slept during most the afternoon while Angela watched with amusement, from the windows of her cabin in the barge's tower, as Hien practiced her moves with her wooden sword with Yang's help, on the deck. Yang was utterly hopeless with a weapon, it was clear immediately, but his wife's dexterity was something to be reckoned with. As she watched the gladiator swinging her sword powerfully, Angela had no problem understanding how she had gotten as far as she had without using a weapon fit for murder. She couldn't help but think a woman like that could have had a great military career, if she'd ever be interested in one, that was. They arrived in the slate on the next day, and Yang was standing in awe of the volcanic island by the time Angela and Sokka were on deck and ready to disembark. Hien was all set, wearing her armor and carrying her weapons, and she waved at them as her husband stood in an apparent trance where he was. Dear? Are you all right? Said Hien. Yang swallowed hard and nodded. Yes, I'm perfectly fine. He said, before pulling several sheets of crumpled paper from his pockets and scribbling on them hastily. Hien smiled awkwardly as the princess and her gladiator approached them. Is something the matter? Angela asked. Hien shook her head. He's inspired, is all, she said, smiling at Angela. Feel free to lead the way, princess. Angela glanced at Sokka, who shrugged but smiled as the two of them stepped down the ramp and made for the slate's metal door. As it had been the first time, staff members stood in place to welcome the arriving sponsors and gladiators. Princess. Welcome back to the slate, said the first of the two men, the same who had welcomed them 6 months earlier. We are ecstatic to have you here again. Why, thank you, said Angela, with an ironic smile. I certainly am quite ecstatic too. I take it the fight will begin shortly. Why, once your opponents arrive? Said the man. Angela pointed at Hien and Yang, who had lagged behind a little, with the writer gazing around himself in wonder and scribbling on his papers while Hien dragged him to the door. That would be them. We gave them a ride, she explained. The staff members blinked blankly. Oh, well then. Follow us inside, if that's so. Said the other member, ushering the group to head downstairs with them. While they weren't half as tense as they had been the first time Sokka fought here, Angela's sense of dread started to make its way through her as she spoke with the staff members within the arena's vestibule. She hoped Sokka wouldn't make any mistakes today, but there was little she could do to calm her nerves regardless. His last victory here had been rather lucky, everyone knew as much. She hoped fortune would be on his side today, at least enough to prevent him from falling off the platform and into the sizzling lava. The mere idea gave her shivers of the wrong kind. She swallowed hard and smiled as convincingly as she could while she and Yang, who was still slightly distracted by apparently recording everything that caught his interest, were asked to enroll their gladiators properly. Once all the trivialities were finished, though, it was time for the fight to begin. As always, Azula followed Sokka to the standby room. Azula wasn't too surprised to notice that Yang would do the same with Hien at the other standby room. She only hoped he'd be able to focus enough to get to the stands once Hien wasn't there to drag him around. "Oh, I did not miss you, Slate," said Sokka, breathing out slowly as he stared out at a metal platform he hadn't wanted to encounter ever again. Azula approached him, placing her head against the back of his shoulder and surrounding his waist with her arms. Sokka sighed and found her hands with his. "It's less risky than last time, for sure," said Azula. "But as fun as these two may have been, you can't hesitate. You mustn't. She's a stronger fighter than most. That much is apparent. I get the feeling she could lift me with a finger and not break a sweat," said Sokka, smiling awkwardly. Azula snorted. "Chances are she could," she said, as Sokka turned in her arms. "But what I mean is that she's very fast, and very strong. No doubt you could chop her sword in two with your own, but that's unlikely to stop her. I really would rather not hurt her much, can't lie," said Sokka, swallowing hard. "But if anything, I'll go for a knockout as soon as I get a chance. It'll be for the best, right?" "I'm afraid that's the same thing she'll be thinking," said Azula, raising her eyebrows. "And while you'll hesitate to deliver real damage with as sharp a sword as yours, she has no such cause for concern with her wooden ones. So, what do you think I should do?" Sokka asked, frowning. Azula bit her lip before conveying her thoughts. Sokka snorted and smiled. "Oh, this is going to be a bizarre fight for sure," he said, smirking and reaching for his sword. "You sure about that?" "It's likely to be the best way, at least that I can think of," said Azula, shrugging as Sokka held Space Sword close, a frown on his face as he pondered how to achieve what his sponsor was proposing. "It'll be the best way for you both to fight evenly, if it counts as being even. But truly, she's a formidable swordswoman. I'd say she's probably closer to your level than many we've encountered." "Really? You don't think she was trained by Piandao too, or do you?" Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. Azula shrugged. "Truth be told, she might have been," she said. Sokka frowned. "How do you know just how good she is? When did you see her?" "While you slept all afternoon yesterday, that's when," said Azula, folding her arms over her chest. "She was practicing on deck with Yang, and he's useless with a sword, but she's something else. You'll have to be careful." "Well, I was sure I'd have to be," said Sokka, pulling one of his arm bandages off, wrapping it around the junction between the hilt and blade of Space Sword. "All things considered, this is a 2-on-1 fight both for me and her. The arena is another enemy, one you can't defeat to begin with." "I'm afraid so," said Azula, swallowing and nodding before approaching him. "So, do your best to defeat the one you can defeat, and once that's done you won't have to worry about the other one." "All right." "All right," said Sokka, smiling and sheathing Space Sword fully again, placing it on his back as always. He lifted a hand to cup Azula's face, as she stared at him with slight anxiety. "I'll be okay. I've actually faced worse odds, this time it's true." "I know," said Azula, smiling back. "Just come back to me in one piece, if you will. Patching you up again is always a bother." "Heh, you mean it. Do I have to remind you again that I took care of you while you were? Do I have to remind you, again, that you were hardly a nurse at all?" Azula asked, her smile widening. Sokka pouted. "Come now, really, just focus. Keep your mind clear, and fight to your best. You can win this time, and hopefully without getting your boomerang damaged in the process." "Heh, yeah, let's hope so," he said, grimacing. Azula laughed and hugged him. I love you, she whispered. His grimace shifted into a gentle smile as he held her tight as well. I love you, too, he said, kissing the side of her head. To think you wouldn't let me say it the last time we were here, eh? Well, now you get to say it indeed, she whispered, before reaching up to kiss him softly. Good luck, Sokka. I'll be back with you before you know it, he said, grinning, and pressing his forehead to hers while she wiped the lipstick off his lips, as always. He watched as she left, smiling when she glanced one more time over her shoulder to give him a reassuring grin. He breathed deeply a few times to calm himself as he turned to face the arena again. His brow furrowed slowly as he cracked his knuckles, knowing that this fight, regardless of the outcome, would be his last in the slate. He would make sure to give out a good performance. Angela was passing through the hallway that led to the stands when she came across Yang. She frowned at the lost look on his face, though. Was he still dazzled by the place they were in, or was it he had finally understood the risk his wife was taking? Yang. She called him. His green eyes rose, and he found Angela's. He swallowed hard. He won't hurt her, will he? She froze where she stood, finding herself and Sokka mirrored once again by Yang and Hien. Too often she had feared for Sokka's life in the arena, but she didn't tend to realize that their opponents might be daunted by her gladiator's strength just as she dreaded theirs. She swallowed hard and gestured at the stands. They'll fight the way they're meant to. If they're lucky they both might make it out unscathed, she whispered. But there's no point in delaying it anymore. The sooner we start, the sooner it'll be over. Come now, they're waiting for us. Yang nodded quietly, following Angela upstairs and into the sponsors' seats. The stands weren't quite as crowded as they had been the last time Sokka fought here, for only Angela, Yang, and the staff were there. The retractable bridges allowed Sokka and Hien to enter the fighting area. The platform was quite similar to the one Sokka had fought in before, but this time it was suspended by twice as many chains. He supposed they'd had no choice but to strengthen the platform like this after the catastrophic conclusion of the last combat in this arena. Hien certainly looked nervous, but she didn't seem deterred in the slightest. She nodded at Sokka, withdrawing one wooden sword from a large sheath on her back, and Sokka frowned as he realized there were more swords there. Was it all her weapons were the same? All of them were wooden blades? Sokka sighed and looked at the stands. The judges glanced amongst themselves before turning the hourglass around. The time began ticking, and the nervousness of both fighters only increased, along with that of the sponsors on the stands. She clearly had underestimated Yang's love for his wife, Angela realized, for he looked far more anxious than she did. Perhaps being Sokka's fan, and knowing the Blue Wolf's reputation as well as he did, made him far more susceptible to realizing that Sokka often had the wildest, craziest ideas in the direst circumstances, and that quite often they worked, too. Perhaps he had more reason to be afraid than they did, this time around. Well? Hien asked, lifting her sword and looking at Sokka with unease. I'd much rather not attack someone who's not wielding any weapons, if you don't mind. Oh, of course, said Sokka, smiling and clasping Space Sword's hilt. Hien and Yang's eyes widened, and a gasp shook the arena as Sokka held Space Sword, still sheathed, in an attacking position. Hien's eyebrow twitched. Why, you do realize that it's sheathed? She asked, looking at her opponent with uncertainty. Sokka smiled. You do realize you have a wooden sword, right? He said. She frowned. This is the best way for me to fight you without holding back, see? Hien's confusion lingered briefly, but she soon snorted and shook her head. Her husband's idolized gladiator was truly unpredictable, there was no denying that. Very well, she said, smiling. So be it. Sokka's gaze darted towards Angela one more time, and he flashed her a quick grin of complicity before bracing himself to receive Hien's attack. This fight would certainly become a memorable one for both gladiators and sponsors alike. Chapter 117, The Slate 3 Toph finds out 1. Despite his measure to keep the sword perfectly lodged inside its sheath so he could fight more freely, Sokka found fighting Hien would not prove an easy feat. The powerful and fast swings of her wooden sword sent vibrations through his arms whenever he parried their blows, Space Sword's sheath shaking violently against the blade it lodged. He didn't hold back, though, and his swings were just as powerful, if not quite as fast. The weight of her sword allowed her to attack faster than him, even though her larger frame hindered her movements, so she could scarcely dodge attacks whenever Space Sword was close to striking her. The heat within the fighting ring was already difficult to endure, and the gates to the lava hadn't yet opened the first time. Sokka cringed as he parried more of Hyen's attacks, anxiously glancing down at the gates from time to time as sweat rolled down his brow. She seemed to be even more overwhelmed by the heat than he was, though. "You holding up okay?" he asked, after slamming his sword against hers and readying himself to parry her counter-attack. It's fine," Hyen replied. "You're really good, aren't you?" "Had to be if I wanted to survive in this arena the first time," he said, smiling weakly. She was certainly one of the most solid sword fighters he'd faced so far in an arena, though. Sokka couldn't help but remember his complicated sparring sessions with Piandao as she sought to take him down whenever she saw an opening, but unlike his former master, she left a few openings of her own. That's not to say that she didn't cover for them, though, for she struck fast and strong before pulling back into an impeccable defense right away. Whoever had taught her how to fight had been a master much like Sokka's own, there was no doubt about it, though her style felt rather different from Piandao's. Unless she had developed a different kind of swordsmanship after learning with him, her master surely had been someone else. The sparring was forced to a halt, though, when the sound Sokka hadn't wanted to hear roared through the ring. The gates were opening. Hyen froze, holding her sword firmly to maintain her defense, but she walked slowly to the border of the platform to look at the molten lava. Sokka did the same, backing away from her and breathing deeply. The lave was slightly more restless today than it had been on his first fight in the slate. Sparks of flames traveled over the liquid rock, and mixes of gases were released by the scorching heat down below. "That's a little scary, huh?" said Sokka, with a weak grin. Hyen panted and nodded. "More than a little, I'd say," she said, wiping the sweat off her brow. "How did you manage to fight the second best gladiator of the league in here and survive? I always ask myself that question whenever I remember this place exists, if you must know," said Sokka, smiling. Hyen gave out a bark of laughter. "Well, let's try to survive today too, shall we?" she said, before lifting her sword in his direction once more. Yang tensed up as Hyen took the offensive, the chains suspending the fighting ring rattling as the two fighters clashed together once more. The papers he had scribbled on nervously were crumpled in his fist, something Angela noticed with a flicker of her eyes. She gritted her teeth. She only remembered another sponsor who was as anxious as Yang was right now, the Crimson Wonder's father. Only, Yang's nervousness wasn't going to end quickly as it had for the Crimson Wonder and his dad. Hyen was determined to fight to her best, and unless Sokka managed to knock her out, Yang's agony would be prolonged for another 55 minutes. "You're ruining your papers," Angela whispered. Yang flinched and looked at her in surprise before swallowing and lowering his hands, straightening out the papers over his lap. I'm just nervous," he said, gulping and grimacing as Sokka's next attack nearly caught Hyen in the shoulder. It was Angela who frowned when the swordwoman's wooden blade struck Sokka right afterwards, stabbing his armored torso and forcing him to pull back. "I guess you're not the only one who should be," Angela whispered, crossing her arms and legs. Yang chanced a glance at her, not entirely surprised to see she wasn't comfortably by the first blow Hyen had landed. Nevertheless, it was quite breathtaking to see the partnership he'd admired in action. He had scarcely witnessed the princess's side of the team before, since she was always up in her balcony, out of sight, while Sokka was the one in the spotlight, yet Angela was acting exactly as Yang would have expected her to. He allowed himself a brief smile, having confirmed that his beliefs about the bond between Blue Wolf and the princess hadn't been misplaced, before turning to watch the fight again, his eyes gleaming with determination. Sokka forced himself to focus, his limbs heavy under the strain of the relentless heat. The sound of the gates closing would be welcome, but while Hyen was strong, it seemed she wasn't as prepared to face the heat as he was. Her movements were slowing down, so at any moment he'd have a chance to deliver real damage. Any moment. A misstep, and he darted forward. Before Hyen knew it, her wooden sword was soaring through the air, falling in a perfect arch down to the lava. Sokka made to stab her, but Hyen wasn't defenseless for long. She whipped out her next wooden sword with a quick move that allowed her to strike Sokka hard on the head, just as he caught her left flank. They both recoiled after that, Hien winding up at the rim of the platform, clutching her aching ribs, while Sokka rubbed his head while hissing in pain. Curses, he drew his hand back to find blood on his hand. Well, that was another miscalculation on his part. His opponent was far too resourceful for that strategy to work. Angela brought a hand to her face, staring at Sokka with wide eyes. She could see the dark stain on his glove even at a distance, and she was doing everything she could not to make a fuss about it. He couldn't be that careless again or else he'd risk losing altogether. A hissing sound tore through the arena suddenly, and everyone frowned. Even Sokka, rubbing his head as he'd been stopped worrying about his wound and stared about himself in confusion. The source of the sound was revealed soon, though, for Hien had to jump back as a projectile soared upwards, dangerously close to the edge of the ring. She gasped, watching as her first wooden sword shot back towards the platform after being launched upwards by the lava below. It spun on itself, creating a wheel of fire as it fell right at the center of the ring, its tip on fire. Both Sokka and Hien stared at it in confusion, wondering just how had it shot upwards as it had after falling into the lava, but Hien soon smiled and reached down to take the flaming wooden sword, holding up both her weapons proudly. Sokka grimaced. Hey, you do realize that sword's on fire, don't you? He said. Well, I guess you'll have to think of me as a firebender with swords for now. She replied, dashing forth and causing Sokka to flinch away from her attack. It was apparent that this wouldn't end well unless he dealt with it fast and turned the tides completely. He had already sustained considerable damage, so it was only logical for him to attack Hien overwhelmingly from now on, all caution be damned. He was fond both of her and her husband, but he would be damned if he allowed them to deal him a dreadful loss in as dangerous a place as the Slate. Not to mention that he was very skilled at fighting firebenders with swords, too. He highly doubted Hien's wooden blades and unbent fire would be more dangerous than Angela's. His free hand moved to his belt and, before Hien could get to him, Sokka tossed a small sphere at his opponent. She tried to swat it away with her sword, but the swing missed, and the bomb's content was unleashed around her, stopping her on her tracks as she coughed amid the smelly smoke. Oh, no. Yang gasped, grimacing before standing up. Hien, careful. Remember what I said? There was no way to confirm that she had heard him. A single area of brightness gleamed from within the smoke, the tip of the sword that had bounced back to its owner after falling down into the lava pit, over which the gate was finally closing now. But with the smoke compromising all her senses, Hien knew she was in deep trouble. A swift, cutting sound next to her alarmed her, as the lit-up sword she was holding suddenly was chopped in half. She flinched and pulled back, amid coughs, as Sokka snuffed out the fire on the wood while keeping a hand over his nose and mouth, one less threat to worry about. The smoke was beyond unpleasant, and Hien wasn't sure how to cope with it. Dropping on the platform to find clearer air would only result in her body being burned by the heated metal. The Blue Wolf's tactics were far too clever to be outdone, it seemed. She made her way to the furthest extreme of the platform, gasping and coughing, hopelessly trying to swat away the smoke. She couldn't see, couldn't breathe, couldn't, wait, she could hear. She had a chance to listen, and if she did that, she might sense him coming even if she couldn't see him. Quick footsteps rushed up to her suddenly, and she lifted the weapon in her hand to receive the attack. The sheathed sword slammed down on hers, and she frowned as she realized he had released it earlier to cut her other blade. If he was going to use his sharp black sword, he might as well do it all along instead of giving her quarter on occasion. Not going to cut my other sword? She asked, pushing him back before coughing. Sokka huffed, holding back from replying. He knew better than to open his mouth and inhale too much of his own smoke. Hien might already be too intoxicated by the gas and she could have been trying to goad him into winding up in the same state she was in, but he would try to avoid it if possible. He had released and sheathed Space Sword with difficulty, since the bandage he had wrapped around it to keep it fixed inside the scabbard complicated releasing his weapon. He certainly hoped he wouldn't have to use the sharp blade again, but if she started overcoming him once more, he might need to cut through all her wooden swords one by one, and having to release Space Sword from its tight encasement might prove too tricky to achieve without pulling out his next bomb. So, unless he had no other choice. Hien attacked fiercely, but despite she could hold her own without seeing, she wasn't able to parry all of Sokka's blows. One landed on her flank, another on her shoulder. None of the hits were quite as bad as the one he had received, but by the time the smoke had dispelled enough she was down on her knees, coughing and gasping for breath. The natural sulfur of the volcanic enclosure wasn't helping, either. She forced herself to stand, now that she could see Sokka. A trail of blood had dropped down his forehead, parting on his nose and streaming down his cheeks. His blue eyes gleamed with determination. "You're not backing down, are you?" she asked, huffing and coughing still. Sokka swallowed hard and lifted his sheathed sword again. "This is no good." Sokka held his position as he coughed and supported herself with the sword she was still holding. When she rose to her feet again, she lifted a hand to the weapons she carried on her back, releasing yet another wooden sword. Sokka breathed slowly. Maybe the time to release Space Sword for good would come before he expected it. Hien roared and attacked, her stance unsteady. Sokka flinched, assessing that she had been more affected by the smoke than he had anticipated. He parried her attacks, but it was harder to do so when she was using two swords instead of one. Strangely enough, she didn't take all her chances to strike him, for she had plenty of them. Sokka frowned but carried on fighting, stabbing her in her armored stomach at a certain opportunity and forcing her to recoil, but she jumped forth again right away, swinging the swords wildly. She wasn't in control anymore, which should have been good news for Sokka, but slamming his sword against the unguarded portions of her arms or legs was the only way to deliver some genuine damage, and he seldom had chances to do that. He made the most of his agility, though, pushing Hien back to the edge of the ring. She seemed somewhat desperate, but Sokka also sensed she was up to something in particular. What exactly was making her act so erratically? Was this some sort of strange strategy that was backfiring on her, or? The questions ended when one of the swords swung straight at his hand, slamming against him with enough force just as he was busy parrying the other one. He was forced to let go of his weapon, crying out in pain, and meanwhile Hien twirled Space Sword in her own wooden swords, as though juggling it, before tossing it powerfully at the stands. Sokka cringed as his hand throbbed, lifting his gaze a little too late to realize what had happened to his sword. He panicked immediately, following the weapon as it soared through the air, and he was filled with relief when Azula caught it. The rest of the people on the stands had recoiled warily from the weapon's trajectory. Well, at least his sword had survived, even if he wouldn't be able to use it anymore. He scowled at Hien, who smiled apologetically at him and shrugged. "Hey, this is bad enough as it is. I can't let it go on like this, can I?" she asked, lifting her swords again. "Well, then, if that's how you want it." Sokka grumbled, his eyebrow twitching as he lifted his two hands to his back. His right hand still ached, but it didn't matter. He pulled out his boomerang with it, his club in his left. Hien's eyes widened, but she braced herself for the blue wolf's attack all the same. The boomerang came first, and as Yang had warned her, Hien evaded it on the first half of its trajectory while keeping in mind that it would come hurtling back any moment. But she couldn't lose sight of her opponent either, for he would come rushing up to attack while she was distracted by the boomerang. If she paid too much attention to him, the weapon would strike her, if she didn't then he would be the one hitting her with the club. So, since she had no way of knowing where the boomerang would go exactly, she picked an unexpected course of action, a barrel roll. Sokka's eyes widened as he jumped over the woman's large frame, catching his boomerang in midair before turning to find her on her feet again. He huffed and threw the boomerang again, and Hien prepared to repeat her previous actions. She failed, though, for Sokka kept his club down as he jumped, and it crashed against her arm now. Hien cried out in pain, clutching her shoulder while Sokka clasped the boomerang again. He hated how guilty he felt this time around whenever he harmed Hien, despite knowing he should only treat her as he did any other fighter. He didn't like hurting her, but injuring each other was a given in this business. She had hurt him, too, so hesitating by now was pointless. "Well, you're seriously something, Blue Wolf," she whispered, as the unpleasant sound of the gates opening screeched through the arena. Sokka swallowed hard. "Sorry about that," he said, gesturing at her shoulder with his boomerang. She scoffed and smiled. "Sorry about your broken head, too," she said. Sokka smiled awkwardly. "And about your sword. But hey, you broke mine. I had a right to take away one of your weapons, didn't I? I'm out of 2 weapons now, though," said Sokka, raising his eyebrows. You only lost one. So, if it's a matter of fairness. Oh. I hadn't thought about that, said Hien, with an apologetic smile. Should I toss all my weapons away then? What? If you did, I'd have to do it too. Sokka said, his eyes wide. I'm not going to fight you with weapons if you don't have any of your own. Ah, well. In that case maybe we should just resolve this hand-to-hand and stop worrying about weapons, shouldn't we? She asked, smiling. Sokka frowned. But that way you'd overpower me in a heartbeat, he reasoned. Hien laughed. Exactly. She exclaimed, before rushing up to him, her swords in tow. Sokka snorted and smirked before parrying each wooden sword with his own weapons. This woman was quite possibly just as crazy as her husband was, no wonder they were in love. The fight prolonged as the weapons clashed together, with Sokka using his boomerang to push the wooden swords out of his way so he could attack his opponent with the club. Hien resorted to evading and pulling away from him, waiting for a chance once Sokka's perfect defense failed and allowed her the opportunity to attack him. The gate closed, though, and Sokka had yet to give her a chance to attack at all. Despite her best attempts to reach him by now, Sokka was practically invulnerable while attacking her. His boomerang, sharp as it was, reached her arms more than once, etching a cut across the back of her left hand in one opportunity, another over her exposed right arm. He was holding back with his club, Hien realized, but to her chagrin, his holding back was what afforded him the perfect defense. It seemed there was nothing she could do to catch him unawares now. The gates kept closing and opening, letting the gladiators know how much time was left for their fight. By the time the gates closed for a fifth time there was nothing to be done but give it their all. Only 10 minutes remained. Sokka's chest heaved under his armor, his entire body drenched in sweat. His limbs felt weakened and he would die for a drink of water right then and there. But while he still had one bomb he could use to finish off the fight, he wasn't sure he should use it yet. His opponent had been at her worst when dealing with the curtain of smoke, so he would do best to hold that as his very last resource. He had kept her on the losing end for the majority of the fight, despite the injuries he had sustained. He could keep going like this. Okay. He heard her say, just as he was bracing himself for another of her assaults. Okay. What's the matter? He asked, short of breath. Hien wiped her forehead with the back of her hand. She shook her head and clenched her swords firmly. Well. I'm losing, aren't I? She asked, with a weak grin. Sokka swallowed hard. Hien and Yang couldn't afford to lose, let alone could they afford any serious injuries Hien might sustain. He knew so, and that was one of the reasons why he had held back through the combat. But just as he didn't want them to lose, Sokka didn't want to lose either. Maybe they both ought to dive out of the platform at the same time while the gates were closed, and the fight would turn out to be a tie. Don't worry, Blue Wolf, said Hien, smiling a little more earnestly now. You're a gladiator. You're here to do your best, aren't you? I guess I am, he whispered. Yang keeps talking about your partnership with the princess, how you represent her in the ring. Hien said, raising her eyebrows. You can't half-ass this, even if you want to. You owe it to her, don't you? Sokka gulped and nodded. He owed far too much to his sponsor, more than Hien would ever know about. Putting forth his everything to seize a victory for them was his objective on a constant basis. There was nothing else he wanted quite as much as to give Angela the satisfaction she deserved. Making her proud, helping her stand above everyone else's expectations, it was her goal just as it was his. Fighting for her had become everything he strived for. But wasn't it the same for Hien and Yang? Sokka breathed deeply, lowering his eyes before raising his hand. Hien took a defensive stance warily, but she frowned as she realized he was sheathing his boomerang. And his club. What are you? She asked, before Sokka smiled at her. Come on. You said you wanted to do it hand to hand, didn't you? He said. Hien's eyes widened, as did everyone else's. Yet Angela smiled. She had known Sokka wouldn't fight Hien the way he always did, and she was pleased about it, despite herself. She had never been quite as worried about the well-being of their opponents as she had been this time. Wait, what? Said Hien, blinking blankly. Sokka smirked. Come on now, we can do it this way just fine too. Give it your best, Hyun. He exclaimed, lifting his fists. Hyun's eyes strayed towards the stands, where her husband sat with his mouth wide open. She caught sight of the princess too, who was smiling approvingly at her own gladiator. Hyun swallowed, wondering if this was just another display of the blue wolf's unpredictability. Yang had warned her of it before, but she hadn't quite understood what it entailed. Would it be fair at all, fighting him with no weapons, in their current state? Hyun doubted it, but it didn't look like he was going to release his weapons again. And if he wouldn't? Yang stood up, staring down at the fighting ring with disbelief. The battle would be resolved through physical prowess, and that alone, it seemed. Whatever happened now would decide the ultimate winner, regardless of who had dominated the fight at first or who had done it for the last 40 minutes. But regardless of how conflicted everyone, even Hyun, had expected him to be, Yang had sorted out his priorities long before entering this arena. So, with a deep intake of breath, and his fists clenched, he readied himself to follow his hero's lead, and do the unexpected. Go. Hyun, beat him. Her eyes widened, her cheeks flushing as she stared at her husband. Sokka's smile broadened, as he stood with his hands in fists, and Hyun snorted and laughed before nodding and abiding by Yang's command. She turned to Sokka, her eyes filled with determination, and she sheathed her weapons as well. Well, then. She said, with a soft laugh. What are we waiting for? Sokka lunged forth, his mind set on blocking Hyun's chi, but he made a feint to the left just before he reached her. Hyun read through him perfectly, though, and with a muscular fist she caught Sokka's armored forearm and sent him jumping away from her again. He huffed, looking at her in disbelief as she moved forth, punching with her right and left fist in immediate succession. Sokka tried to defend himself from the barrage of fists raining on him, but it was no easy feat. He actually laughed as he struggled to evade her, and he caught her left fist with his right hand at a certain point, but that only served for Hyun to kick him in the chest and send him rolling on the platform until he crashed against the railing. Whoa, okay, you're good at that, he said, breathing out slowly and standing up. Hyun smiled, brushing a strand of hair that had slipped into her vision. And I'm not even at my best, heh? She said. Sokka smiled as he rushed in to attack again. His agility allowed him to dodge her without too much trouble, but her overwhelming offense doubled as a perfect defense, much as his previous defense had been invulnerable earlier. He huffed but didn't stop trying, though. He would find a way to reach her, a chance, any chance. He ducked after one punch directed to his face, but that only resulted in her knee crashing straight into his nose. Those at the stands gasped, but despite the pain, Sokka stood his ground, his hands clasping Hyun's thigh and pulling at it brusquely. Hyun gasped as she lost her balance. Sokka clasped her wrist with a hand, twisting it behind her back before pushing her down to her knees. He hesitated, though, unwilling to press her to the heated metal platform just as the gate underneath slid open for the last time. Hyun took his hesitation to twist in his hold and kick his chest. Sokka flinched and released her, but just as she jumped to her feet to attack him once more, he tackled her and knocked her down once again. There was no real technique to what he was doing, and it was apparent to Hyun as well, for he heard her laugh in disbelief as she struggled to make her bearings again. Still, Sokka wasn't sure technique would win this fight. She was superior by far in terms of hand-to-hand combat, and being utterly reckless was likely his better alternative right now. So he bolted to his feet, dashed forth to attack her again, but Hyun held her ground and shoved him away. Sokka huffed and wiped something off his face. There was blood on his glove when he pulled it back. So she'd given him a nosebleed when she'd need him that way. He huffed as Hyun lunged towards him, packing a powerful fist to strike him down. He jumped to evade her, but it was a very short jump, one that didn't put him out of danger completely. But reckless as he was, he didn't care, this was his chance. His punch flew upwards and struck Hyun's jaw from below powerfully. He knew firsthand just how bad such wounds were, and he certainly hoped she hadn't bitten her tongue by accident with that, but if he didn't attack upon finding that opportunity, he'd be damned into losing just as he almost did in his fight against the red-striped hornet. As much as he didn't like having to fight Hyun, she wasn't pulling her punches, neither could he. Hyun stumbled and clutched her jaw, her eyes closed as she put distance between herself and Sokka, an arm stretched out just in case he came any closer. Sokka breathed out slowly, wiping his still dripping nose with the back of his hand. Hien huffed and attacked again, but she was disoriented by now. Sokka parried the attacks, finding them less steady than before. The heat was getting to her again, and so was her own exhaustion. He still had a bomb in his belt, but he didn't dare use it. He couldn't do it. He was tired, thirsty, and he certainly could use some treatment for his wounds, but she was struggling to keep standing upright by now. She was losing balance, the last blow she had received had overwhelmed her. One more and she might be out cold. "Hey," he called, lifting his fists again as she stood away from him, breathing heavily. "Don't worry, it's almost over now. We'll be out of here before you know it." "I know, I know," she said, smiling weakly. "It's just too hot in here." "Yeah, but we'll be able to soak in cold water later if we need it." "Promised thing," said Sokka, smiling. Hien laughed. "Fine, I'll need a pretty nice water bucket. And a long bath," she said. "I'd hope my sponsor can arrange that on the way home," he said, smiling. "Come now, it won't be long before it's over. You can do this." Yeah, said Hien, nodding and standing upright with difficulty, her eyesight blurry. "Let's do this." She threw a few more punches in his direction, and Sokka defended himself perfectly, albeit he didn't dare attack. Knocking out his foe was usually a priority on his mind, but after an hour of fighting non-stop in that hellish ring, he didn't feel it was right to knock Hien unconscious, despite he had several chances to do so. He didn't want to do it. He'd feel a lot better about everything if they reached the very end of the fight fully conscious, after battling so hard for so long. But even so, Hien collapsed despite Sokka's best efforts to prevent it. She fell on her knees, breathing with difficulty, a soft wheezing sound accompanying every rise and fall of her chest. Sokka swallowed, despite his mouth was too dry for him to actually swallow anything, and he knelt before her. "Hey, you're still there, right?" he asked. Hien nodded weakly. "Good. Just stay with me. It's just a little longer and we're finished." "You must have won, huh?" Hien said, with a husky voice. "Yang should be happy either way. Though I really don't want to give up." "Then don't," said Sokka, smiling. "Come now, one more punch. You can do it. Try to do it, you know you." "Whoa. Hey, I thought you'd wait until I was done talking. It was the best way to take you by surprise," said Hien, laughing softly as she stretched her powerful fists a few more times. "There. I tried, now, do I get a drink?" "You," said Sokka, as he caught her punches in his hands. He smiled as he heard a metallic noise below them. Yes, you do." He lifted his gaze to the stands, looking for his sponsor as ever. She nodded at him, and he grinned while helping Hien up to her feet. Hien frowned, though she didn't try to attack him anymore. "Is it over?" she asked, as Sokka struggled to lift her. "Yep," he said, smiling over at the stands. "We're done for the day, Hien, at last, eh?" "I'm never fighting here again," she said, shaking her head as she slumped on Sokka's shoulder. The two of them had to stay where they were for a little longer, waiting for the staff members to extend the retractable bridges. "Well, that was a truly impressive spectacle," said the head of the judges in the slate. "And one of the few fights in the slate that actually took a whole hour." Yes, it was quite the combat to behold," said another one, smiling at the sponsors. "Who won, though?" Yang asked, looking at them with uncertainty. The judges glanced amongst themselves before readying to answer. "Well, as it happens, it's a very tough call. But given her state by the end of the fight, and the higher effectiveness of the Blue Wolf, well, we are leaning towards awarding the victory to the Princess's Gladiator," finished the head judge. Angela clenched her jaw and glanced at Yang. The writer didn't seem particularly happy, but he smiled nonetheless and nodded. "I understand. Either way, they are both winners. They survived the slate," he said, smiling at Angela. She smiled back, despite it all. "That they did. It's certainly something worth celebrating, isn't it? She said. Yang laughed. And it was a wonderful fight. Ah, I must write it down, as soon as I check on Hyun. Write it down? Asked one of the judges. Yang froze on his spot. Oh, well, I like to write down my version of the fights after watching them, hee, said Yang, with a nervous smile as he stood up. Now, if you'll excuse me. He rushed off to see his wife without further ado. Angela was about to follow him out of the stands, but she caught sight of Yang's crumpled papers, which he had left behind in his hurry. She picked them up, catching the eye of the curious judge from before. That sponsor happens to be a writer, she mentioned to him. I have no idea how good he is, though. May I have a look at that, if it please you, princess? The judge asked. She shrugged. I don't think he even remembers he wrote this, busy with the fight as he was, she admitted, handing it over. Do return it to him later, if you'd be so kind. Of course, princess, said the judge, smiling. She took off to check on Sokka as well, trying not to be too hasty, but even though she would have gladly thrown her arms around his neck and kissed him with utmost joy, she was forced to hold back since he was being tended to by physicians once she reached him. They had quite a lot of water for him, which he drank gratefully, pouring some of it upon his overheated body. Ah, hey there, he said, groggily, smiling at Angela. I did it. 1 whole hour, and I'm still standing. Though I'd love to just lie down, not do anything for days, you know. No kidding, said Angela, smiling back. I just might let you take a few days off indeed, for once. We've won again, seems like. Heh? Well, that's nice to hear, he said, smiling. Despite all the blood she drew from me, Looks like I break too easily. Considering you were still standing upright at the end, you're not quite that easy to break, said Angela, as Sokka was forced to sit down so the staff members could treat his visible wounds. Also, I think I'll be holding on to this for the time being. You really need to stop losing your sword in this dreadful place, you know. Sokka snorted and smiled guiltily as Angela held up Space Sword for him to see. Thanks. Whatever I'd do without my sword, he said, chuckling. Angela crooked an eyebrow, sensing his hesitation over finishing his sentence, even if it didn't seem the staff members had noticed it. He was certainly going to say something else, but fortunately he had caught himself before uttering anything too compromising. He was regaining his strength through hydration, although he was undeniably appealed by the prospect of just sleeping for hours on end after the overwhelming fight. But as he was, all he could do was stare at his sponsor, at the pleased smile on his face, at her gentle eyes. The urge to celebrate their success properly was hard to ignore, but fortunately he wasn't strong enough to hug her as tightly as he would have wanted to. He'd have to save it for later, once they were alone. But if we won, then, they won't get a bunch of money from this fight, huh? Sokka asked, looking at Angela. Changing the subject to Yin and Yang might help him resist the temptations the princess posed for him. That's too bad. I could hand it over to them, if you don't care for it, Angela suggested, shrugging. I don't think I'll be needing it too urgently. Heh, it's always nice when you're charitable that way, said Sokka. Angela's eyebrow twitched. I'm not charitable. Shut your mouth, she grunted. He snickered. After his head was properly bandaged and his bruises dealt with, they moved to the vestibule, where Angela would be granted their trophy, acknowledging their success at the most dangerous arena of the league for the second time in a row, and for the last, too. But as they approached the vestibule, where Hyun stood by Yang's side, a hand on his shoulder for support, Angela found the judge from earlier was holding Yang's crumpled paper and speaking to him earnestly. The young man's jaw had dropped, and his hands trembled while listening to the judge. What's up with them? Sokka asked, looking at Angela. She shrugged. All I know is that the paper is whatever he'd been writing before the fight, but there was nothing for them to do but watch from afar as Yang froze on his spot, and Hyun made sure to hold him upright before he collapsed from the shock. He seemed to snap out of it soon enough, though, and he turned to look at his wife with the brightest smile extending over his face. I'm going to have a job now. he said, as Hien smiled despite of how weak she felt. A job, Hien. You won't have to work so hard anymore. Wait, what? Angela said, surprised. What job? What's going on? Well, you see, Princess, said the judge who had Yang's papers in his hands, smiling at her. We have been planning on testing new methods to publicize the League, and with this young man's initiative to record the fights he witnesses, I believe we could use what he writes to spread the word about the League. Naturally, we'd pay him for it. Whoa, really now? Said Sokka, smiling as Yang and Hien hugged in celebration. A job. A real job. A writing job. Yang exclaimed, as Hien laughed. This is wonderful. Doesn't feel like we lost at all, huh? Said Hien, smiling. Yang's bright grin only gleamed more. It certainly doesn't, he said, giggling before hugging her again. Angela raised her eyebrows and looked at Sokka, who snorted and laughed before shrugging in her direction. Look at that, eh? We helped them anyways, even without the charity, he said, grinning. Angela smiled. Looks like we did, she agreed, as the judges and the chairman readied themselves to grant her and Sokka their award for their triumph. Despite everything, challenging those two at the slate had paid off for everyone involved. Yang and Hien were elated by the unexpected job offer, but the gladiator was certainly too tired to bask in it just yet. She hardly left their cabin on their way home, and Sokka did the same, for they were too exhausted and affected by the extreme fighting conditions to recover too easily. Both Yang and Angela were rather proud of them, and they gave them all the respite they needed, even though the victors had been the Blue Wolf and the Princess. Hien and Yang weren't bitter over the fight's result in the slightest. The four of them headed to the Grand Royal Dome as soon as they arrived in the capital, taking a carriage to the location. Yang had to sign contracts and finish settling everything that was needed for his new job, as he was carrying a recommendation letter that the judges had granted him. He was smiling brightly as they entered the vestibule, clutching the paper to his chest. I really can't believe this is happening, he said. Hien placed a hand on her husband's shoulder. Everything will go just right, Yang, she replied, smiling fondly. Come on, then, dear. It's the third floor, right? Right, he said, before turning to Angela and Sokka. We certainly owe you so much, Princess, Blue Wolf. I'm forever grateful. Oh, don't worry about it, said Sokka, smiling and waving a hand carelessly. We're happy to have helped you guys, right, Princess? Angela raised an inquisitive eyebrow in his direction, and he smiled widely at her. She huffed and shook her head, but she looked at Yang now. Do your best with this job, she said. I'll be looking forward to reading whatever fight reviews you'll be writing. Good luck, both of you. Thank you very much, Princess, said Hien, bowing her head and smiling kindly. We are forever indebted to you. As long as you make the most of it, there will be no reason to worry about debts or anything of the sort, said Angela, nodding in her direction. Yang sniffed, his eyes tearful. Oh, I'd hug you, but it's just so inappropriate, he said, lowering his head. Angela smirked. Certainly, but I suppose you're allowed to hug my gladiator, if you really must hug someone, she said. Sokka's eyes widened. He is? He asked. Angela smirked as Yang laughed nervously before throwing his arms around Sokka. Oh okay, he is, dang, you're crushing me, Yang. Sorry, said Yang, laughing happily. Well, we're off then. We won't miss your next fights, Blue Wolf. Thanks for everything. Yes, we figured as much. Now run along, run along. The job offer won't wait forever, Angela said, urging them to head upstairs. Yang and Hien waved at them as they approached the stairs, and they kept doing so until they were out of sight. Angela breathed out in relief, and Sokka smiled next to her. Doing the right thing is nice, huh? If you must know, I was just pleased it's over, she lied. Sokka smirked. As if, he said, shaking his head. You like helping your people, it's clear as day. And I like helping you help them, too. It just convinces me further that you'll be the best Fire Lord to be seen in ages. Heh. Such flattering words, said Angela, smirking slightly. Well, then, we happen to be here for a reason other than to see those two off, in case you forgot.
Ah, I didn't forget.
Let's get this over with, said Sokka, grimacing as the two of them approached Shoji's counter. It was time to put the slate behind them for good. Only, they couldn't do it as easily as that just yet.
And, who are you giving up the right to challenge to?
Shoji asked them, smiling awkwardly.
Azula's eyebrow twitched and Sokka huffed. They'd forgotten to discuss that.
Do we have to choose someone immediately if we want to give up the right to challenge? Sokka asked.
Or can it wait?
Well, it could wait, but the sooner you choose, the better, said Shoji, biting his lip.
I think it's okay if you give it to anyone in the upper half of the ranking.
We could give it right back to the Millennium Dragon, said Sokka. He's a cool guy, and he's strong enough to survive there, so.
He seemed to be a good man, but his sponsor certainly isn't one, Azula declared.
For all we know, he'd use the right to challenge for a rematch.
I'm not taking that risk.
Okay, gotcha, said Sokka, gulping.
Then whoever's third.
The light bearer, was it?
Spicy.
Exclaimed someone right behind them. Azula stiffened immediately upon hearing a familiar voice she hadn't heard for months. Despite living in the same place, it wasn't frequent for her to run into Toph or her sponsor in the Fire Nation Palace. No doubt it was also due to her constant travels, and to the fact that she was seldom home since she spent most her free time at Sokka's house, but she certainly hadn't been desperate to see Toph again, despite the Earthbender looked quite enthusiastic about their encounter.
Been forever, hasn't it?
How've you been, Spicy, Wolf? Toph said, patting their backs with her strong hands.
Wolf.
Sokka repeated, raising his eyebrow.
I've suddenly been promoted back to wolf, huh?
Not a dog anymore.
Oh, gee, sorry about that.
My mistake, dog, I forgot your actual rank.
Yep, too good to be true, wasn't it?
He said, with a slight smirk. Toph snickered in his direction. She turned towards Azula, an unexpectedly hopeful smile on her face. It seemed she might have been waiting to meet them again to know if their relationship had been damaged beyond repair over her latest victory against Sokka. The princess only regarded her with a raised eyebrow, holding her silence briefly, enough that Toph's smile waned slightly.
I suppose I ought to rejoice because you haven't forgotten my nickname, Dirt Worm, she finally said, just as Toph started to dread having lost all the progress she'd made with the princess.
She snorted upon hearing that response, though.
And you didn't forget mine, eh?
Oh, I heard you were off at the slate again, by the way.
How did that go?
She asked, excitedly.
Sokka blinked blankly.
Why, we won.
Didn't think you'd be so eager to hear that.
He said, with a crooked grin.
Toph shrugged.
It's something I've never experienced, you know?
The slate, she said.
I'm just curious about it, is all.
Who did you fight this time?
It was a non-bender, wasn't it?
Iroha's voice wasn't quite as welcome as Toph's, especially because it was lined with a tone that didn't bode anything good.
Azula's eyes narrowed as she glanced at her uncle, finding he was smiling as he approached Toph. It wasn't his usual, joyful smile, though. That hint of intelligence in his golden eyes meant he had something in mind. Azula had little trouble guessing what it might be.
Indeed, she said, curtly.
A strong one, but we were triumphant regardless.
Why, no doubt, said Iroh.
I certainly imagined that you would choose an opponent you knew you could defeat. After the Blue Wolf's less than stellar performances lately, you must have known to pick your battles carefully. Azula's scathing glare met Iroh's, a sharp clash of intellects and animosity. Sokka gritted his teeth at their family feud, knowing better than to interfere in it just yet. He glanced at Toph, who seemed every bit as uneasy as he did. Perhaps he could change the subject instead?
So, what about you?
What exactly are you guys here for, huh? Sokka asked.
Gotta fight right now.
Someone from the top 100, actually, Toph said, smirking proudly.
Top 100?
So, is it like the 99th Gladiator? Sokka asked, smirking too. Toph gave out a bark of laughter.
Yeah, sure, you really are a riot, dog," she said, punching his arm. "And what about you two, though? You were off in the slate just a while ago, do you have another fight right now?"
No, we just were here to," said Sokka, looking at Azula with unease. Her sharp gaze met his now, as they both guessed Iroh might become even more unpleasant if he knew why they were in the dome today, yet the man guessed the reason behind their visit before either the princess or her gladiator decided to speak out about it or not. "To give up the right to challenge in the slate?" he asked, raising his eyebrows. Sokka cringed, and Toph's eyes widened. "What, really? Why the heck would you do that?" she asked, her fists on her waist. "It sounds like the coolest place to fight in, you shouldn't do that." "I suppose we have different standards for what qualifies as cool, bandit," Azula grunted. "It's none of your business why we're doing it, we just are. Go ahead and sign in for your fight, we'll finish what we were doing when you're through with that." "Why, thank you, Princess Azula." "How thoughtful," said Iroh, smiling, yet making no move to do as Azula had told him to. "I suppose that thoughtfulness is becoming one of your defining traits, eh? No doubt you're surrendering the right to challenge out of fear of any potential injuries, perhaps even death, to your gladiator, or am I mistaken?" Azula remained silent, her brow furrowing further, but instead of taking that silence as an unspoken warning of her wrath, Iroh only carried on talking, pouring all the salt he could into the open wound. "I've heard of what happened with that kinslayer," he said. Sokka clenched his jaw, a fist tightening as his stomach twisted. Iroh absolutely wasn't pulling his punches today, was he? A newcomer, isn't it? And yet the Blue Wolf lost. You had to intervene to keep his opponent from delivering a finishing blow, yes. Not a lot of sponsors would dare do such a thing, but then again, not a lot of sponsors would need to, especially not those of the better fighters. I suppose the Blue Wolf's surrender of this challenge might just mean he's not cut out to withstand the pressures of being one of the top fighters in the superior league, or am I mistaken? Azula knew what he was doing. She knew he was playing her, just as he had when he had manipulated matters so she would have to chase after the rough rhinos, while trying to force her to give up her progress in the Gladiator League. She hated proving him right, her pride ushered her to show him his every word was unfounded, that Sokka was more than cut out for the challenges ahead. But he was dead wrong if he thought she would risk Sokka's life just to play into Iroh's hand. She turned to Shoji, who seemed quite daunted by the scene taking place before his counter, and he was even more daunted yet under the princess's heavy frown. "I give up the right to challenge," she started, and Sokka's eyes widened upon understanding what she'd do. "To the blind bandit." Toph gasped in surprise, and even Iroh froze where he stood. He had tried to back Azula into a corner, forgetting that he hadn't covered all his bases, forgetting that, just as he was willing to force her into an unwanted situation, she was perfectly willing to do the same to him. "Are you sure, princess?" Shoji asked. Azula's heavy frown only grew more dangerous. "Did I stutter?" she snapped. Shoji shook his head, finishing the form to allow Azula to give up the right to challenge, now that every field required had been filled as needed. Once he was finished, she nodded curtly. "Good day, Shoji." She didn't bother saying another word to Iroh or Toph, choosing to storm off between them, her eyes set on the doors. Sokka lagged behind, staring at her in disbelief. What on earth had she done? She was certainly going to regret it, if she wasn't regretting it already. Oh, she surely was regretting it already. Sokka knew her well enough to notice that. She had been too reckless, and she should have thought it through, but Iroh had pushed her buttons for the last time, or at least that was what she was likely telling herself by now. She wouldn't allow him to mock her for a moment longer. He glanced at Toph in concern, finding she seemed shocked, but not entirely disturbed by the idea. Knowing the reckless earthbender, she had no notion of the dangers the slate posed for someone like her. Sokka grimaced, shaking his head before dashing off after Azula. She really hadn't thought this through, not at all. "Hey, hey," he called her, as she stopped to wait for Xin Long, who was descending slowly upon the street. Her head was uncharacteristically bowed down, her hands balled into fists, her back slightly hunched. Sokka clenched his teeth as he climbed down the steps that separated them. "Azula. I know,
I shouldn't have done that, she said, bringing a hand to her face and snarling. I wasn't thinking, and now she's the one who's going to face the consequences for it, but I just... She fell silent when she felt his hand on her shoulder. She looked at him warily, warning him not to dare do anything else, but she didn't need to. He wasn't looking at her with disappointment, or indignation, but with concern instead. He understood what was on her mind, and why she had acted so rashly, and strangely enough, he wasn't judging her harshly for it. I get it, he muttered, frowning. But we should do something. Anything. Maybe tell Toph to convince Iroh to challenge us there, I don't know, but you know she doesn't stand a chance in the slate. There's no way an earthbender can fight there and survive. I know. But maybe she'd be able to survive, even if she loses. She's stronger than everyone else, isn't she? The best earthbender in the world, said Azula, frowning. Sokka gritted his teeth. I don't know if she's going to be that strong when facing so many disadvantages, he said. But even if she were, it's still a risk. If she fights me, though. There's no way that's going to happen, said Azula, burying her face in her hand. Iroh would never challenge us if he thinks there's a chance you might defeat Toph. Which is, partly why I knew it was the best move for us to make. Azula, said Sokka, as she huffed and shook her head, climbing onto her dragon's saddle once he landed before her. He followed her lead, looking at her with concern as she ushered Xian Long to fly them to Sokka's house. The dragon took off, and Sokka reached to clasp her hand with his own once they were too far for anyone to glimpse the affectionate gesture from below. I understand why you did what you did, believe me. But we have to do something anyways, he muttered. There's no way we can just let her go down in flames like this, no matter if she's unbeatable for me. It's just not right. I know that, said Azula, sighing. And I didn't do it to damage her, but, curses, I can't stand him. I thought he'd get over this eventually, but no, he keeps trying to play us, to push me to prove myself somehow, like I haven't been doing it for ages. I mean, what is he after, really? Is it he's suspecting our relationship or something? What do you mean? Sokka asked, frowning. The way he was demeaning your latest performances, acting like our strategies are failing us, like you're weak when you've never been stronger. Like the ranking position of your opponents are the only indicators of their strength, Azula grunted, her fists clenched. He was pushing me to not rescind the right to challenge, you saw it as well as I did. He wanted me to succumb to the urge to prove him wrong, and to put you in mortal danger again in the process. And why? Because he's been trying to ruin my run in this business ever since he first heard of it. This was just another of his ploys to achieve that goal. Sokka gulped, holding his silence. He had held his own opinion of Iroh at bay for a while, albeit it was clearly influenced by Azula's, but he had a hard time giving the old man the benefit of the doubt ever since he challenged them for that last fight against Toph. His attitude just now hadn't changed Sokka's mind in the slightest either, not when it appeared as though he would gladly see Sokka die just to teach his niece some lesson she didn't need to learn. Well, it's either a ploy to achieve that, or it's his attempt to uncover our relationship, she finished. Sokka frowned. How? Did he expect you to become a sobbing mess over the mere idea of seeing me in the slate again or something? He said. How would that have helped him figure us out? And how could he suspect us at all, too? That I don't know, Azula admitted. But he might have been testing how far I'm willing to go to protect you. What I did should have made him worry over his gladiator's well-being and deflected his attention from us completely, so I don't think I've revealed us or given him further cause to suspect us. But if he really did suspect... Xian Long touched down on the backyard of Sokka's house, and Azula sighed before shaking her head. Sokka gritted his teeth. I should head home, she said suddenly. His eyes widened. Wait, but... He started, though he didn't know what to say. Reminding her that they hadn't had any chances to be together privately since 4 days ago wouldn't likely do much to convince her to stay, not when she was conflicted and troubled by her actions. I have to report to my father, let him know I've arrived home safely, she said, glancing at Sokka over her shoulder. I'm sorry,
I figure you would have wanted to talk more about this, but the entire matter is bleak enough as it is, isn't it? I mean, there's nothing to be done about it anymore. I've sentenced Toph to something I really didn't mean to, all because of Iroh. All because he wanted to teach me a lesson, and I thought it'd be best if I taught him one instead. Hey, don't beat yourself up over it, said Sokka, frowning and hugging her tight. Azula sighed and shook her head. For all we know, we're worrying over nothing. She might end up bending the lava or something, and we'll all be laughing about it later on. Heh. That'd certainly be convenient, she said, relaxing in his arms before reaching back to press her lips to his softly. But I should go see my father now, if you don't mind. Okay. I got it, said Sokka, sighing. Got to act normal, and that's what you normally do after a trip, so okay. She smiled a little as he jumped off the saddle, and he turned to her with a smile as well. Though I do have to say I'm slightly impatient by now, he said, smirking a little. Don't be too surprised if you find a royal guard mysteriously standing before your regal bedchamber tonight, princess. He made a ceremonious bow, though it was actually quite graceless in his bold movements. Azula smiled and shook her head. You're so incorrigible, she said, as he chuckled. I'll see you, then. Bye, he whispered, watching Xian Long lift himself to his hind legs before shooting off into the sky with the force of his thighs. Azula's conscience had been tormenting her for years now, namely ever since Sokka had entered her life to stay, but it was far worse right now than it had been in a long time. She clenched her teeth and clutched at Xian Long's reins unnecessarily, as he flew towards the palace. She had to stop worrying about Toph. Surely she'd find a way to fight successfully in the slate. The girl was resourceful enough to achieve the unthinkable, and she had to stop Iroh's manipulative ploys from affecting her as they did. She truly hoped that what she'd done would make him rethink his actions and reconsider his recklessness. She wasn't someone to be trifled with, and he certainly didn't want to anger her more than he already had. Azula wasn't entirely sure just how far she would be willing to go to defeat her uncle for good, and she certainly didn't want to discover those limits, or lack thereof, if she could avoid it, especially if people like Sokka and Toph could become collateral damage of the war Iroh and herself waged upon each other. She would have continued to ponder the situation, but the sight of fire in the palace gardens made her frown. That was unusual. Was something wrong? Had someone snuck inside, and the guards were stopping them, maybe? The closer they got, the better she could see what was happening. She raised her eyebrows when she finally identified the two shirtless men bending at each other not too far from the turtle duck pond. What the? She whispered, as Xian Long dropped down at a fair distance from the men, eyeing them with curiosity and uncertainty. Azula's eyes were wide, as she was rendered as good as speechless by the sight before her. Ozay's superiority in bending was notorious. His skill had been renowned since his youth and he hadn't slacked off during his adult years either. Zhao was a potent firebender, crafting immense formations of fire that any common bender would have failed to produce, but it wasn't cause for concern for the Lord of the Fire Nation. He would bend Zhao's fire right back at him, a technique he had taught to his daughter, forcing his friend to evade the attack or defend against it, both of which left Zhao highly vulnerable. Ozay's potent fire blasts could scarcely be countered, even for a talented bender like Zhao. Azula watched her father's fire-bending display with admiration as he knocked the admiral down with the power of a punch, and he lifted both his hands right afterwards while standing over Zhao, with a plum of charged and highly volatile fire waiting on the palm of his hand. Zhao's eyes were lined with fear over the threat Ozay was wielding. Even Azula froze where she stood, recognizing her father's strongest bending technique. She never had a shred of a doubt that, when he charged an attack, he would be the uncontested winner of any battle. And just as he was capable of charging a plum of fire with ease, he was just as capable of making it vanish as soon as Zhao said the words. I give up. Ozay's face broke into a proud grin as the fire dissipated. Zhao huffed and dropped his head on the ground while Ozay turned to where he had seen Azula's dragon descending. He smiled and bowed his head towards her. You arrived just in time for the grand finale. Welcome home, Azula, he said, smirking. Zhao huffed. Is that why you got so much rougher suddenly? You were showing off before your daughter? He asked, pushing himself up with difficulty. Ozay laughed and extended a hand towards him,
which Zhao clasped to get back on his feet. Certainly, it is, Zhao. It's been a long time since I last impressed Angela with my bending, and going by how strong she has become, chances are I didn't impress her at all even now. Or did I? Angela couldn't help but smile as she climbed off Xin Long's saddle. Zhao eyed the dragon with curiosity, having only seen him at a distance so far, but Xin Long seemed a little too preoccupied by his rider's current concerns to pay anyone else much attention. He only watched as Angela moved towards the two men, her eyebrows raised. It was quite a remarkable display of fire-bending mastery, as ever, father, she said. Though I am rather curious as to why you were displaying it at all. Did you two have an argument, by any chance, and decided to settle it by sparring? Why, of course not. Who do you take us for, truly? That sounds like such an uncivilized practice, said Jose, smirking at Zhao with amusement. His friend huffed and shook his head. We did have an argument, unsurprisingly, said Zhao. But this was supposed to be training, princess. Fire Lord Jose decided I needed to polish my skills so that you won't be beaten by Zuko or anyone else who challenges you to an Agni Kai. Angela asked, amused. Zhao sighed. As I can see, you two seem to have very similar thought patterns, he said, as father and daughter laughed at unison. It wasn't a sight many people had witnessed, and it would certainly scare most anyone, but not Zhao. He had known Jose for a long time, and he had been part of Angela's life ever since she was a child. Being the punchline of their jokes wasn't an entirely new experience for him. It would seem our admiral has grown complacent, said Jose. Too many years spent at the top of the chain of command has led him to neglect his fire-bending. I expected to remediate that, despite he was most unwilling to comply. Why would I have wanted to set myself up for a promised embarrassment? Said Zhao, shaking his head. Even in our youth I could never beat you, Jose. Perhaps that is so, but I'd rather not see one of my highest-ranked officers shamed by treasonous princes, said Jose, proudly. So, from now on, whenever you're available, we shall train to ensure you won't lose against weaklings again. Zhao sighed and shook his head, eyeing Jose apprehensively. Angela only smiled awkwardly at the two of them, not expecting her father to turn to her suddenly, the glint of an idea in his pleased smirk. Though I suppose there's someone else who should prove a greater challenge for you to fight, greater than I could ever be. Angela's eyes widened, and Zhao's did the same. He could not be more taken aback as he glanced at the princess warily. Jose folded his arms over his chest, as good as beaming at his daughter. Should I, really? She asked, raising her eyebrows. I've never crossed blows with the admiral before, whether in training or otherwise. Well, no better moment to begin, is there? Said Jose, spreading an arm and gesturing at Zhao. Do show him what a truly masterful firebender looks like, my child. She didn't want to feel proud of hearing him say those words, she truly didn't, but there wasn't much she could do to stop the emotion from surging within her chest. Her fire flared, and she ached to prove herself to Zhao. How long had she been waiting for such a priceless opportunity? Why was she hesitating now, when she could finally make him respect her for who she was? Well, we don't really have a choice, do we? Angela told Zhao, who sighed. The Fire Lord commands it, after all. The Fire Lord shall be my undoing at this rate, said Zhao, shaking his head but taking a few steps back, taking a position to defend himself from the princess. Very well, then. Do your worst. Angela bit her lip and shrugged before lifting her right hand. Jose stepped closer to Xin Long, watching them intently from a safe enough distance. Zhao expected to be unable to attack the princess effectively, but he still had hopes to defend himself from her fire once she unleashed the blue inferno upon him. As strong as she was, he was quite a capable bender, too. Only, Angela suddenly waved her arms in circular motions, sparks of electricity dancing around her limbs before she outstretched her left hand, casting a blast of lightning right towards the admiral. Zhao yelped and dropped on his back. He had never mastered lightning, failing to temper his emotions enough to do so. No doubt Jose had told the princess as much at some point, and she would use his weakness to her advantage. He pushed himself up to his feet, casting two powerful blasts of fire as a defense, but the orange fire turned blue with ease as Angela bent her way through it. Zhao clenched his teeth, throwing out a fist of fire, but she ducked underneath it and performed a pinwheel kick that caught Zhao in the chest. He was sent rolling down on the ground, his vision swimming, his breath lost. Angela landed flawlessly, her arms stretched out to retain her balance as she looked at her opponent. His exposed chest was heaving, but he seemed mostly unharmed despite the damage he had just received. "You were fortunate, Zhao," Jose called, laughing as he stepped towards his daughter, placing a hand on her shoulder proudly. "You forgot to firebend with that last kick, Angela." "Oh, I didn't. I just didn't think it'd be appropriate to set the Admiral on fire," said Angela, prompting Jose to laugh louder yet. Zhao groaned and pushed himself up to find Angela smiling somewhat apologetically at him. He sighed and shook his head. "Well, this is certainly the outcome I expected," he said, getting back on his feet and rubbing his chest with a hand. "You're certainly something to behold in action, Princess, though I'd rather just behold it indeed rather than fight you again. Chances are you might even beat your own father if you tried." What?" said Angela, her eyes widening. "Well, Admiral, surely you realize that you'd never fight me?" Jose asked, smirking. "Certainly, you are far too loyal to genuinely fight me, but truth be told, you must have surpassed me in terms of bending prowess by now. Then again, if you have, we have yet to confirm it, don't we?" Jose's words froze Angela cold where she stood. Was he serious? Did he truly want to train with her now? Fighting Zhao had been amusing, to a degree, but fighting her father daunted her, regardless of her likely superiority in terms of bending. Could she really do it at all? "Come now, Princess Angela," said Jose, chuckling. "It has been a long time since I tasted the bitterness of defeat. I wonder if it will taste bitter at all, if it's coming from my very own daughter." Angela bit her lip as Jose took Zhao's previous position. The Admiral appeared utterly elated over having a chance to sit down and stop worrying about training for potential, yet unlikely, Agni Kais, but there was no denying that he was curious, too. He knew Angela and Jose had trained together in the past, for Jose had been responsible for teaching his daughter some of the most advanced fire-bending techniques she knew. Angela's talent was beyond compare, but her reluctance to fight her father was understandable as well. She was a pupil who still had far too much respect for her master to defy him. Yet she didn't hesitate to bend Jose's fire when he first cast it towards her. It was a more complicated feat with the Fire Lord's flames, since they were more potent than Zhao's, but Angela had little trouble sliding through the fire and reaching her father, her fingers outstretched, a blast of blue waiting for the right moment to be unleashed. Her fight with Jose brought back memories of the days after her mother was gone, for Jose finally had nobody to stop him from teaching her his techniques as he pleased. He had aided her in her discovery of the ability to bend blue fire, and coached her through her mastery of lightning bending, certain she could achieve the technique in due time. Given the endless talent she possessed, she had not disappointed him. She seldom did. And she certainly didn't that day either. While their fight lasted far longer than Angela's combat with Zhao, Jose eventually found himself gasping for breath, laughing as he knelt before his daughter, her two deadly fingers stretched towards him, albeit with no fire coating them. "You yield, I take it?" Angela asked, with a smile. She was breathing heavily as well, but she found she wasn't quite as overwhelmed as her father was. It seemed training as often as she did with Sokka had benefited her in more ways than she had realized it did. You're unstoppable," said Jose, lifting his gaze to smile back at her. "Well done, Angela." She laughed and outstretched all her fingers, offering a hand to her father so he could stand upright again. They heard Zhao clapping slowly. He had witnessed their fight while sitting at a nearby rock. "Thank you, Princess, for granting me such a welcome sight," he exclaimed, smirking at Jose. "Not every day do I see Fire Lord Jose defeated with no contest." And I certainly won't be defeated that way by you, my friend," said Jose, smirking back. "Bask in your joy all you want, but I taught her everything she knows, remember?" Zhao chuckled, and Angela smiled. It was an odd feeling, being around the two men again in this way. It wasn't something new, not at all, but it was different from how it had been in the past. She was no longer a child, hoping to obtain their approval and respect. She already had them, at least, in Jose's case, She did, and she had other goals in life than to please her father or impress his best friend. She had changed, even if they didn't know it. It was better that they didn't, too. Yet she found that having changed didn't hinder her enjoyment of the training with the two firebenders. Her differences with Zhao and Oze hadn't soured the experience at all. If anything, their sparring had been a welcome distraction from her promised mental self-flagellation over what she'd done to Toph. It had been so welcome that she had ended up sharing her dinner with the two men in Oze's private dining hall, though she mostly held her silence while listening to them bicker over old times, over Oze's enjoyment of tormenting Zhao and everything else that might be brought up during their conversation. Truly, though, after all the promotions I've granted you, you should be fully aware of the repercussions of such privileges, Oze said, smirking before bringing up a mouthful of fried duck to his lips. Zhao snorted. The repercussions, as in, becoming your favorite laughingstock? He asked. Oze shrugged. Well, I can't see a better candidate for that nearby, can you? He said. Zhao rolled his eyes and laughed. What are friends for, eh? He said, taking a gulp from his wine. Oze smiled proudly before his gaze fell on Angela. Invested as he had been in his friendly feud with Zhao, he had forgotten to ask her about her trip. Did you win in the slate, by the way? He asked Angela. She raised her eyebrows and nodded. Zhao frowned. It was the slate. He said, surprised. This is your second victory there, then. Indeed, and the last, Angela said. We've surrendered the right to challenge to my uncle and his gladiator, actually. The pang of guilt she felt upon uttering those words intensified when she heard Oze laugh. Zhao as well seemed amused. An earthbender? In the slate? Well, that's an interesting move to rid yourself of that competition, said Zhao, stroking his chin. Your cleverness never ceases to amaze me, Angela, he said. Iroh has been a sore thumb for far too long. Perhaps this should remind him to return to the humility he keeps preaching everyone else about. Well, that depends on the result, of course, said Angela, endeavoring to remain impassive as she shared her thoughts with the two men. Knowing his gladiator, she might end up bending lava or something impossible of the sort. That is quite ridiculous. Only an avatar should be capable of such a feat, and I doubt that skinny little angry thing could be the avatar, said Oze. But, speaking of rare bending skills, Angela, the head sage came by only a few days ago, looking for you. What? Why? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. He wanted you to help him research your golden fire's special qualities, it seems, said Oze, smirking. It's an opportunity you mustn't miss. Staying on that man's good side will be good for you. He's never been overly fond of you, has he, Oze? Zhao asked. Oze grunted. He took a liking to the princess due to her bending skills, then. I suppose so. It seems that way, Oze said, looking at Angela. I recommend that you visit the temple on occasion, Angela. The man doesn't have quite as much power as he likes to think he does, but he'll make a valuable ally if he takes a genuine liking to you. If he perceives you, instead of your foolish brother, as the rightful heir, the odds for rebellions or civil wars upon your ascent to the throne would decrease greatly. I've thought as much, said Angela, nodding. I'll heed your advice, father. He should also be less of a concern to you this way, shouldn't he? Indeed. His approval of you was the last thing I needed to proclaim you crown princess openly, remember? Said Oze, smirking. We must cultivate his interest in your bending and ensure his support for your claim to the throne, too. Angela nodded, breathing out slowly. So now she had something else to worry about, at the very least, keeping an amicable relationship with the head sage wasn't something worrisome to do. She bid the two men good night once she finished her food, heading to her room in hopes to get proper rest tonight. Far too many things had happened in a short time span, so she could use some time to herself to digest it all. Yet those thoughts were thrown out the door as she smiled in disbelief upon finding a royal guard in his uniform, casually standing near her door. He had warned her he might do this, but she had partially expected his warning to be unfounded. Princess, he said, in a fake, deepened voice, probably in a poor imitation of Ruishi. Angela bit her lip to stifle her laughter. She pushed the door of her room open, but Sokka didn't follow right away, as a group of servants were passing by just then and there. He kept his position while trying not to seem too tense, but he bolted inside Angela's room as soon as they were out of sight. "You shouldn't be here, Sokka," she said, once he closed the door behind him. He smiled and turned to look at her, but he was taken by surprise when she removed his helmet and hood immediately to press a kiss to his lips. He wasn't going to protest against that, naturally, so he surrounded her with his arms and kissed her back gratefully. Angela sighed as they parted, letting her head rest on his shoulder. "But I'm still glad that you are," she said. He chuckled. "Glad to hear it," he said, caressing her hair. "Are you feeling any better yet?" "About what I did to Toph?" "Not particularly, no," she said, shrugging. "Though training with my father and Zhao certainly helped me forget about it, however brief it was." "Wait, what?" Sokka asked, looking at her in surprise as she smiled. You trained with them?" "Just like that." "My father asked me to join them," said Angela, shrugging. "It was quite an impromptu matter, really." "But you beat them." "Both of them," Sokka anticipated, with a wild smile. Angela only laughed as a response, and Sokka surrounded her waist with his arms and spun her in circles. "Woo. Look at you, teaching Sideburns a lesson and showing your dad you're better than him, too. Damn, you're on fire." "I'd certainly hope I'm not on fire, but I'll be able to put it out if I were," she replied, smirking. Sokka snorted and laughed out loud. Only he would find such silly wordplay as amusing as Angela did. She told him about the entire experience as he sat by the foot of the bed. She changed out of her dinner gown into her sleeping robe instead, and he gawked at her non-stop, with a goofy smile and blushing cheeks. There was no denying that she enjoyed the attention. "Ah, and it seems the head sage wants to investigate my golden fire," she said, smiling dryly before sitting next to Sokka, now fully dressed in her night garb. "No idea if he wants to figure out how I did it, or if he's wondering if it has other possible uses." "Might be both things," said Sokka. "But obviously, if it is, you'll never tell him how you've unlocked it, will you?" "Clearly, no," said Angela, snorting. "There's no way I'll explain that, not a chance." "Thought so," said Sokka, smiling. "Do you expect to find any other use for it, though, other than ceremonial bending?" "No clue," said Angela, making to tie up her hair in a high ponytail. Sokka took the ribbon from her hand, though, and she smiled as he took care of that himself. "If there is, it would be good to discover it. If not, then it'll just mean I'll be spending time with the head sage and trying to convince him that I am indeed a worthy Fire Lord to be. You should pull it off without a hitch." "You're more than worthy," said Sokka, smiling. Angela sighed, as he finished tying up her hair. "Despite all my mistakes?" asked Angela, stretching back across the bed. "I'm still trying to think of how we'll help the bandit after what I did. I guess I'll have to offer to help her train, if nothing else. We could teach her how to fight hand to hand, maybe, so that she doesn't have to rely on her bending and nothing more. It's a thought, right?" "I guess," said Sokka, smiling reassuringly. "We'll find a way to help her out." "You'll see." Angela sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose with her fingertips. "I suppose the only thing that bugs me is that we'll be playing my uncle's game, is all, but it's not like we have a choice," she said, as he leaned down next to her. "Unless he steps up and does his damnedest to help her beat the conditions in the slate, it would be up to us to do it. And seeing how Iroh and Toph aren't exactly known for preparing for fights, you think we'll have to get involved one way or another, huh?" said Sokka. "You're probably right, too. I'm surprised, though, that you're so calm through all this." "Who knew you'd be so patient with my madness," said Angela, sighing. Sokka smiled. "He pushed you, knowingly, you retaliated. He should have known better, right?" he said. Angela sighed and shrugged. "I should have known better too, likely. This matter should be between me and him. Maybe after this is over, I'll make sure he understands that," she said. Sokka nodded. "I'm done putting you at risk over his petty, unspoken squabble with me. Nobody else needs to get involved. Well, I am involved already, to a degree, said Sokka. I'll be standing by you, no matter how you resolve it. You can be sure of that. Heh, I'm not surprised to hear that, said Azula, smiling weakly. It's you after all. You always. A soft sound outside her door alerted her, making her sit up on the bed with a frown on her face. Sokka didn't hear it, raising his eyebrows with confusion. What's? He said. Azula put a hand on his mouth, gesturing at him to hide over at her private dining room. Sokka gulped, his heart racing upon realizing just why Azula was acting like this. He fit the helmet and hood on his head again, and he hid behind the arch that led to the dining area as Azula approached the door silently. He glanced out to watch her, wary of whatever had alerted her so much. Azula opened the door slowly, staring through the torch-lit corridor with a mild frown. No shadows out of place. No doors open. Nothing seemed amiss, and yet. She clenched her teeth and slammed the door shut. Everything okay? Sokka asked. She huffed. You should go, she said, shaking her head. As much as I was looking forward to your visit, something's off. And if it's Iroh, Sokka, and he. SHH, said Sokka, approaching her and placing a finger over her lips. Don't say anything incriminating then, if you think someone's onto us. I'm not here, never was. Azula swallowed hard and nodded as she reached to open the secret trapdoor under her carpet. He climbed down the steps, gritting his teeth at the blatant chagrin on her face. He sighed, raising his helmet so he could kiss her softly, before whispering. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll finish this by then, he said, with as little noise as he could. Azula nodded. I'll wait for that, she said, choosing to abide by his advice. If they were being spied upon somehow, they were better off keeping any incriminating information to themselves, especially regarding the love they professed for each other. Azula shut down the trapdoor behind him, a heavy frown on her face. She stood up and made for the door, knowing she wouldn't possibly find any eavesdroppers anymore. Her previous attempt to catch them surely had sent them scurrying away, and it would be no use trying to track them down at this point. Nevertheless, she wandered the corridor briefly, pushing open the nearby doors to find only empty rooms. She huffed and shook her head, wondering if she was imagining things. She might have sent Sokka home for no reason, and that was a true waste indeed. Yet she was certain the distinct sound she had heard earlier was that of bare feet slapping against the marble floor. Sokka was woken from his sleep abruptly by a hand that shook his shoulder. The one person who would wake him in mornings was Azula, so even though he had been deprived of a few hours of sleep, he smiled widely even before opening his eyes. Azula, he whispered. But the response made him frown, and his smile fell quickly. Nope. Just plain old song, said his friend, prompting him to rub his eyes as his groggy brain struggled to come back to full functions. I'm sorry for waking you like this, but someone was asking for you. Not the princess, obviously, since she would have come here immediately if she wanted to see you. Who, then? Sokka asked, sitting up and looking at Song with only one eye open, one eyebrow raised. I don't know who it is, actually, said Song, standing upright and looking at him with confusion. She's short, with black hair, green and yellow clothes and, well, I'm not really sure, but she seems to be blind even though she walks without a problem. Sokka's stomach sank, and his drowsiness fled him instantly. Curse it, he wasn't sure he was prepared to deal with Toph this early in the morning. Not after what had happened over the Slates challenge, anyways. Song left while he dressed up, the gears in his mind finally set in motion again as he readied himself for what awaited him outside his room. Whatever Toph wanted, he would find a way to ask her if she knew if Iroh had been snooping around Azula's bedroom. The sooner they knew for sure if the old man knew about them, the sooner they'd be able to act on it. Ah, dog. Morning. Toph said, smiling as Sokka climbed down the stairs, nodding in her direction. Hey, there. It's sort of early for a visit, don't you think? He asked, rubbing the back of his neck before frowning as he stood before her. And on top of that, how do you know where I live? Did you ask Ruishi for the address or something? Over at the kitchen, Song flinched just hearing the captain's name. Her face flushed, and she decided she'd do best to leave to the library early today. If they would talk about him, she wouldn't be able to do anything but stress about their budding, but now certainly decaying, relationship. Ruishi. Toph repeated, raising an eyebrow. You know, the captain of Azula's guards. Oh, no. I didn't ask him, of course not, she said, as Song walked out into the living room again, smiling as calmly as she could. I've left your breakfast in the kitchen, Sokka, she said. I'll be off to the library now. Huh, sure, said Sokka, nodding at her. Song had been rather busy these days, studying Fire Nation medicine most diligently. No guard told me about this place, dog, Toph repeated, once Song was gone. I just found it. How? Sokka asked again, frowning. Toph shrugged. Earthbending. What? Earthbending? But this is a wooden house, and you can't see all that well through wood. I remember as much, he said, pointing a finger at her. What's this, Toph? How did you get here at all? You're seriously questioning my methods, dog? Toph asked, smirking. Come on, I'm not lying. Earthbending got me here, whether you like it or not. But that's still just. Sokka said, but he fell silent upon noticing movement in the backyard. Azula was here. Ah, what he would have given for a morning of privacy with her. They hadn't had a proper chance to be alone together since he had snuck into her cabin in the barge, but it seemed none of their plans to spend quality time with each other would pay off these days. Azula frowned with confusion, but she was amused still upon sighting Sokka inside. She climbed off Xian Long's back, patting his head gently before heading inside. You're awake so early? That's rare. She started, but the look Sokka gave her made her slow down on her footsteps. He wasn't alone, that was what the grimace and gesture at the couch meant. Azula froze. She raised her eyebrows in confusion before entering the house. Why, you have a visitor. That's unexpected, she said, heading inside. I'm the reason he had to get up early, Toph said, snickering. Azula froze momentarily as she recognized the blind girl sitting with arms outstretched on the living room's crimson couch. Sorry, Jewel. I didn't mean to steal the privilege of waking him up. That's not quite a privilege, I'll say, said Azula, stepping towards Sokka while still profoundly uneasy about the Earthbender's presence. Why are you here? Oh, just dropping by to make a little request, said Toph, smiling and putting her hands behind her head. Azula frowned. If you want me to withdraw the Slate's challenge, I fear I. What? Why would I want you to do that? Toph asked. Her genuine surprise at that question only startled both the princess and her gladiator. Well, don't you think it's too risky for an earthbender to fight at the Slate? Sokka asked. She huffed, waving a hand carelessly. As if. I don't care if everyone expects me to fail there. I know I won't, she said, proudly. You really are reckless, aren't you? Said Azula, frowning. Do you disregard your own safety that much? I could ask you both the very same thing, couldn't I? Silence settled in the living room as both Azula and Sokka eyed Toph with a mix of wariness and confusion. The earthbender smirked, relaxing against the backrest of the couch. I do appreciate your concern for my safety in the Slate, I'll say, she said, leaning back and stretching her neck. And heck, if you guys want to teach me hand-to-hand combat as you said you would, I won't mind. But really, you should probably hide your little secret a bit better if you don't want earthbenders with seismic sense to discover you. Just saying. Sokka opened his mouth, thinking to say something, but no words came out. He was petrified where he stood, cold sweat purling on his brow. He glanced at Azula, terrified. She would be outraged, she would forbid him to ever set foot in the palace again, or maybe she would punch Toph as hard as she could in an attempt to damage her memory and force her to forget what she had discovered. Perhaps his thoughts were exaggerated, yet the golden glare Azula fixed upon the earthbender was truly one of the deadliest Sokka had ever seen in Azula's eyes. It seemed she was capable of anything and everything to defend their secret right now, and the blind girl lacked even the measliest amount of self-awareness required to understand the danger she had brought upon herself with her unexpected confession.
Chapter 118, Toph finds out too. Her instinctive reaction was to deny it. Her second reaction was to set the smirking girl on fire. Her next reaction was to only threaten to set her on fire, and the last was to pinpoint what she knew, or how she'd discovered it, but none of it would work, she realized, not if she wanted to keep Toph's mouth shut. Yet something else just might serve her cause, if only to ascertain the gravity of whatever Toph might have discovered. Just what secret should we be hiding better, exactly? Azula asked, her dangerous glare fixed upon the earthbender. Toph snorted and Sokka looked at Azula uneasily. Would that work? Playing dumb might not pay off if the earthbender had sensed them inside Azula's room last night, despite they didn't do anything particularly compromising. But now he thought about it, they hadn't been half as intimate as they intended to be. Maybe that meant they could fend off Toph indeed. If they were lucky. Well, the fact that you make out with your dog in your room at night isn't something I'd expect you to want everyone to find out about, said Toph, sliding a hand through her hair. Azula gritted her teeth. Sokka's hopes to fend off Toph were gone as quickly as that. And how would anyone hear of such blasphemy, I wonder? She asked, her fist clenched. Are you planning on defaming me through whatever you think you witnessed, dirt worm? Because if that's the case... Whoa. No need for the threatening tone, said Toph, extending her arms, showing Azula her palms. I'm not planning on telling anyone about it, I'm just saying. You have nothing to tell anyone, Azula growled, stepping towards her. Not the slightest thing. And if you ever dared, I'd make your life such a living hell that... Azula, stop. Sokka said, lunging forth and standing between them. Azula's enraged eyes turned to him now. This sort of attitude isn't going to resolve anything, all right? We have to. You have to listen to me, maybe. Toph said, with a grimace, but she went unheard this time as well as Azula retorted to Sokka. To what, pray tell? This is the last straw, for crying out loud. Do you really want me to stand here and do nothing while she threatens us, blackmails us, ruins our lives just because she sees fit to do it? Just because she's doing Iroha's bidding, knowingly or... She fell silent suddenly, her anger freezing as it changed into dread. Sokka swallowed hard. Azula. Iroh. Shit. She said, clenching her teeth and pressing a fist to her forehead. Blast it all. She waved her hand away with that, an uncontrolled spark of blue following her movement as she paced the room angrily. Toph swallowed hard where she sat, as Sokka glanced at the earthbender with narrow eyes. You didn't say anything to him, did you? He asked, his voice colder than Toph had ever heard it before. Whatever you think you sensed, you didn't. Hell, no. Obviously I haven't said anything to anyone, damn it. What's with you two, seriously? She said, huffing and shaking her head. Don't you think that, if I'd spilled the beans on anything, you'd already be dead or about to be? And the jewel would be, well, if things are anything like how they were with the Earth Kingdom nobility, they'd have already checked to see just how badly her purity has been damaged. So, yeah, that would be happening right now, but it's not, so why do you guys think that is? Azula's boiling anger and frustrations seemed to reach a halt as she glared at Toph from the corner of her eyes. Yes, that was undeniably true. If Toph had told anyone she had caught them kissing furtively, Azula still would be checked thoroughly for any signs of impurity. Said signs would be easy to find indeed, seeing how she had been very much impure by noble standards for several months now. And as for Sokka, yes, he'd certainly be on his way to his deathbed, regardless of whether Toph was making up her claims or not. Any suspicion that their relationship had reached a physical level would lead her father to put an end to Sokka's life at haste, regardless of whether those rumors were true or false. But so far, he had given no signs of knowing the true nature of her feelings for Sokka, or vice versa. He seemed fond of Sokka to a degree, and he would have certainly warned Azula not to do anything stupid if he suspected she harbored any form of desire for her gladiator. Her father remained oblivious to it all, and his top advisors did, too. Amongst those advisors was Iroh. Despite Ozai himself wished his brother weren't part of his council, if Toph had talked, Iroh surely would have run to Ozai with the tale in a matter of seconds.
Angela had no doubts that Iroh would jump at the chance of ruining Angela's image and reputation if said chance had presented itself, especially after their latest run-in. So Toph hadn't talked. For some weird reason she had caught them in potentially incriminating circumstances, yet she would merely tell them about it instead of making the most of the situation? Angela only had a single guess as for why that was the case. "What do you want?" she asked, breathing out slowly. Toph bit her lip and looked at her uneasily. "Nothing that harmful," she said, shrugging. "You know, I honestly didn't come here to be that much of a blackmailing asshole. I get what's going on, I really do. I know you guys are somehow crazy about each other, I've known for ages. It's not even new for me, I mean, didn't I catch you two in the same bed back in Ba Sing Se? What I sensed last night wasn't worse than that, no," muttered Angela, clenching her fists. "Well then, if I didn't run to Iroh with the tail back then, why would you think I'd do it now?" she asked. Sokka sighed. She had a point, no doubt, but it didn't put his mind at ease either way. The sinking sensation in his gut wasn't going away anytime soon, that was for certain, for last night's escapade, along with most nightly escapades, had been his idea. If only he had held back, if he hadn't snuck in last night just for a chance to spend more time with Angela than they could afford, he was a fool, no doubt. His great ideas clearly were more harmful than anything at this point. "Why were you even there to begin with?" Sokka asked, frowning. "You had no reason to stand around Angela's room." "I just wanted to ask her about the slate," Toph said, sighing. "I was about to turn back when I sensed you two were kissing, but then you started talking about the slate anyways, so I figured I'd listen in. But that was when you guys noticed me, and I had to scram. And you followed me home somehow?" he asked. "You'd never been here before, is that how you found this place?" Toph nodded and bit her lip. "I thought I'd talk to you about it, tell you not to worry, but then I thought it'd be better if I faced you two together. So, since Spicy always comes here for training, from what I hear, I thought I'd come by to talk." "Talk?" said Angela, raising her eyebrows. "You said you had a request. And you said you didn't come here to be that much of a blackmailing asshole, which means you are here to be one, either way. What is this request of yours? Why are you making one at all? If you're so nice you wouldn't possibly spill the beans about us to anyone who'd listen." "Hey, I really won't tell anyone," Toph growled. "You know I wouldn't. I know you don't want to trust me and all that, but I don't want to hurt you. You helped me when I needed you the most, so I have no reason to betray you that way." Angela's glare softened slightly. She let her eyes drift towards Sokka, and he returned her stare with unease. It was clear they couldn't afford anyone else knowing of their secret, far too many people did as it was. Toph was by far the riskiest of them all, too, due to her closeness with Iroh. If it was hard to trust others, it was harder yet to trust her. But she certainly sounded earnest right now. Did she mean to keep the secret for real? Would she manage to do it? "Sorry if we're too harsh, Toph, but, simply put, this is something you were better off not knowing," said Sokka, squaring his jaw. "Really, though, what do you know, anyways? It's not like I sensed that she was changing in front of you and you didn't even bat an eyelash?" Toph asked, raising an eyebrow. Both Angela and Sokka grimaced. "Yep. That's what I thought. This is brilliant." "Just brilliant," said Angela, rubbing her forehead with her fingertips as Sokka sighed. "Yeah, I get it, I'm a risk for you guys, and one you'd rather nullify as soon as possible, and I know nobody thinks I'm trustworthy these days, but," said Toph, her sightless eyes dropping as she spoke. "But I really won't talk. I promise." Angela frowned. She had never seen the Earthbender as vulnerable as she was right now, and that was saying something. Even in their encounter right before Zuko left she hadn't looked quite as downcast as she did right now. "What's that supposed to mean? Nobody thinks you're trustworthy?" Angela asked, folding her arms over her chest. Toph lowered her head. "Why's that?" "Well, Iroh is not exactly happy with me these days. Can't say I'm surprised about it," she whispered. "He knows I had something to do with why Zuko left, even if he doesn't know for sure what I did. So, he's distant. All he ever does these days is write letters to the Earth Kingdom and keep to himself. I don't know how to be around him anymore, and I think it's because he probably doesn't want me around either way. He's disappointed in me, and that's not surprising, but it's still upsetting, you know. No doubt it is, said Angela, her frown deepening. And yet you won't use this to regain his attention? This could be your golden chance to earn some sort of twisted forgiveness from him. How? By ruining your life. By getting Sokka killed? Toph asked. I'd get his forgiveness and then spend the rest of my life not forgiving myself for destroying you both? Sounds like a riot, Jewel. I don't want to do that, not for his attention or for any other reason. Besides, he's so busy with his letters that even if I told him, he wouldn't listen. For all we know, you two could go on ahead and make out on his desk while he's working and he'd just tell you to bugger off and let him write. Why, I certainly am not going to test out your theory, so I guess we'll never know if he'll react or not, said Angela as she paced again, shaking her head. Either way, I'm not going to betray you two. I know we've had our clashes, but I still think of the two of you as my friends. As some of the only ones I have, said Toph, swallowing hard. I don't want to lose you. So, I'm not going to blab, ever. If that's so, then what's with that request? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. If you're so unwilling to harm us. I didn't think you'd believe I'd stay quiet for real, said Toph. And see? It's clear you don't. So, I thought I could make a request, and once it's done you might actually believe I'll keep my mouth shut, eh? Hard to say if I would, said Angela, her hands on her hips now. What is it you want, then? Out with it already, bandit. It's nothing that mind-boggling, spicy, said Toph, smiling a little. I just want to fight you. Sokka and Angela frowned, their gazes flickering at each other again in their confusion. You mean, fight me in the slate? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, we've thought it's a good idea but that depends on Dash. What, you? No. Said Toph, grimacing. I don't want to fight you, dog. You were annoying enough the last time, with your stench bombs and chi blocking, you're a pain in the ass, you know. Heh, thanks. Nicest thing you've said about me, said Sokka, with a sarcastic grin. Angela raised her eyebrows. But if you don't mean him, then you mean. She started, and Toph finished her sentence. You, princess. You and you alone, said Toph, huffing. I've always wanted to fight you. And we've never had a chance for it, so I thought there was no better time for it than now. But, of course, it's up to you if we do it or not. If you go for it, I won't have anything else to ask of either of you, so maybe you'll feel a little more compelled to trust me. At least, I hope so. Really? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. How does one thing correlate with the other? Yeah, well, maybe there's not much logic to it, said Toph, pouting. But hey, at least that way she gets to vent all her frustrations by trying to kill me, right? She wouldn't possibly. Said Sokka, but he froze upon noticing Angela was raising a curious eyebrow, a hand on her chin. Angela. Well, honestly, I wouldn't mind having an outlet to my hardly contained rage right now, she said, with a shrug. It could help me think more clearly afterwards. What the? That's insane. Sokka said, as Toph jumped to her feet, a blissful smile on her face. You really want to do it, then, Jewel? Truly? She asked. Angela huffed. I've wanted to fight you two for some time, truth be told, she said. At first, to take revenge for the beating you gave Sokka back in the day. Later, mostly out of curiosity. But right now, I just really want to beat you to a pulp. Heh, well, good luck doing that, because I'm not that easy to beat, I'll say, Toph declared, with a proud smirk. Angela scoffed. Right, she said, before turning to face Sokka's outraged disbelief. What? You have any better ideas? Anything's better than that. He exclaimed. You two might even destroy the city if you start fighting willy-nilly. In case you don't realize it, the damage is already done, and there's no way to take it back. She knows about us, and we can't do anything about it, Angela told him, sounding slightly more level-headed than she had earlier. So, unless you want to cut the dirt worm's tongue. What? Toph exclaimed, horrified. Angela ignored her. Or maybe kill her to ensure she won't tell anyone. What exactly do you propose we do to make sure she won't possibly expose our secret? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. At Sokka's silence she nodded. That's right. There's nothing else to be done. Well, we'll have to stop taking risks, that much is clear, said Sokka, lowering his gaze. Angela sighed. Everything is a risk, Sokka. Even if we parted ways and planned to never meet again after this, the risks will still be there because of what we've already done. What I meant is I won't go to the palace like that anymore, he said. My days personifying royal guards are over for good after this. Huh, so that's how you did it. No wonder nobody thought it was out of place for you to be in the palace so late at night, Toph reasoned, tapping her chin with a finger. Without any eyesight to rely on, she had sensed Sokka's presence the way she always did, failing to notice his uncharacteristic outfit. I'm afraid they should be over, yes, said Angela, sighing again. But outside of that, what other course of action could we possibly take now? We can't do anything to ensure her permanent silence, so what choice do we have but to trust her blindly and hope my uncle is truly too self-involved to notice what's happening between us? Well, I wouldn't say self-involved, but he's never said he suspects anything about you two, not before Zuko left, nor afterwards, said Toph, shrugging. He could have hidden it from me all right, but I think he doesn't expect you to do anything so dangerous. Of course he doesn't. That's the only leverage we have, said Angela, sighing. He must be certain that all I care about is getting the throne, and he believes I'd never indulge in any sorts of distractions. That's what I am. A distraction, said Sokka. Angela shrugged. In his eyes you would be, she said. He doesn't expect me to form any bonds with people unless I have an underlying purpose for doing it and, well, he wouldn't be wrong to assume as much. All this began because I was using you, there's no point in lying about that. I was using you too, for that matter. It's not like you're the only person who does that sort of thing, said Sokka, looking at her skeptically. What's worse is he's just as bad as us, said Angela, with a curt grin. He's just as capable of using people for his own ends. Angela had as good as forgotten that Toph was in the same place as them as she spoke. The earthbender wasn't pleased to hear those words, but not because she disagreed with Angela. Rather, she seemed sad. You think that's what he did with me? She asked. He just wanted to use me? Well, now, said Sokka, swallowing hard. We've just said it, didn't we? Our partnership started out because we were trying to use each other. We just wanted to gain certain things from our alliance, that was all there was to it. And that didn't stop us from becoming, well, friends, eventually. And then something a lot crazier than friends, said Toph, smiling weakly. But I guess it is true. And I would be lying if I said I wasn't using him, too. Needing each other is a good way to start a partnership, isn't it? Evidence suggests as much, said Angela, crossing her arms over her chest. Toph sighed. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter right now if Iroh just wants to use me or if he truly is my friend, she said. We've got to fight, Spicy. You can blow off all the steam, and feel better about life after you've tried to set me on fire a couple of times. And what if I do succeed at setting you on fire? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. You won't run to Iroh to tell him all about Sokka and me because you're a sore loser, or would you? Well, wow, that's some quality trash talk there, Toph said, smirking a little. You really think it'd be that easy to beat me? Well, whatever. If you need to be put at ease, I promise I'll accept the outcome, no matter what it may be. Good. So shall I, said Angela, breathing out slowly. Yet, as much as she and Toph were of a mind when it came to this, the same wasn't true for Sokka just yet. He still didn't appear comfortable with the situation, but she could see the resignation in his eyes. How was he supposed to stop two of the most ruthless benders he'd ever know from decking it out if they felt like it? Yet it didn't mean he had to like it, which he certainly didn't. I know this wasn't what we intended to do today, but... said Angela. Sokka grimaced and shrugged. We were lucky that our plans have worked out relatively well lately, it couldn't last forever, he said, rubbing his forehead with his fingertips. At the very least, tell me you won't fight here. Explaining why you're fighting with her for no reason in the capital could cause us more trouble than we can handle. That's perfectly fine, I'd say. As long as the bandit is so eager to fight me that she'd agree to a little flight, we won't do it in the city, said Angela, looking at Toph with raised eyebrows. The excited semblance of the girl shifted quickly into unease. What? Flight? Wait a minute. She muttered, as she made the connection most unwillingly. Oh, no. There's empty terrains in the mainland, Angela said. There's a barren one right between two volcanoes. It's the best place for this battle, unless you'd rather forsake your request altogether. Said Toph, sighing. I'm not going to forsake anything. But just, make sure I won't fall off your dragon, okay? That's up to you, naturally. One would think earthbenders would be masters at keeping their balance, said Angela, smirking as she glanced at Xin Long. The dragon hadn't left, worried about the troubles that plagued Angela, now he only waited for his rider's next move. Shall we, then? Toph groaned as she made her way to Xin Long, Angela lagged behind, and so did Sokka. She sighed, approaching him and clasping his hands with hers. What's worrying you now? She asked. He huffed. It'd be easier to answer what isn't, he said, looking at her with uncertainty. I'm just not sure how many more things we'll have to give up until we're really safe. We've taken for granted that we're doing things right, but, what if it had been someone else and not Toph? What if it was your dad, Sideburns, or even an actual guard? It wasn't, said Angela, sighing again. And we should be grateful for that. In all fairness, nobody else has Toph's talents. The girl could be a master spy if only she could put up the proper act, I'd say. My father couldn't have sensed what we were doing inside my room, no matter what it was, because he doesn't have her abilities. But we still can't risk anyone else discovering this. It's been too many of them as it is, said Sokka. Angela nodded. You've said it, no more palace incursions, she said. I know you won't be at ease for a while, and I don't blame you. But beating ourselves up over our mistakes won't help, will it? I guess not, he said, sighing. Angela caressed his hand with her thumb gently. Are you coming, then? She asked. Xin probably can carry the three of us, it was my uncle who was a bit too much back in Ba Sing Se. How could I not go? Said Sokka, with a weak grin. I don't think I can trust the two of you to fight without tearing the world apart if you're left to your own devices. Well, if you do know that, please keep in mind to stay at a fair distance. Don't get caught in the crossfire, or the cross rocks, either way, she said, shrugging as she pulled him towards the garden. Despite his worries, Sokka couldn't help but snort at her pun. I'll try not to. And you try not to get hurt or to hurt her too badly, he said. Angela shrugged innocently. I can certainly pull off the former, the latter is debatable, she said, smirking as they stopped before Xin Long. Toph had yet to climb on the saddle, an uneasy grimace on her face. Well? Are we doing this or not, bandit? Yeah, we are. Said Toph, gulping and climbing right behind Angela. It'll be worth the ride, I hope. Sokka followed her on the saddle, watching with amusement through the trip as the earthbender clutched at the railings on the saddle anxiously. Xin Long flew easily, and he wasn't doing any of his reckless loops in midair, but he didn't need to act out for the young woman to be as tense as she was. It took them around half an hour of flight to reach the place Angela had referred to. They had soared over towns and villages, a few small cities too. At a certain point Sokka thought he recognized one of the villages, and his heart sank as he wondered if it was Huiyi. He closed his eyes and forced himself to stop thinking about it. There were certain wounds that would never be fully healed. The terrain Angela had proposed for the combat was completely barren, devoid of any fauna or vegetation. It seemed not a single plant had grown back after several volcanic eruptions had taken place. Xian Long touched down between the two volcanoes and Azula climbed off to assess the grounds in question. Toph followed her, dropping on the warm ground and lying down across it, a smile on her face. "It's solid ground, again," she said, beaming. Azula raised an eyebrow. "It certainly sounds like you were well out of your comfort zone just now, weren't you, dirt worm?" she asked. Toph snickered before bolting to her feet. "That's the idea. You know, you're probably the most challenging opponent I could possibly have. I want to be out of my comfort zone. All those weaklings in the Gladiator League are just boring these days. So that's why you wanted to do this so suddenly, is it?" Azula asked, as Toph climbed down the valley between the two volcanoes with a spring in her step. I've always wanted to do it. I just had an excuse to ask for it, at last," she replied, beaming. Azula shook her head as she watched her go, turning her gaze towards Sokka now. Him and Xian Long both seemed uncertain about the situation and they looked at her apprehensively as she stretched her fingers carefully. "Stay out of reach, the two of you. In fact, stay on Xian's saddle, Sokka. If anything gets out of control, he can fly you both to safety," she said. Sokka, who had only just climbed off, looked at her in chagrin. "Whoa, just how crazy do you expect this fight to get?" he asked. Azula. "I'm not holding back, Sokka." "I don't think I'll have to," said Azula, with a mild smirk. "But I certainly won't have you or Xian Long hurt, so please stay out of reach." "Azula, if she proves not to be up to the challenge, please ease up," he said, swallowing hard. "I know we've had our clashes with her, but she's our friend, yes. At the very least, she has behaved as one so far," she admitted. "So no, I won't kill her, Sokka. I'd think you'd know as much by now." "I just don't want you to go overboard," said Sokka, scratching the back of his head. "Or her, for that matter. But while we don't know for sure if she's the best earthbender in the world, I'm pretty sure you are the best firebender, so." "Hey, I am the best earthbender in the world," Toph bellowed from afar. Sokka's eyebrow twitched. "Could you stop eavesdropping on everyone else's conversations for once, Toph?" he shouted. Her response was the careless wave of a hand in his direction. "Just kiss her good luck already and let us get going, can you?" she replied. Sokka pursed his lips, wishing he wouldn't blush at Toph's words. He wasn't the only one with a red face after that, though. Azula rolled her eyes and looked at him skeptically. "You're not going to do that, are you?" she said. Sokka huffed. "I would if this weren't awkward enough as it is," he muttered, shaking his head. "Just, be careful. If anything happens, I'm jumping in and pushing you two apart, consequences be damned." "You'll do what, now?" said Azula, as Sokka pouted. "You'll be facing my wrath like never before if you do, Sokka." "I don't care," he said, pouting still. "Your safety matters more to me than my own." Azula huffed and shook her head, pushing Sokka towards Xian Long. The dragon looked at them with uncertainty as Azula pressed Sokka against Xian's saddle. "Do as I say, and stop being ridiculous." "I have this under control," she said. Sokka sighed. Fine, he said, climbing on the saddle again. "Good luck, Azula." "You're going to obey my every command." "Yes, you will," Azula cut him off, having known exactly what he was going to say. She definitely didn't want Toph to hear Sokka saying those 3 words right now. Yeah, sure thing," he said, shaking his head but smiling a little as Xian Long took off, ferrying Sokka towards the very cusp of one of the volcanoes. The view allowed them to watch as Azula moved towards Toph's ground level. The earthbender smiled brightly when the princess reached her, and she continued to stretch while Azula watched her warily. "I can barely believe we're doing this, you know," said Toph, excitedly. "I've always wondered which one of us is stronger." "Why, I've never really had a doubt I am, but I suppose you're not familiar with the feeling of being second best to anyone," said Azula, smirking. "But you'll learn it for sure today, as you'll see very soon." "You're really cocky, you know," said Toph, laughing. "Never met anyone who's more full of herself than I am." But that's alright, I always make the most of it when people underestimate me.
Oh, no, Bandit.
I've estimated you just as I had to, said Angela, smirking as she took up a bending stance. Toph didn't hesitate before striking her own. And I know I'm perfectly entitled to believe myself the stronger of the two of us. Toph would have responded again, but she sensed Angela was about to make her move. She was familiar with fire-bending stances, having learned about them after facing so many firebenders in the ring, but she immediately realized Angela's way of fighting was vastly different from that of everyone else she'd fought to date. The blast of fire she sent Toph's way was the testimony of it, for it was larger, hotter, and more dangerous than anything she had defended against so far. The earthbender pulled up a shield, but it wasn't as effective as they often were, even though she was bending her preferred solid earth instead of sand. The power of the princess's fire was truly unprecedented, capable of shattering through Toph's firm defenses with a single blow. Toph knew she had to rebuild her defenses, fast. A thicker wall of earth met the next of Angela's attacks and Toph struck out her hands, hoping to shift the earth underneath the princess's very feet, without expecting to discover that Angela wasn't standing where she had been anymore. She couldn't sense Angela anywhere, yet she could hear the swishing sound of fire. The princess knew her advantage as well. Toph was a powerful earthbender, but with her condition she had weak spots that could be exploited, such as attacks launched at her from midair. Angela had boosted herself upwards just after Toph executed her improved defense, and she had spun forward to cast a flaming kick, right over the earthbender's shield. Toph extended the shield right away, as soon as she guessed at what Angela meant to do. The shield Toph bent over her head shattered easily, and forced her to rush out running before the second wave of flames could reach her. Angela made sure to use her momentum to shoot a few more fire punches after her opponent, but Toph somehow could hear the fire even if she couldn't feel just where Angela was. She wove more defensive walls against every fire blast, and Angela had no choice but to smirk approvingly as she finally landed again, one leg flexed, the other stretched out, her hands in position to help her keep her balance. Her eyes remained firmly set on where the earthbender was lurking underneath a half-torn rock, breathing heavily. "Regretting this request yet, dirt worm?" Angela asked, standing upright and raising an eyebrow as she waited for her to react. Naturally, Toph responded with a bark of laughter. Angela smirked. Toph wasn't going to back down, clearly, and that was the way she hoped it would be. "You're insane," Toph said, tearing down the earth walls around her and beaming. "This is the best fight ever and it's only just started." "I hoped you'd say that," said Angela, smirking again. It was Toph who attacked now, though, creating a potent and fast stream of earth, comprised by small but consequent blocks of earth that shifted towards Angela. But she couldn't catch her. The princess leapt, landing briefly on one of the blocks and boosting herself upwards again. Toph cringed and formed an arch of earth right above herself to counter the potent kick of fire Angela conjured. But when the shield was gone, Angela found Toph was gone from sight. Underground. She guessed immediately, smirking. Well, that made perfect sense. If she would take advantage of her ability to be airborne, Toph would do the exact opposite. But that only prompted Angela to use both her hands and boost herself upwards with a more potent burst of fire than before. She looked down, watchful for any sign of the earthbender's hiding place. Angela carried on hovering above ground, angling her body so she could fly with further ease. She made circular rounds, to ensure her fire wouldn't block her eyesight and prevent her from seeing the small earthbender if she finally came out of hiding. It became clear that she wouldn't do that until Angela touched the ground again, though. Angela snorted. What would Toph's plan be, she wondered? What did she mean to do once Angela was forced to land? Sink her underground too? That was quite possibly Toph's intent, yes, but Angela wasn't going to let that happen so easily. Sokka gritted his teeth, clutching at Xianlong's reins impatiently. The dragon seemed to be just as nervous as he was, shifting underneath him occasionally and groaning whenever Angela attacked Toph. So far, the princess had the upper hand in the fight, indisputably, but this wasn't a regular fight. There were no real rules to control what they were doing, and that was a lot more frightening than it should be, Sokka reasoned. When he saw Angela dropping altitude his eyes widened, and his grip on Xianlong's reins was so strong the leather started to hurt his palms. What was she doing, taunting Toph? If so, Was that a wise idea? She was lowering herself to the ground, still releasing a barrage of fire through her limbs, but it grew weaker as she slowed down. She stared down at the earth with amusement, placing her foot delicately just to sense the earth crumbling right beneath it immediately. She bolted upwards, but an unexpected burst of earth caught her by the ankle, threatening to drag her down if she didn't fight back effectively. Oh, but she planned to. She was nowhere near the expertise level that her father had for this sort of thing, but she stopped bending for a brief moment only to overcharge a small fire blast and shoot it right towards the earth that was trying to claim her body. The explosion was so strong it sent her flying off. She heard Sokka's voice screaming her name, and she grimaced as she realized they were switching roles today. For once it wouldn't be her suffering on the sidelines while he battled against insanely dangerous enemies, yet right now the insanely dangerous fighter seemed to be Angela, and not her rival. She tried to slow her landing with fire, but it didn't prevent her from rolling on the ground after the impact of the explosion. She breathed out slowly as she pushed herself up, swatting dirt and cinders off her armor as she glanced at the site of the explosion. She couldn't see Toph anywhere. Was she there at all? Or had she? The thought that her explosion might have delivered more damage to the young earthbender than intended worried Angela to an unexpected degree. She couldn't have hurt her, or worse, killed her, could she? She swallowed hard, her throat dry as she returned to the fighting area they'd chosen. Toph had to survive, there was no way she would be finished with just. She couldn't finish formulating that thought before sinking waist-deep into an unexpected area of quicksand she had stepped into. Her concerns disappeared right away. This was how she wanted to play, was it? She remembered just what Toph had done to Sokka after sinking him into quicksand the first time, and she refused to let the same thing happen to her. Taking off into the air through her bending propulsion wasn't quite as easy this time, for Toph started solidifying the earth just as Angela tried to release herself from the sand trap. The solid earth failed to hold Angela back, though. She shot out of the trap at full speed soon enough, catapulting herself into the air. She frowned as she stopped bending, studying the fighting area carefully. Toph could easily stay underground for the rest of the fight if she felt like it, no matter how cowardly that might be. What was the best way to get her out of her hiding spot? How could she force Toph's hand? She propelled herself again, all the way to the volcano opposite to where Sokka and Xianlong were resting. She nodded and waved at them, yet she was too far to hear whatever Sokka replied. She could sense Xianlong's relief that she was safe, but also his unease by this strange fight she'd gotten herself into. That mole-like girl had strange powers that could shape the ground underneath her and even create mazes of tunnels if she pleased, just as the ones Xianlong had been living in until Angela found him. The thought made Angela smirk. Yes, that was the answer. Toph could create those tunnels indeed, but if she meant to catch Angela, she'd be forced to make her move while the princess waited next to a volcano, full of lava that, Angela believed, Toph couldn't possibly bend to her advantage. That's how she's going to smoke her out, huh? Sokka asked, gulping as he read Angela's actions. Well, that wasn't the worst idea Angela could have had, but it would become a fight of patience at this rate. If Toph refused to leave her safety within her element and Angela retained the high ground, neither would make another move until something changed. Angela huffed, shaking her head. Toph wasn't stupid or reckless enough to follow her up here, it was clear. So, what now? Taunting her again would only mean falling into more of her traps. The earthbender wasn't going to get out of where she was unless she had a good reason to do it. And what sort of reason could there be for her to do it? Angela sighed and stood upright again. Whatever. She had to get Toph out of there, that was all there was to it. This wasn't the sort of fight she'd expected to hold with her, but if that was what the bandit had chosen, Angela would respond with the necessary force. She breathed deeply before moving her arms circularly. She saw Sokka and Xianlong recoiling from the corner of her eyes, but they didn't faze her concentration as she shot the charged bolt right to the ground, where she suspected Toph would be hiding. The thunder roared powerfully, and there was a crevice left after the electricity hit the ground too powerfully, but it wasn't enough. Or at least, that area of the grounds might have been too solid. Surely there were weaker ones not too far from there. More lightning blasts followed, each and every one striking the area where she had last seen Toph. At this point, Some portions of the earth were crumbling to reveal large gaps in the ground, no doubt the tunnels Toph had created to hide from Azula. Yet the earthbender remained nowhere to be seen. Azula smirked. She had a pretty good idea where Toph would attack from next. She spun in a circle and kicked the massive boulder Toph had shot at her from all the way at the other side of the volcano. Indeed, when she had realized Azula meant to tear down the unstable parts of her tunnels, Toph had no choice but to flee. She had a perfect chance to strike while Azula was busy with her lightning, if the princess failed to see the attack coming, but she had seen it coming, again. There was very little that her current rival wouldn't be prepared for, Toph realized. "Stopped hiding at last, bandit?" Azula asked. Toph snorted. "You were the one who started hiding in the first place, Spicy," she replied, covering her sensitive nose with her forearm. The smell of sulfur made her cringe. Azula laughed. "And you're the one who thought challenging a firebender who can fly to an all-out bending battle was a good idea," said Azula. "So do tell, what did you expect me to do other than what I did?" Lose, I guess," said Toph, with a smirk before launching another rock at Azula. The princess dodged the projectile and slid down the volcano with ease. Toph came hurtling behind her soon enough, tossing rocks at Azula left and right, delighted for the chance to take a more aggressive approach to the fight. Yet the princess was just as elusive, if not more so, as her gladiator. Still, Toph wasn't known for lacking resourcefulness. She bent a small ditch of earth just where Azula was sliding towards. The princess jumped to avoid it, but fell right into a new one that Toph tore up brief moments later. Her foot was caught in it, and she fell over, but to Toph's utter disbelief, Azula's arms moved circularly again and a potent and terrifying lightning blast was shot straight over Toph's head seconds later. The pressure of the earth surrounding Azula's ankle disappeared when Toph had to cover from the lightning, and it gave Azula a chance to push herself up with her hands and carry on heading downhill with further ease now. Her hair was a mess after all these mishaps, that was for certain. She scoffed as she ran her hand through it, finding soot and dirt in it. She'd need a visit to the royal spa as soon as she returned home. She landed again by the base of the volcano, and Toph showed up brief moments later, sweat coursing down her face as her chest heaved. Azula's defiance hadn't receded in the least, and she took up a new stance as Toph stopped before her. "Lightning should be off the table," she said, wiping the underside of her nose with her wristband. Azula smirked. "Here I thought we were going all out. Must I hold back for your sake, then?" "A pity," she said. Toph snickered. "Not a chance." "You're giving it your all, Spicy," she said, lifting her fists. "And so will I." Azula had always noticed Toph's bending style was widely different from that of other earthbenders. Not only was she faster than them, but she seemed to command the earth in a way nobody else did. She pulled forth large blocks of earth by only moving her hands in calculated, firm movements, her feet planted fully on the ground. She was efficient, that was for sure. But so was Azula. Every rock was met with deft fire punches that destroyed them in midair, creating a cloud of dust around them that obstructed Azula's eyesight, hindering her chances to predict what Toph was going to do next. She clenched her teeth, knowing the visual interference would only affect her. Toph carried on bending, her moves faster with every new rock she launched at Azula. The princess had no choice but to respond through a technique she didn't quite enjoy using. It would be taxing, but it had to be done if she wanted to stop being on the defensive right now. Toph frowned when she sensed heat exuding from where Azula stood. The way the princess had woven her arms around herself could only mean she was performing a different attack than before, but the power of it was different from everything she'd done so far. Sokka gasped when he saw the full shield of blue fire Azula had crafted around herself. Toph's rocks rebounded against it, as though it were made of something solid rather than flames. "Condensed fire," Sokka whispered. It was the exact same technique the Millennium Dragon had used against him. He hadn't known Azula could use it as well, but then again, he wasn't too surprised by this discovery. There were no limits to Azula's fire-bending talents. Toph cringed as the heat grew stronger. It was getting closer. She had to get out of range before that accursed solid fire reached her. She catapulted herself away from Azula with her bending, which allowed the princess to drop her perfect fire shield as she searched the nearby grounds to find the spot where her enemy had landed. Her breathing was heavier than before. Condensing flames certainly took a toll on anyone, but it had been the best way to deal with Topha's barrage of rocks. Nevertheless, Angela still had it in her to keep fighting. This wasn't going to faze her. "Done yet?" she called out to Toph, as the girl landed around 400 feet away from her. The earthbender's response was to lift her hands and create a massive crack under Angela's feet. The princess's eyes widened as she lost her footing, but she outstretched her fists and hovered with her fire again before taking more damage than she could risk. She glared at Toph, who was busy creating and launching spikes of earth into the air. Her accuracy wasn't the best, but it was good enough to force Angela to dodge with difficulty as the spikes soared dangerously close to her. Well, it seemed Toph was upping the game for good by now. Any missteps would be one too many for Angela at this rate. She had to fight to her very best if she meant to defeat the blind bandit. She spun in midair, casting a powerful fire kick towards Topha's spikes. Destroying a set of them wasn't enough for Toph to let down her barrage of attacks, but she knew to craft a powerful defense just in case. Angela clenched her jaw as she regarded the sturdy spiky shield Toph had set up around herself. She clearly sought to be as invulnerable as she could be, forcing Angela to bide her time and wait patiently until she could strike at the earthbender, but Angela wasn't one to play her enemy's game. Again, Angela took a page out of her father's book, crafting a charged attack with one hand as she dropped altitude, only holding herself airborne with the fire pouring out of her other hand. She cast the attack straight at the spiked shield, and the explosion was strong enough to send them both soaring away, tumbling down on the ground. Toph got back on her feet soon enough, though, stretching her hands out and waving her fingers carefully as she wove stream atop stream of earth where she felt Angela was. The princess punched one, kicked the next, crafted a pinwheel of fire to rid herself of the third one, but it wasn't enough. A glance at Toph revealed she had a bloody nose, along with a couple of bruises, and she didn't seem inclined towards being merciful at the moment. She was going all out, hands and legs commanding the earth in the way only a true master could. And Angela had to commend her for that, despite she was having trouble evading her attacks. She cringed and shot herself upwards, but one of the streams caught her leg and another struck her in the chin just as she turned to break the first one. She heard Sokka crying out her name again and she grimaced, wishing she had finished the fight a little faster than this. Making Sokka worry hadn't been part of the plan. She let herself fall, no longer resisting gravity. She had a good guess as for what Toph was planning, and she simply closed her eyes, breathed deeply and sunk directly into the quicksand that awaited below her. "Ha!" Toph exclaimed, a wild smile on her face as she wiped her nose with her forearm. Angela had sunk all in, a fact that was both worrisome and a matter of pride for the earthbender. Was she all right? Had she given up the fight, maybe? Well, if she had, then there was nothing more to do than for Toph to proclaim her victory. But this couldn't possibly be that simple, and indeed, a wave of heat started to radiate from the sand. Toph gulped, noticing Angela was burning the earth most powerfully, and suddenly she had shot out into the sky again, at such speed and with such power that Toph was forced to craft a ball of earth to protect herself from the pouring flames fueling Angela's flight. The princess filled her lungs with air again. She lowered her gaze to see the earth shield, knowing just what to do with it. Toph couldn't know where she was, not after the latest flight Angela had resorted to. There were too many flames scattered all over the mountainside, and Toph had shielded herself fully for good reason. She had no idea where the next attack would come from. Angela launched herself downwards, spinning in the air to charge an attack at her feet. When she turned around and blasted it out towards the shield, it was a barrage of fire so powerful that Topha's shield melted into lava where the fire touched it. Angela wasn't surprised to find the earthbender crawling away from it through the portion of rocks that hadn't been melted, the only area she could still bend. "You're insane!" Toph shouted. Angela laughed as she landed, using her propelling fire to ease her descent. "Oh, now, here I thought you were having fun," Angela said, brushing her loosening hair with a hand. "Sure, I'm having a blast, but you're still insane," said Toph, with a bark of laughter. Angela raised an eyebrow. "If that's the case, maybe you are, too," she said, with a smirk. Toph huffed, resting with her hands on her knees. "This is the craziest fight I've ever been in." "You're way too strong, Spicy," she said, chuckling. "What's that, are you ready to give up yet?" Angela asked. Toph huffed. Not a chance, Jewel, she said, breathing out slowly. You'll have to drag my corpse home before I ever give up, you hear me? You'd certainly complain a lot less about a dragon flight if you were a corpse. Angela reasoned. Toph snorted and cackled. Not happening today, Spicy. Not today, she said, stretching down her arms. Angela watched with a confused frown as rocks started to climb over Toph's body as though by their free will. They set themselves around her, though, in a thick protective film of earth. Angela scoffed, looking at Toph in disbelief as the girl basically shifted into a golem, only leaving a small space within her earth armor's helmet so she could breathe. What the hell is that? Sokka asked, his eyes wide, his jaw dropping. Xian Long restlessly groaned underneath him, as though replying to his question somehow. All right, so you've literally become the earth now, dirt worm? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Toph snickered. Well, then, might as well follow your lead, huh? Twin streams of fire shot out around Angela's arms, shifting into whips that she slammed down on Toph's armor, but the earthbender managed to keep the rocks firmly fit around her body while bending other rocks in Angela's direction. The massive chunks of earth she was tossing Angela's way were dangerous, or would be if they had hit her, but the princess dodged them or shattered them systematically, while always turning to strike the armored earthbender whenever she had a chance. This had to be Toph's best trick yet, one she likely had rehearsed plenty of times so she could still bend while being properly protected. A charged attack at this proximity would damage them both, and it could hurt Toph much more badly than Angela intended. So how to shatter that rocky armor off her opponent's body? Well, there was no easy way to do this, clearly. But Angela hadn't come as far as she had in life by choosing the easy way out of everything. Efficiency was the key to success, not simplicity. With her fists coated in fire, she lunged forward and struck Toph with a powerful punch to the chest. The rocks cracked, some of them even crumbled, but Toph managed to hold most of her armor to herself while recovering from the blow. She clenched her teeth and bent a tower of earth from under Angela's feet, but the princess jumped sideways and avoided being launched into the air by her foe. Another tower, and Angela slid around it to punch Toph's rock helmet now. As much as the earth armor was protecting her, there were disadvantages to it. Toph was taking worse wounds than she had anticipated whenever the rocks shattered against her skin. Fact was, she hadn't expected Angela to take this approach to fighting. Was this the hand-to-hand combat she had talked about teaching her with Sokka's help? If so, she certainly could use learning it. But right now, she could use a plan to get Angela off her hair. At this rate, Toph would be finished. A hard stomp on the ground created another fissure in the earth beneath them, and Angela jolted upwards, still able to boost herself with fire despite her body was growing weaker, sweat spilling down her brow. Toph sank into the fissure, though, letting the earth claim her briefly before shooting out again, launched into the air with her bending after having thickened and strengthened the armor around her body. Angela grimaced, twirling in the air to change her flying direction. Toph ended up soaring through the flames Angela left in her wake, and she tossed an array of thin but deadly spikes in the direction she suspected Angela had moved towards. Again, the princess was forced to change her flight's direction to evade her foe's attack. Her arms were trembling as she struggled to remain airborne. As much as she had built a lot of stamina through Sokka's training, she hadn't faced a fight like this ever before. Flying with fire already took a lot more efforts than many bending techniques did. Doing it frequently was impossible to sustain, especially when she had resorted to condensed flames through the fight, too. And maybe Toph had realized as much, since she would know bending was no effortless task. Angela almost crash-landed on the mountainside of the volcano. She turned around and weaved another spherical shield of flames around herself, both to ease her crash and to defend from the rocks that Toph had sent chasing after her. She held up the shield of condensed fire for a moment too long, doing so until the threat of Toph's spikes was over for good measure. As soon Toph's earth had shattered against her fire, Angela took down the flames only to wave her arms circularly and shoot a blast of lightning in Toph's direction. The armored earthbender was shaken by the electric charge, yet it caught the earth attached to Toph and flowed right back into the ground, without delivering nearly as much damage as it could have. Toph huffed and launched herself forward, cutting some of the distance between them as she reached the bottom of the volcano, right below where Angela was breathing heavily, staring at her from above. Didn't work out so well, eh? You're lightning. Toph cried out. Azula snorted. Worked well enough. Your armor's crumbling, bandit, the princess replied. To Toph's chagrin, Azula was right, whether because of some side effect of the electric charge, or simply because the earthbender had loosened her command of the rocks around her body, they were dropping around her. Her near-invulnerable defense was gone now. Toph was covered in dirt from head to toes, something she rather enjoyed, but she was sporting more bruises and cuts than she had received from any other fights up to date. Her chest was heaving too, and it became apparent that the two of them were rather tired as it was. The relentless sun above had weakened, and the sky was tinged with an orange glow. The fight had dragged on far too long, and the two of them were rightfully exhausted. You can save us up the bother, and just give up already, said Azula, at which Toph snorted. Maybe you're the one who ought to do that, Spicy, she said, wiping her nose with the back of her hand. The dry blood that clung to it, and to her upper lip, was slightly uncomfortable. By all means, you're in worse shape than I am, said Azula, raising her eyebrows. Toph snorted. You're way more worn out than me. So, for that matter, you're the one who should give in. Azula couldn't help but laugh at that, and Toph joined her with her own laughter, the two of them struggling to keep their footing and strength while not lowering their guards in the slightest. Either way, we can't hold this forever, Azula said, raising her eyebrows. Toph sighed. Guess not, eh? She said. Well, get down here then. Let's settle this, without you flying or me going underground, okay? Whoever lands the stronger blow next takes it all. I suppose that should be better than fighting until we pass out, said Azula. Toph snickered. The princess boosted herself with fire again as she made her way to Toph's level. She landed and immediately took up a bending stance, as firm as she could allow herself to be. She was worn out, but she was sure she was in better shape than Toph, even now. At the very least she hadn't sustained any noteworthy injuries. Your boys are getting all fussy up there, you know, said Toph, smirking. Azula's gaze flickered towards where Xian Long and Sokka waited, staring down at them anxiously. Seems like it, she said, with a weak smile. I suppose it was about time he learned what I feel like when he's fighting. So, wait, you're saying you're the underdog with next to no chances for victory? Toph asked, chuckling. Because I thought that's what would make you anxious when watching him fight. You certainly misunderstand, dirt worm, said Azula, breathing out slowly through her mouth. One would think that after all the damage you've taken, you'd know better than to think I'm the underdog. Toph swallowed hard, but she smiled regardless. She lifted her hands and strengthened her stance. Fight's not over until it's over, Jewel, she said. Let's see who's really the underdog around here, shall we? Azula breathed deeply again and stared as Toph stood firmly in place. With this, the fight would be over. She couldn't risk failing right now, not after all she'd already accomplished. She breathed again, allowing the air to rinse her lungs, to fill her with power. Toph's stance remained unchanged. It would be up to Azula to attack, clearly. And so, she did. As soon as her feet left the ground, Toph conjured another of her earth streams, the strongest one yet. But instead of launching herself into the air for good, Azula had kept her word and commanded her blue fire to rise in a stream of potent fire of her own, launched through her feet. The two powerful bending blasts crashed together in a cloud of smoke and dust, making it impossible for Sokka and Xian Long to see what was happening. But the two girls didn't wait around for the smoke and dust to clear away. Toph crafted a powerful, large glove of earth around her hand and launched herself towards Azula with help of her earthbending. The princess heard the sound, hardly making out Toph's outline through the cloud surrounding them, but she lifted a fist covered in condensed fire regardless. The two fists collided in another explosion, and all visibility was blurred completely. The chaotic mountainsides finally settled into calm and serenity, with no more fire or earthbending to disturb its usual peace. But a loud cry tore through the silence as a dragon dashed downhill as quickly as possible. Azula! Azula! Sokka shouted, clutching Xian Long's reins desperately as they tore through the cloud of dust and smoke. They found both girls lying on the ground, clutching their hands and groaning in pain. Sokka jumped off the saddle, rushing up to the princess while waving away the smoke and dust with difficulty. "Angela!" he cried out. She coughed and smiled weakly, almost apologetically. "I won," she said. Toph scoffed next to her. "You what?" she cried out, before cringing. "Why, you burned me all right, but you didn't win." I hit you way more often than you hit me." "A sprained wrist doesn't change that," said Angela, clasping her hand against her chest. Sokka looked at her in worry, reaching to touch her injury. "Angela, is it really a sprain?" "It could be worse than that, let me have a look," he said. Toph groaned. "Yeah, I'm fine too, thanks for asking, dog," she snorted, sitting up and flinching. The skin on her forearm was bright red. "Should have brought your own dog if you wanted someone to worry about you," said Angela, with a malicious smirk as Sokka helped her sit up. Toph actually laughed. "Not the worst idea, but I don't really have one," she said, breathing slowly. Her wound was raw and painful, enough that she couldn't be as snarky as she liked. "This could be worse than a sprain, but I can't be sure," Sokka muttered, biting his lip as he examined Angela's wrist carefully. "We should head back right away. Song should have a look at you." "She won't be home for hours," said Angela, sighing. "I'd have more luck with the palace physicians." "Well, we both would, but then we'd have to explain what happened." "I can start tending to you both even if Song's not there," said Sokka, swallowing hard. "So, come on. Let's get out of here." All right," said Angela, as he helped her to her feet. Sokka helped Angela climb Xian Long, and afterwards did the same for Toph. Xian glanced at Angela worriedly, and she patted his head with her uninjured hand. "I'm fine, Xian. I'm fine," she said. The dragon genuinely whimpered as he twisted his head around to press his nose to her forehead. The flight was faster than before, since Xian Long was eager to bring Angela to safety and ensure her full recovery. The princess, on the other hand, was a little more relaxed than she thought she'd be despite how badly her wrist ached. Hadn't Toph been seating between them, she would have gladly relaxed against Sokka's body and drifted into a short nap right then and there. Oddly enough, Toph's unexpected request for a fight had indeed been more helpful than Angela had thought it could be. Sure, the Earthbender knew about their relationship, but after the most intense fight she'd had in a very long time, Angela somehow felt better about life than she had for days. Upon arriving at the empty house, Sokka rushed to get Song's medicine kit while Angela and Toph sat on the couch, still arguing over who had won and who had lost. The non-bender could only roll his eyes over their debate as he sat on the small table before the couch to take care of their injuries. He applied the healing ointment for burns that Song often used on him on Toph's wound, for at least he knew how to treat it. Angela's sprain worried him the most, if it was a sprain at all. "I mean, you punched a solid rock," Sokka said, as he held her wrist again in his hands, while Toph relaxed on her side of the couch. "It's not easy to assess the damage you took." "Well, the bone isn't protruding through my skin, so it's not that much worse, likely," said Angela, sighing. "It's not that bad, Sokka, honestly. You might need splints or something, though I guess the bone doesn't seem to be broken or out of place," he said, after carefully touching her bruising wrist. "Damn, I'm no good at this." "I'll heal itself in due time," said Angela. "Leave it be. At the very least I should bandage it," he said, reaching for bandages in the medicine kit. "Not the first time I do that for your hand, huh? Weird how I always end up with injured hands, all things considered," Angela whispered. "I wonder if I'll ever hurt another part of my body, eh?" "I hope you never do, personally," said Sokka, an eyebrow twitching. "Your fight just now was completely unnecessary, in case you forgot, and now you're even injured." "Ah, but it did help me feel better about things, somehow," said Angela, with a slow smirk. "Beating an earthbender to a pulp can do that to you." "You did not," Toph retorted, as Angela laughed under her breath. "I broke your wrist, I won." "You didn't break anything, bandit." "Quit being ridiculous," said Angela, relaxing against the backrest of the couch while Sokka bandaged her injured wrist. "Well, I sure broke him either way," said Toph, smirking. Sokka glared at her. "Seems like no matter which one of you I fight,
the one who ends up freaking out and in worse shape is always you, dog. Way to thank me for tending to your wound, you know. He said, shaking his head. Really, so ungrateful. So rude, too, said Angela, glancing at Toph. But that's just what she's always been like, isn't that right? Yep. Said Toph, proudly. Sokka sighed and shook his head, but he smiled a little. Well, whatever. At least I hope we've put your urges to beat each other up in the past after this, he said, looking at them both meaningfully. Or have we? I suppose, for a brief time, said Angela, shrugging. For all I know, we might just end up beating each other up again in a couple of weeks. Hee, that'd be fun, said Toph, beaming. Sokka sighed. You two are unstoppable, aren't you? He asked. Toph snickered. So are you, in the sense that you can't seem to stop worrying, said Angela, smiling at him. Relax, Sokka. It's over now. I would stop if you two wouldn't give me so many reasons to worry, he said, pouting. Angela laughed softly. You're hopeless, she said. Sokka smiled a little, despite his concerns. So are you, princess, he said. His thumb stroked her bandaged wrist gently. Because, honestly, how is anything better than it was before you two fought like that? It's fairly simple, Sokka, said Angela. Now she knows for sure that I can blow her head up with lightning whenever I please, so she won't reveal us anytime soon. Ha! I'd encase you in solid rock long before you could even start waving your arms around. Like you'd have a chance to do that if I'm airborne. This is how all conversations will go between you two from now on, isn't it? Sokka asked, with a small smile. Angela shrugged and Toph laughed. Might be. Don't be such a killjoy, dog. She said, waving a hand carelessly. Sokka smiled and shook his head. And I know you guys don't trust me yet, but that's okay. I know I won't betray you guys, so maybe you'll see that too eventually. It's probably not a matter of trust, said Sokka. At least, not just about that. Thing is that, if you keep quiet, and we ever go down, then you'll drag me down with you. Toph asked. Angela shook her head. You'd stay safe if nobody discovers you knew, I suppose, she said. But it's still a risk if someone realizes you were aware of it and kept quiet. You would have been better off being able to deny all knowledge believably than lying about it, but since you know about us now, that's not possible anymore. I guess, but still, it won't come to that, said Toph, shrugging. You said you're going to be less reckless, and even if you kept being reckless, I doubt you'd be in that much trouble. I mean, how long have you been up to this? How many times has he snuck into your room and I only noticed now, A few, I suppose, said Angela, nodding. Toph smiled. Nobody else in that palace is like me, and you kept me in the dark for who knows how long, though I'll say I did always know you'd end up like this. I was onto you 2 ages ago, hee. Yeah, very funny, said Sokka, with a dry grin. Angela sighed. And you're sure Iroh never suspected anything? He seriously said nothing about us? She asked. Toph shook her head. Not a thing. If he ever thought you two were too close or whatever, he never told me, she said. Angela frowned. We can't assume he doesn't suspect it, though, she said. We'll have to make sure he can't confirm any such potential suspicions. How are you expecting to explain Toph's state, though? Sokka asked, frowning. Angela raised an eyebrow. She's never been banged up like this before. Lying is a fine art, but the most important part of it is knowing when to lie and when not to, said Angela. Toph has wanted to fight me for ages, all she needs to do is claim I finally relented. She can even say it was a rare display of kindness on my part by helping her start training for the slate. I guess he wouldn't think that's so weird, said Toph, nodding. He knows I like you guys, so if he asks at all I have to do is avoid mentioning what I know about your relationship. As you said, dog, there's not much correlation between both things, is there? I can say I dropped by to see Spicy last night, and you agreed to fight with me at those volcanoes, so I'd start getting used to the environment of the slate. That's a thought, said Angela.
A good way to lie about this is by not giving it any importance. Try to feel as though it's an afterthought, something you can forget just as easily as you'd forget what your breakfast was 4 days ago. Heh, I actually forgot that already, said Toph, snickering. I get you, I get you. The less I think about it, the less likely I am to give anything away. Also, I did catch you two in bed ages ago and never told Iroh about it, so if that never came up, why would this? True, say, why didn't you assume we were already together by then? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. You were telling the truth when you told me you hadn't gotten too far with her, said Toph, smiling. Azula's gaze flickered towards Sokka, who blushed. I could tell that whatever was going on back then was just unstable or uncertain. Either way, it wasn't what it was yesterday. It's still obvious you can't wait to tear each other's clothes off, like always, but now it just feels different, you know? Like you're way more relaxed and less desperate about it. You can stop elaborating, Bandit, said Azula, her eyebrow twitching. Toph giggled. It's bad enough that you figured us out, it's only worse if you say that sort of stuff. No need to worry, Spicy, as I said, I want no murky details, she said, waving a hand carelessly. Whatever insane stuff you get up to with each other would likely make me sick. So save it. Save it? I wasn't going to say a single word about it, to begin with, said Azula. Toph chuckled. But I'll admit I'm relieved you don't want to hear it, for starters. In any case, I'm sure you remember I owed you big time for BA-ing SE, so this is clearly how I repay you both, said Toph, stretching. I'd have no right to call myself your friend if I didn't keep my silence. Especially when it feels like you're the only friends I have left, to boot. You mean because of how Iroh has been acting? Sokka asked, frowning. Is it really that bad? Heh. I don't know, honestly, said Toph, sighing. Thing is, you two have been fighting ever since you first laid eyes on each other, haven't you? Azula's eyes met Sokka's, and they smiled weakly in agreement. The lack of a negative response told Toph all she needed to know, despite not having witnessed the nonverbal exchange between them. Thought so, said Toph. The pair beside her laughed softly. I used to think that made your partnership way more unstable than mine with Iroh, but I guess I was wrong. What do you mean? Azula asked. Toph sighed. I just don't really know how to be around him anymore, she said, biting her lip. Whether he blames me fully or not, he's shut away from me. And I'm not that surprised, but it still hurts and I still don't know how to approach him. I mean, the Gladiator League was never something he took half as seriously as I did, so I'm just wondering if it even matters at all to him anymore. He was ready to leave me behind and run off with Zuko, so I guess the Gladiator League really is an afterthought for him. And I may have ruined our friendship because of what I said to Zuko, but by now I'm wondering if we were really friends at all. What if it's true, what you said earlier? What if all along he just wanted to use me? Azula frowned, squaring her jaw. Again, she glanced at Sokka, who looked as troubled as she was. I can't speak for my uncle, Toph, but I'd think you can't have the partnership you two had if there's nothing solid in the bond between the people involved, said Azula. As much as it may not be a perfect relationship, you trusted him with your life and your secrets. And he cared enough about you to fight the Daily back then, didn't he? Maybe, but so much has changed since then, Toph muttered. We'd never had a single fight back then, we always seemed to agree on everything, until now. It could be that whatever we used to be, we're not that anymore. Whatever his goal was by sponsoring me, it doesn't seem to matter to him by now. And while you two are always working together to overcome your new challenges, and you manage to make it through all your arguments somehow, he hardly spoke to me about the slate yesterday. He just told me we'd discuss it later, and the next thing I knew he'd already turned in for the night. So. Might be he doesn't know how to handle it yet, said Sokka, frowning. The slate is pretty complicated, mind you, he might want to think of a strategy for your fight there. Shouldn't we figure out that sort of strategy together, though? Said Toph. If he just talked to me, if he really cared, we could be ready to face my first real challenge as a gladiator in no time. I have 6 months to prepare for it, and it sounds like a lot, but I'll be fighting in a lava and metal pit, won't I? It's going to be insane, and I need all his support. I need to learn new fighting styles, I need to know who we'll be fighting, too, but I'm not sure he takes it as seriously as I do. And that's unfair, you know? I mean, we used to understand each other so well before this, but now he's like a stranger even though I know him as well as I do. It's stuff like this why people think you two make a better sponsor and gladiator combination than we do. You mean because Angela and I have the same goals? Sokka asked. Toph shook her head. You two have learned to understand each other somehow. You started out badly, but you've always been on the rise. Me and Iroh, though, we had it easy all along because I was as good as unbeatable, and he could sponsor me without making any efforts. But now I'll face the first serious challenge of my gladiator career, and I just keep thinking he's going to ditch me at any given moment. He might think that wasting his time with the Gladiator League is what drove Zuko away from him. If my uncle can't accept my brother's decisions for what they are, he certainly needs to open his eyes to reality, said Angela. Zuko always kept waiting for everyone to tell him what to do because whenever he decided anything by himself, it wouldn't pay off. At long last he's being independent and trying to find his own path, but since it's not the one Iroh wanted him to find, my uncle can't accept it. He just tells himself Zuko was manipulated by me, or my father, or anyone who had something to gain from his absence. I don't think he'll have any cause to blame the Gladiator League for it. But either way, if Iroh can't hold his own and carry on sponsoring you as he should, then you'd deserve a better sponsor, Toph, said Sokka, crossing his arms over his chest. Maybe Iroh did join the league without knowing what he was getting into. Oh, I'm sure he knew, said Angela, sighing. But he refused to take it seriously. Still, if he messes up now, and refuses to help you train for the slate, let us know. Regardless of who you choose as your opponent, the arena is practically another enemy to train against. You have to prepare to fight in those circumstances. Sounds scary, said Toph, with a weak smile. But, thanks, guys. I was pretty surprised you'd be talking about me yesterday, too. I know I shouldn't have eavesdropped, it's a pretty bad habit, I guess, but I didn't expect you two to be worried about how I'd fare in the slate. Whether Iroh wants to ditch me or not, I'm glad I have you two. And you always will, said Sokka, with a grin. Well, so long as you manage to keep your mouth shut, of course, said Angela, with a smirk of her own. Toph smiled. I'll do my best, I promise, she said, just as the front door swung open. Song blinked in confusion once she caught sight of the 3 people in the living room. Not only was it strange to see the princess injured, but it was stranger yet to see her covered in filth. The girl beside her was in worse shape yet, and the weirdest part was that Sokka was the only one who seemed to be completely unharmed. That was a first. What happened here? She asked. Sokka smiled awkwardly. Well, it's a long story, he said. Song only smiled back. She inspected Sokka's work on the 2 girls' injuries, and she confirmed Angela's suspicions that her bone wasn't broken at all, which naturally made her sneer at Sokka, who blushed and retorted he had been worried about her. In due time, both Angela and Toph should make full recoveries from their wounds. By then, dusk was already falling on the capital and it was time for the 2 benders to return to the palace. I'm only taking you up on your offer to ride your dragon again because I'm seriously that tired, Spicy, said Toph, walking with difficulty to the porch. Xian Long awaited there, eyeing them with less anxiety and uncertainty than before. Angela made to follow, but she stopped by the threshold that led outside and glanced at Sokka. He moved towards her, swallowing hard, and Toph snorted when she realized Angela hadn't joined her in the garden. Don't worry, it's fine if you want to have your lovey-dovey kiss goodnight or whatever it is you weirdos do. I can wait out here all night if I must. She said. Angela rolled her eyes. The sarcasm is well appreciated, but I'm afraid it's getting ignored, she said. Toph chuckled. Lay off. I'll be there in a moment. Are they always like this, eh? Toph asked Xian Long. The dragon huffed and waved his head up and down enthusiastically. She laughed. I feel bad for you, really. Putting up with them all the time. Sokka was the one who rolled his eyes now as he supported himself on the threshold with his forearm. He focused on Azula afterwards, though, all thoughts of Xian Long and Toph slipping his mind. "Sorry about today," Azula said, sighing. "It's not the way I expected things to go, but could have been worse, could have been better," Sokka said, smiling and shrugging. "At the very least it seems we've handled yet another hazard to our relationship, huh? I do hope it's the last one, but I won't hold my breath," said Azula, swallowing hard. "I suppose it was a wake-up call, so we'd better start being truly cautious." "Yeah. We can do that," said Sokka, with a gentle smile. He lifted a hand to caress her cheek. "We know I won't bother you at the palace anymore, so that's one less risk to worry about." "I guess, though I'd be lying if I said I won't miss it," said Azula, with a sad smile. "I know just how reckless it is, but we can adapt to the situation," said Sokka, leaning close, his forehead against hers. "And we will. This isn't the end, or anywhere near the end, we can handle this." As she said, if it took her 5 months to catch us? Then clearly we're not doing our job that badly, are we? "That's one way to look at it, but we can't get complacent," said Azula, raising her eyebrows. "Nobody else must find us by now. We just need to resist the temptation to be utterly ridiculous in dangerous circumstances, right?" "Right," said Sokka, laughing. "I know it's not going to be easy. Especially not for you," Azula pointed out. He only laughed harder. "Indeed," he agreed, hugging her close. "But we'll get through this. We always do, don't we?" "Yeah. Against all odds, and sense, and logic," she said, with a smirk. "Somehow, we always overcome everything that gets in our way. Who knew we could be this persistent, huh?" "We really are," said Sokka, kissing the top of her head. "And I can't say I'd want us to be any less persistent, princess. I'm quite happy as we are." "So am I," Azula said, pulling away only slightly so she could kiss him. It was remarkable that the simple touch between their lips was enough to make everything better. The pain on her wrist seemed to disappear, and all her worries were dispelled if only briefly. For him as well, all thoughts of being discovered dissolved in thin air. He had missed the feel of her lips on his, even though they hadn't gone that long without kissing. But spending an entire day around her and not having any chances to do this certainly felt like a waste. Fortunately, they were making amends for it now, as she leaned into his body to kiss him deeply. "It's going to take forever, isn't it, dragon?" Toph asked, sighing dramatically. Xian Long laughed, informing Azula through their bond that her friend was growing impatient. Azula groaned. "You've got to go," said Sokka, smiling a little as they parted. "Will you come over tomorrow, or?" "I have to see the head sage at some point," Azula said, sighing. "I can't say I'm looking forward to it, but you have to do it, Crown Princess," said Sokka, his smile growing sadder. "Got it. I hope that goes well." "So do I," said Azula. "As soon as that's done, I'll come here right away. I promise." "Hooray," Sokka said, with a playful laugh before hugging her again. "Don't rush it for me, though. You can leave me waiting if you must. Can't make me your top priority or it'll look weird, remember." "But I don't want to leave you waiting," said Azula, burying her face in his shoulder before sighing one last time. "Oh, well. I'll try to deal with it quickly enough. I'll see you tomorrow for sure." "I love you," said Sokka, still hugging her close. Azula's cheeks flushed and she patted his cheek. Yes you do." "Very well, then, good night," she said, pulling away. Sokka blinked blankly, left standing where he was with his arms spread and his face contorted in a confused grimace. "What the heck?" he said, having expected the usual answer from Azula, but when he heard Toph snort and laugh he realized why the princess hadn't given it, to begin with. "You're brutal, Spicy. You left your poor dog hanging like that, that's not very nice," she teased Azula, who merely flicked Toph's forehead. "Sure thing you don't want to eavesdrop on others anymore, huh?" she said, through gritted teeth. "Bad habit my ass, you love doing it. Bad habits die hard." said Toph, chuckling as Xin lowered his body to let them climb on him. Angela glanced back at Sokka, who was smiling again but looking at her with a crooked eyebrow. An apologetic smile from the princess softened the gladiator's expression, and she nodded in his direction just before Xin Long took off. Sokka watched them leave, and he remained where he stood even after they were gone. He heard Song's footsteps approaching and he grinned weakly as she placed a hand on his shoulder. "Are you okay?" she asked. He sighed. "I'd like to say I am," he said. "But I'm feeling slightly desperate right now. Say, how good are the chances for me to impersonate a Fire Nation highborn nobleman so I can marry her?" Pretty bad, actually," said Song, grimacing. Sokka snorted and smiled weakly. "Thought so," he said. "Had to ask either way." "You want to marry her, then?" Song asked, with a tender smile. "You're way too crazy about her, aren't you?" "Beyond my control, I guess," said Sokka, smiling too. "All I want is to be with her without fearing we'll step face first into a trap at every corner we take. But I did fall for the one woman who could never have a normal relationship with a guy like me, didn't I?" Song sighed and shrugged, dropping her hand. Sokka smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, shouldn't vent to you like that. I know I shouldn't be such miserable company," he said. Song smiled again. "You just need food, is all," she said. Sokka's eyes widened with interest. "Actually, that's a pretty good idea," he conceded. Song laughed and ushered him to follow her into the kitchen. Maybe having food in his stomach would help him push aside his frustrations for the time being. Toph and Angela parted ways when the princess headed to the royal spa, hoping to clean up thoroughly. Clearly, the earthbender wouldn't follow her lead. She only washed her face, cleaning up the trickle of blood that had leaked down her face, and she figured she would go to bed, but she bit her lip and thought it might be best to check on Iroh first. She always did that, no matter how strained their relationship was. If she was going to pretend nothing had changed whatsoever, she had to act as she always would. If Iroh asked about her appearance, she could easily tell him the half-truths she had already concocted earlier at Sokka's house. She hesitated before his room, thinking this might be too risky, but she dreaded it would be riskier yet to break her routine. She took a deep breath, shook her head and pushed the door to Iroh's room open, smiling instinctively as she stepped forward into the room. "Hey, Iroh. Sorry I didn't stop by earlier, did you make tea?" she asked, walking towards the teapot at the center of the room. She touched it, finding it was cold. Lifting it revealed it was empty. She grimaced. "I guess not, eh? Were you waiting for me, or?" She had sensed the old man by a desk he kept in his room, but she didn't detail him until she got no responses from him. Even nowadays he would tell her he needed quiet if she barged in too noisily, or at least greet her back if just out of force of habit. What was with his hunched-over position, and the way he was trembling? "Iroh?" Toph asked, frowning. Well, there was no way he had followed her or something of the sort. He couldn't possibly have discovered what she was up to, could he? She jumped as he slammed a fist on the table. This wasn't good, whatever it was. She couldn't waver, though. She couldn't hesitate. If he had any suspicion about Sokka and Angela, or if he was feeling betrayed because she had run off with them for one day. "He's missing." Toph froze. No, this didn't have anything to do with her, or Angela or Sokka. There was only one thing on Iroh's mind these days, or rather, one person. "Why you mean? Zuko?" she asked. Iroh snarled and slammed his fist on the table again. "He's gone," he shouted. "There's been no sign of him for weeks. Zuko is. Zuko is." Toph grimaced and stepped closer upon hearing the unequivocal sound of sobs. Uncertain of how to proceed now, uncertain of what this meant for her on the long run, she knelt beside Iroh and placed a hand on his. He asked no questions about how filthy she was, or the injury on her forearm. All he did was sob in rage, his hands balled into fists, his eyes closed as tears spilled down his face. Wherever Zuko was, Toph hoped he would send word one way or another, and not just for Iroh's sake. Right now, her sponsor was set and broken, and she meant to be there for him while his misery consumed him, but what came next? What would he do once he was done sulking? Would he abandon everything and run off to find Zuko, or would he take his anger on those he held responsible for Zuko's departure? Chapter 119, The Chase of Zhang Zhang 1. It's beyond remarkable, truly, the head sage remarked, gazing at the golden fire dancing on Azula's uninjured hand. I had never seen anything quite like it before. Neither had I, but I'm relieved I discovered it regardless, said Azula, with a weak smile. What sort of uses do you think such fire could have, though? My father said you wanted to study the possibility of finding other purposes for it, outside of ceremonial bending. Why, I don't really know, admitted the head sage, with a soft laugh. It might be there's no other use for it, but such a rare sort of fire, with such unexpected behavior, it's nothing like regular fire, is it? It feels quite different from it, yes, said Azula. The head sage stroked his beard with interest. How do you conjure it, if I may inquire? He asked, Azula's heart sank. That was the one question regarding her fire that she refused to answer. She had visited the temple in the morning, knowing the fire sages were ready to work before sunrise. The head sage had invited her to a meditation chamber where they sat on plump cushions, studying Azula's gold fire. Well, that's difficult to explain, I'll say, said Azula, with raised eyebrows. It simply feels like an instinctive ability that I hadn't realized I had. Something just clicked, I suppose. Does that make any sense? Oh, perhaps not, said the head sage, laughing and shaking his head. But I can't say I blame you, princess. Explaining fire is certainly difficult. I only knew one man who seemed to grasp fire's concept and capacities perfectly, though, well, he can't help us right now. He might have, if only he were still here, but we will have to unlock the abilities of gold fire on our own. Is he dead? Azula asked. The head sage shrugged. Perhaps he is, he said. I can't be sure. But if he were, we should not mourn him. Not after he turned against Fire Lord Azulin. What? Said Azula. The head sage sighed. He turned against my grandfather? Are you talking about the deserter? Yes, said the head sage, nodding. Admiral Zhang Zhang. Here I expected you'd be referring to a philosopher, perhaps, said Azula, raising an eyebrow. A military officer understood fire's nature better than you do? Isn't that odd? I suppose it is, yes, said the head sage, laughing. But Zhang Zhang, much like yourself, princess, was a prodigy. His mind, body, and soul were in perfect harmony, and he was the most powerful bender I knew until I met you, of course. He developed his very own training techniques. He even had a teaching method of his creation that greatly influenced other fire-bending schools. He handled fire in a way few others can. Others such as yourself, naturally. Yet he betrayed the Fire Nation, said Azula, raising an eyebrow. The head sage sighed again and nodded. I cannot say I understand why. The last time I spoke with him, he seemed to abhor fire, which I found so utterly confusing. How could a bender hate their own element? And yet he said fire was merely corruption and destruction, an element only fit for the lowliest of human acts. Are you serious? Said Azula, confused. Why did you think that someone who sees fire that way would have any understanding of fire at all? Why, I'd like to believe he was merely losing his mind at that point, since all prior evidence suggests that he was a genius in regards of fire bending, said the head sage. So, unless he truly had lost his mind, I don't know if to think his assessment of fire's capacities was accurate at all. I assure you, it's not, said Azula, shaking her head. No doubt fire can destroy. If there's something this 100-year war has taught us, it's that. But fire is the only element that depends fully on the bender. Its very existence hinges on us, and it's us, as its benders, who decide what we use fire for. Perhaps spending too long in the front lines took a toll on his sanity, but if this was the full extent of his wisdom, I'm not certain that he was that wise at all. You're probably right, the head sage agreed. He may have needed some time to see other sides of fire outside of the battlefield to appreciate it for the element it is, perhaps. Surely if he saw the wonders of your gold fire, he would change his mind, don't you believe? Well, it's a possibility,
but not one we'll be testing any time soon, said Angela, lowering her hand and extinguishing the flame. Zhang did betray our nation, but aside from that, he has been missing for years, hasn't he? Decades, in fact, said the head sage. He was never seen again after deserting his fleet. Admiral Zhao served with him at the time, I believe. Surely he could elaborate more on that matter, if you're interested in hearing it. Also, I'm under the impression he learned firebending with Zhang, too. Perhaps he has more stories about the man, if you'd like to hear them. Perhaps later, said Angela, with a weak smile. For now, shall we put my fire to the test? Exploring Goldfire's capacities proved an interesting experiment. Using the fire to burn a small paper proved different than doing so with orange or blue fire. It took longer for Goldfire to do it, albeit it seemed to spread faster over the material. Yet it didn't destroy it and turn it to cinders as it went. The damage was gradual and slow, and both Angela and the head sage were puzzled by the fire's effect. Another test proved that wielding it as a shield was surprisingly effective. Angela was surprised, and somewhat annoyed, to find that conjuring condensed gold flames proved a lot less taxing than blue ones. If only she had known this beforehand, she could have used this on her fight against Toph. The regards in which gold fire differed from regular fire were rather puzzling, yet they couldn't quite conclude anything solid regarding its special properties. The head sage was most delighted to schedule another appointment for them the next week, and he bowed deeply as Angela left the meditation chamber in the temple and returned to the palace. She would be able to report success for the time being to her father, both regarding inspecting her fire's abilities and in staying in the fire sage's good side, but she decided to leave that for later. Her father would likely be otherwise engaged right now, and she was desperate to spend time with Sokka again, hopefully with no interruptions for the first time in what felt like an eternity. Yet she came across another unforeseen interruption as she was treading through the palace grounds, on her way to her dragon's refuge. Princess Angela. I hope you're doing well today, said Zhao, bowing his head towards her. Thank you, Admiral. Likewise, said Angela, with a dry smile. Zhao had been briefing soldiers in one of the open hallways, and Angela could have easily carried on to her destination without further ado, but she stopped on her tracks and turned to look at him as he spoke to the men. She hesitated for a moment, pondering if the head sage's idea of asking Zhao about Zhangjiang's wisdom pertaining fire would be any use. Is something the matter, Princess? Zhao asked, upon catching from the corner of his eye that Angela had stopped walking. She huffed, thinking she'd do best to tell him everything was fine, but her curiosity got the better of her. So, she smiled, and took a step forward. I was only wondering if we could have a short conversation. I'm sure I won't keep you from your men for too long, she said. Ah, well, we were as good as finished by now, said Zhao, nodding as the men bowed to him. I can certainly indulge you, Princess. The soldiers took off, and Zhao climbed down the steps to the garden, where Angela stood, eyeing him apprehensively. Her reservations towards the man may have been well-founded, but perhaps she had to learn to put them aside whenever it was necessary. Is something the matter? Zhao asked, as Angela resumed her walk to the refuge, albeit a little slower now. I had my meeting with the head sage. You may recall my father mentioned that. Oh, yes, said Zhao, nodding. What came from it, if I may inquire? Well, the tests on my fire have only just begun, but there have been some promising results so far, said Angela. Gold fire may have some value in the battlefield after all. Is that so? Why, as if you needed any more fighting abilities, said Zhao, snorting. Angela smiled a little. Indeed. But that's not what I intended to ask, she said, glancing at him from the corner of her eyes. As we spoke, the head sage happened to mention some man who, according to him, was one of the wisest firebenders he knew. Oh, said Zhao, raising his eyebrows until he frowned heavily with understanding. Wait, you don't mean Zhang, do you? Why, yes, that's who he meant indeed. I believe we once talked about him, too. He was your firebending master, right? Said Angela, but she fell silent when she heard Zhao chuckling. Oh, that he was, Princess. My strict, unyielding firebending master, said Zhao, with a smirk.
He would have me striking an impractically wide stance, doing nothing but breathing deeply for over 4 hours a day. If I dared say I was tired of doing nothing but breathing, he would ask me if I wanted to die, since I was tired of breathing. It took me some weeks to realize it wasn't a threat but, well, his idea of a joke, I guess. It was quite impossible to tell that he was joking, though. He was always so stern and serious. You seem to remember him well, then, Angela commented. Zhao shrugged. Being his pupil certainly did its number on me, if mostly because I did my very best to be nothing like him, said Zhao, with a smirk again. He had some controversial beliefs about fire. Perhaps the head sage told you as much. He did, said Angela. He even abhorred his own fire, or at least that's what the head sage understood from the last time he saw Zhang Zhang. Unsurprising, really. Oze told me about Zhang Jiang's interventions in war meetings, said Zhao, shaking his head. The older he got, the more senile he would be. He as good as told Fire Lord Agelan, on the very last meeting he attended, that it would be absurd for the war to continue. How was he not executed on the spot for such a bold demand? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. She had never known anyone to say anything like that to her unforgiving grandfather. By virtue of being one of Agelan's very favorite officers, of course, said Zhao. Agelan gave him a pass on such matters, surely thinking it didn't matter what Zhang Zhang believed so long as he would be loyal to him, and, of course, he was enraged when Zhang Zhang betrayed him. He abandoned his post as leader of the navy, causing a major catastrophe with the fleet he led when Earth Kingdom ships attacked them just when they were regrouping. Without Zhang Jiang's leadership, an easily won battle resulted in a disaster of absurd proportions. I remember hearing of that, said Angela. He forsook his own people, much like my uncle did in Ba Sing Se, regardless of whatever bonds he might have forged with them. Oh, Zhang Zhang didn't forge bonds with people, said Zhao. He never treated anyone as an equal, so don't bother worrying about the friends he might have left behind. Huh, I see, said Angela, frowning. If the man was as aloof as Zhao made him sound, and as uncaring towards those under his command, then chances were he wouldn't understand the different properties of the gold fire she had discovered any more than she did. He was certainly a powerful bender, no doubt. Perhaps the most powerful fire bender outside the royal family, said Zhao. Hadn't I eased on my training, I might have bested him in time, but until the last time I saw him, he was still a brilliant bender. Though, after your display a couple of days ago, I find he wasn't half as impressive as you are. Though, then again, he stopped being so impressive ever since I first saw your father's abilities. I take it that even in his younger years he was remarkable, said Angela, with a small smile. Zhao nodded. Your uncle was too, of course, but whereas much like me, the Dragon of the West took to a military life, your father polished his fire-bending until neither of us could hold a torch to him. You certainly inherited his talent, there's no question about it. I've always hoped that was the case, said Angela, still smiling. Either way, did you want to know anything specific about Zhang Zhang? Zhao asked, as they stopped by the refuge's gates. It was nothing but curiosity, Admiral, said Angela, shrugging. What you've told me makes me think he would have no better understanding of my fire than I do. Which, of course, is only logical, but the head sage seemed to think Zhang Zhang might know more about fire than even he did. If you wanted endless rambling, scolding, and pointless metaphors, perhaps he would give you just what you need, princess, said Zhao, with a smirk. But honestly, one like yourself would have nothing to learn from Zhang Zhang. If anything, he should be the one humbly asking for your teachings and not the other way around. Bold words. I'm flattered, Admiral, said Angela, flatly. She was long past believing in any compliments he might offer her. Thanks for indulging me, then. I suppose there's not much to be said for a man who betrays his nation the way he did, after all. Surely not, said Zhao. If anything, he'd likely be jealous of your talents, wouldn't he? Huh, well, that would certainly be ridiculous, coming from a fully grown man, said Angela, with a chuckle. Well, then, I'll see you around, Admiral. Thanks again. It was my pleasure, Princess, he said, bowing his head towards her as Angela entered the refuge. Well, that one-on-one with Zhao hadn't ended poorly. Angela breathed out in relief, guessing Zhao's opinion on his old master wasn't bound to be unbiased, but there was likely some truth to it, too. Zhang Zhang indeed was a man who had turned against his own people, and she remembered hearing of the catastrophic loss sustained by his leaderless fleet after he abandoned his post. It wasn't far-fetched for a man of the sort to hate his own element, or to discard his own men as he had. She snorted, thinking that, for someone who surely despised the Fire Nation, Zhang Zhang had acted much like General Bujing, who often favored strategies that hinged on using a faction of soldiers as living bait for the enemy. It was certainly ironic that in his rebellion against the Fire Nation regime, Zhang Zhang had behaved much like the worst of Fire Nation leaders did. Xian Long welcomed Angela into his refuge with a happy dragon grin, as he lay on the ground upside down, wagging his legs in the air for no reason. Angela laughed as she approached him, crouching beside his head as he greeted her. "And what exactly are we doing?" Angela asked, looking at him inquisitively. Xian Long wagged his tail and looked through the ceiling, which he had opened with the levers, so he could gaze at the sky freely. "Ah, so you're gazing at the clouds from here? Aren't there better places to do that?" Xian Long replied that he couldn't do it anywhere better until after he had ferried her off to her daily meeting with her beloved. Angela snorted and shook her head, standing upright as Xian Long laughed and turned around, waiting for her to buckle the saddle around him. He asked her questions about her gold fire as they flew, and as Angela answered them, Xian Long tried to conjure gold fire too, unleashing plumes of blue flames into the sky as they flew. Angela only laughed while trying to convince Xian that it was unnecessary for him to bend gold fire, but the dragon didn't relent. "Come on, Xian, stop it," Angela said, clutching his hair as he moved his head side to side while trying to focus on his love for fresh meat to bring about gold fire. "I'm pretty sure that's not the way it works, you hopeless dragon." Xian Long growled that if she could do it just by loving Sokka, his love for food ought to do it too. His reasoning only brought more chuckles from his rider, who shook her head. "It's moments like these that make me think you should be best friends with him, actually. Same exact logic I'd expect him to use if he were a firebender, especially since he loves meat too," she said, smiling as Xian descended on the house's backyard. Angela leapt off the saddle as Xian eyed the house with curiosity. Smoke poured out of the house's vents, and Angela crooked an eyebrow. Did Song burn their lunch, maybe? Or was Sokka up to anything strange? "I think I should be fine today, Xian. I don't see any trouble making earthbenders nearby," she said, patting his snout. "You can go watch clouds or play with them, whatever makes you happiest." Xian bumped her shoulder with his head, prompting her to surround him with an arm before he took off. She smiled as she watched him fly before entering the house, still perplexed by the smoke she'd seen upon landing. The natural place to check if there was something burning was the kitchen, so she went there immediately. She frowned once she was inside, finding the culprit for the smoke was working with absolute concentration on a small sphere on his hand. She raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" she asked. Sokka jumped. "Angela," he said, smiling broadly and looking at her with delight. Just a moment, okay? I'm just finishing this one and I'm done for now." "You're building your bombs?" Angela asked, sitting on the table Sokka was working on as she eyed his progress with interest. Sokka bit his lower lip and nodded. "Just gotta fit this right inside, it's not so complicated," he said, carefully placing a mineral Angela had never seen before inside the sphere. She frowned with interest, her chin on her uninjured hand while her elbow rested on her flexed knee. "What's the idea, exactly?" she asked. "How does it work?" "Well, this thing here's the fuel, so to say," he said, pointing at the material he had been fitting inside the sphere. "I have small bits of spark stones attached to the end of it. When I pull out the trigger, the spark stones set the fuel on fire, but instead of burning properly, it releases lots of smoke. If I add other components, too, it can become a stench bomb, like the ones I used with Toph. Or I can even make the smoke in different colors." "I remember," said Angela, with a small smile. "What's the material you burn?" "You guys call it smoke salt or something," he said, smiling too. "We didn't really have a name for it down south. Some men found a cave where there was a lot of it, and nobody knew what to use it for, Until my dad started using it for bombs, so, whenever I was bored, months after the warriors were already off fighting in the war, I tested some of it and tried to make bombs with it.
You mean actual bombs?
Angela asked.
Sokka sighed.
Yep. Dad managed to pull it off, so I tried to do it too.
You can imagine how amused my sister was with my every failure, he said, with a crooked smirk.
Well, that is, unless I tested the experimental bombs indoors and filled the igloo with smoke.
Then she'd scold me all day for it.
Sounds like you had a hard time with that, being scolded so often, said Angela, smiling fondly.
No wonder you bear with me as easily as you do.
Heh, well, you'd have to try a little harder to scold me as often as she did, he admitted, with a chuckle as he closed the sphere carefully. He set the small sphere on a large pile of them, and Angela raised her eyebrows approvingly at the sizable number of bombs he'd already crafted.
Sokka smiled at her. I usually take a morning or two to make all the bombs I can, once every several months, he said, pushing himself up from his seating position. I was running out by now, so I thought it was time.
Were you testing variations on the process?
Angela asked. I mean, since there was so much smoke pouring out of the vents.
Ah, well, that was my bad, said Sokka, with a guilty grin.
Set off one of the bombs by mistake, unleashed smoke everywhere.
Typical me, huh?
Indeed, typical you, said Angela, smiling too as he approached and surrounded her with his arms. He leaned down to kiss her, and Angela moaned in bliss as he did. At long last, they had one day of nothing but relaxation to look forward to. They could let loose, forget all about their reservations from the past few days and enjoy each other fully.
Sokka chuckled as she pulled him down, lying across the table while surrounding his neck with her arms.
She wasn't about to take it easy, that was clear, and he didn't mind her boldness one bit. He kissed her back gladly, supporting his weight on the table as to not crush her.
Say, I love your enthusiasm, he said, smiling.
But this might not be the best place for this. There's a window right in front of us, wide open and all.
Angela sighed and looked at said window with irritation.
Sokka chuckled and nuzzled her neck.
Does it really matter?
Nobody ever walks around these parts,
she said.
He shrugged.
Maybe they don't, but here I thought we'd resolved to be a little less reckless nowadays, he said, looking at her with amusement.
Angela's eyebrow twitched.
Well, I can't say I like that you're being the more responsible one out of the two of us, not at all, she said.
He laughed, and she smirked, kissing his ear.
It's been too long, damn it.
That it has, he agreed, smiling and standing upright again, bringing her up to a sitting position once more. Her arms remained linked around his neck.
How's your wrist?
Any better yet?
Not any worse, if that's reassuring.
I've managed not to draw too much attention to it, she said.
I don't think anyone noticed I was injured at all.
Which means you didn't get the physicians to check on it?
Sokka asked.
Angela shrugged innocently.
Yeah, it's great that you trust Song that much, but you really should have had them look at it too, you know.
What for?
Such a waste of time, she said, sighing and hugging him tighter.
Would you rather I left to ask for a medical check than to have me here right now?
Hey, I said you should have done it.
It's too late to change the past now, he said, smirking and eyeing her suggestively.
Angela smiled.
I knew you'd say something like that, she said, leaning close and prodding his nose with hers.
Sokka chuckled.
How did that meeting with the sage go, though? He asked.
Did you go see him after all?
Yeah, though it wasn't as productive as it might have been if only I hadn't acted clueless regarding what the source of Goldfire is, she said, with an ironic smile.
Sokka gulped.
Well, it is better to keep that to yourself, he said.
Did you achieve anything regardless of that, though?
Hardly, said Angela, shrugging.
Though we did seem to discover that Goldfire is easier to condense than blue or orange fire.
How about that?
Huh, really now?
Said Sokka, surprised.
Then maybe that's what the Millennium Dragon did?
Might be his fire was somewhat gold and we never noticed.
I don't think so, said Angela, with a smile.
He just has ridiculous stamina,
that one. I'm sure everyone would have noticed if his fire hadn't been of the usual kind.
Yeah, you'd already bent gold fire by then, too, said Sokka, nodding. Wouldn't have been so hard to notice it if he was doing something similar, right?
Surely, said Azula, shifting on the table so she would be closer yet to him, her legs spread around him.
Very well, then, now that we're fully briefed about what we've been up to, can we stop dilly-dallying and get to it before something else gets in our way?
Huh, who knew the princess could get this eager?
Sokka teased her, stroking her cheek with a hand.
I thought I was the desperate one.
You're just keeping your cool right now to carry on with the pretense that our roles have somehow flipped these days, said Azula, smirking.
But no, Sokka, I'm afraid they haven't.
Yes, you watched me fight and not the other way around. Yes, I'm being reckless to no end, but that doesn't mean anything.
No?
And here I thought I was reading all those signs right, princess, he said, smirking and surrounding her waist with his arms.
Can't ever beat you at something, can I?
I'm afraid I can't allow that, she said, smirking before kissing him again. She was being so passionate it was taking all of Sokka's self-control to keep from finishing this on that very same table. How he relished in the feel of her body pressed against him in this way, her every motion stealing his breath and making him lose his senses.
Come on,
he whispered, embracing her waist and lifting her into his strong arms. We should take this somewhere else, if you don't mind.
I don't mind that much, I'll say.
Azula smirked as she kept kissing him. He beamed, walking carefully through the kitchen and heading to the stairs. The situation reminded him of their first time, although the mood was beyond different this time around. Still, he meant to pull off the feat of climbing the stairs with Azula wrapped around him once again, there was no question about it. Or at least, there wasn't until they heard a knock on the front door. Sokka froze and groaned, halfway up the stairs. Azula as well stopped kissing him if just for a moment, a confused and irritated look on her face.
What the hell is it now?
She muttered, as Sokka set her down most unwillingly.
Beats me, but if it's not something serious I'm going to kick the ass of whoever's out there, Sokka grumbled, shaking his head and heading down again.
Azula grabbed him by his sash and pulling him towards her briskly before he could get the door. He was perplexed until she cleaned his lips with her thumb, as she ever did, and Sokka smiled gratefully at her before reaching for the doorknob. His irritation did not decrease, albeit his confusion certainly increased, upon finding the same visitor from the previous day standing behind the door.
Toph,
he said.
What
are you doing here, again?
Hey, dog.
Can I come in? She asked. Her tone was a lot more serious than it usually was. Sokka scratched the back of his head as Azula approached the door too.
Well, what's this?
You don't want a rematch today, or do you? She asked, as Sokka closed the door behind Toph. The earthbender snickered, regardless of her previous apprehension.
Yeah, that burn's still stinging and I'm sore all over, so no thanks.
Not yet, anyways, she said, swallowing hard and lowering her head. I'm sorry I'm barging in right now, I'm pretty sure you were, well, you know just what you were up to or what you wanted to be up to, so no point in me elaborating on it.
What's going on this time, Toph?
Sokka said, sighing heavily and looking at her sternly. You didn't talk, or did you?
Of course not, said Toph.
But Iroh is not happy.
Because you spent the day with us yesterday?
Azula asked, raising her eyebrows.
Toph shook her head promptly.
He doesn't know I did.
Didn't even ask, she said,
breathing deeply before clearing up the mystery for the pair before her.
He got a letter, no idea from who, but it said Zuko was missing.
Azula's brow drew together heavily as Sokka's jaw dropped. He closed his mouth soon enough, casting a concerned glance at Azula before turning towards Toph again.
Really?
Zuko is missing? He asked again.
Toph shrugged.
I don't know, dog. I can't read, so I have no idea what the letter said.
Just.
Iroh was so angry, and when I was starting to suspect he was mad because of something about you two, he told me Zuko was missing. I don't know who told him so, if they're pulling his hair, if he misunderstood, but that's what he told me.
Zuko, he can't be missing, said Angela, shaking her head. I mean, he has an entire crew with him, doesn't he? And he has his girlfriend, too. There's no way he would have been captured and taken from them, is there? Sokka asked. Angela shrugged. I doubt it, she said. He wasn't that much of a wimp anymore, or was he? Well, he was nowhere close to your level of skill, said Sokka, shrugging. But he could hold his own either way. If someone had attacked him. Who'd want to do that, though? Toph asked. I mean. Angela swallowed hard, her mind offering an immediate answer, her father. She tried to hold those thoughts in check, knowing that she had no evidence even if she knew Oze wouldn't shed a single tear if his son died. Still, what benefit would it bring him to kill Zuko at this point? Wasn't it a waste? Angela was already crown princess, fully acknowledged and with no risk of losing said position to her brother. Why would Oze feel the need to plan something like this, let alone without telling her? Well, he certainly did a lot of things without telling Angela, but she doubted he would have kept to himself that he wanted to send an assassin after Zuko. Something about this didn't add up. I don't think Zuko has a shortage of enemies, but I also doubt they'd gain enough by killing him to bother doing something like that, said Angela, shaking her head. If he were dead, the letter wouldn't have said he was missing. If he were captured, the letter would have likely been a ransom for his release. If it says he's missing, then, maybe he just got lost somewhere, I guess. Sounds like Zuko, being able to get lost even if he's stuck in a metal ship with no place to run, said Sokka, snorting. Despite herself, Angela smiled. Might be he jumped overboard for a swim and the ship captain failed to notice and carried on, full speed ahead. She said, before sighing. I guess it's rather cruel of me not to sob and mourn for my brother's alleged disappearance, but it may not be as big a deal as Iroh thinks it is. From what he told me, all he wanted was passage to the Earth Kingdom, and he planned to improvise from there, basically. Which is, of course, a plan worthy of Zuko. So, you think he might have shaken everyone else off and just gone hiking through the Earth Kingdom? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. Well, that's also very much like him. Though I do hope he took Suki with him. What a bummer it would be for her if he gave her the slip too. Well, that is, if she wasn't already regretting going with him in the first place, said Angela, with a malicious smirk. Sokka chuckled. You're so mean, and for some reason I just love it, he said. Toph sighed, bringing them to pay her attention again. But anyways, yeah. You can tell Iroh what Zuko told Angela, maybe he'll realize that going missing was Zuko's plan all along. That's not what worries me, though, said Toph, crossing her arms over her chest. I want to think Zuko can look after himself, but we all know Iroh doesn't want to think the same. He wanted to be there with Zuko and wants to keep an eye on him all the time. So now that he can't get any reports on Zuko's movements. You think he's going to go find him? Sokka asked. Toph shrugged. I don't really know, I think he wants to but he's not doing it yet. I thought he'd buckle up to do it right away, but he hasn't so far. I checked on him this morning and he was just writing letters again, a tad bit more frantically than before, but still. Then what are you scared of, retribution? Angela asked. You think he'll come after either of us because of his fantasy where I convinced Zuko of leaving, and because he knows you played some part in making him go? I'm not worried if he unleashes his rage on me, really, said Toph, lowering her head. If anything, I'd probably deserve it. But I am worried about you too. What if he starts keeping more careful tabs on you? If he tries to screw you over in some attempt to take revenge for Zuko leaving and disappearing? Maybe if Zuko can't be Fire Lord, Iroh would want to do his best to make sure you can't be, either. Well, now you're certainly thinking like me. You might have spent too long in my company, said Angela, sighing and rubbing her forehead with her fingertips. I don't know just how vengeful my uncle may be, but it is a risk. If he tried to dig up dirt on me, well, he'd have plenty to use to tear me apart. But he won't have a chance to do that, said Sokka, frowning. I mean, Toph won't say anything, right? If he doesn't even know she was with us yesterday, then he has no idea she's gotten any closer to us than before. So, he shouldn't try to coax any information about you guys out of me, Toph agreed, nodding. I'll do my best not to mention either of you at all, too. I don't want to give him cause to think I know anything I shouldn't. But that doesn't settle the problem completely, said Angela, tapping her arm with a finger. Even if Toph keeps quiet, he might still try other means. Like who, Ruishi? Sokka asked. Or, your friends. I don't know, said Angela, biting her lip. Following us around without our awareness? He's an accomplished military man, he would know how to spy on someone if he feels the need to do it. Well, he hasn't started spying yet, has he? Sokka asked. Toph shook her head. He's been writing letters, as I said. Then, we should probably plan ahead just in case he does start, said Sokka, looking at Angela with uncertainty. I don't know if he'd really be that bitter, but as you said, it's a risk. Maybe we should. I don't know, stay out of the way just in case he does decide to destroy you in that sort of crazy plight for revenge. Stay out of the way? You mean, we should go traveling again? Angela asked, with a mild grimace. Sokka shrugged. It's a thought, he said. Angela huffed. Well, wouldn't be the first or the last time we go on trips so close together, I'm sure, she said. Where to? You could do another of your Earth Kingdom tours, maybe, said Toph, shrugging. You just won in the slate again, you can go show off however you please, right? It does make enough sense. Plus, he's not injured, so we can probably go ahead and do that, said Angela, nodding. A somewhat extreme attempt to keep Iroh off our trail, maybe, but it's better than risking him finding us, said Sokka, his hands on his hips. Angela bit her lip again. I suppose it is, she said, before turning to Toph. Thanks for letting us know. It might be we're overreacting, but in the off case we aren't, you really might be saving our lives. Toph smiled at last and nodded. What are friends for, eh? She said. I want to help you guys. I'll do my best at protecting your secret. And if Iroh gives any indications that he wants information on you, or to chase after you, I'll let you know immediately. That's good to know, said Angela, with a smile of her own. It might be good that you know about us, if this is how it'll be. You're a good spy to have on Iroh. I'm not a spy, not really, said Toph, chuckling. If I were, you'd have to pay me. I pay you by not murdering you for what you know, said Angela, with a playful smirk. Toph snorted and laughed. Now, really, make sure to keep tabs on Iroh. Try not to let him out of your earthbending range, I guess, for too long. The more you support him in finding Zuko again, the more likely he is to start trusting you again. And once he trusts you, you'll be able to know what he's really after these days. I'll try, anyways, said Toph, shrugging. I honestly doubt he'll ever trust me as much as he used to, but I'll try. And I'm not going to spill all his secrets either, eh? I'm your friend, Spicy, but you're his gladiator and friend too, huh? Said Sokka, nodding. Well, we don't need all his secrets, or do we? The more of them we know, the better, Angela disagreed, smirking at Sokka. He snorted. You need to be less greedy, you know. He said, smiling at her. Still, Toph, all we really worry about is him not knowing about us. As long as he stays in the dark about it, we'll be fine. And if you ever grow suspicious about him wanting to do anything to harm Angela, too. Yeah, I'll let you know, said Toph, nodding. In the meantime, I should probably make sure he's still writing those letters, eh? I'll keep you guys posted if I can. Might be a little hard to tell you what he's up to when you're traveling, since I can't really write, but that's the real problem about her being our spy, said Angela, with a smirk of uncertainty. Well, you could always come here, find Song and have her write anything you may want to report to us. Song? His cook? She asked, jerking her head towards Sokka. Am I allowed to do that? I hardly know her, and well, I guess she would know about you too, if anyone else does. I doubt you've kept so quiet that she couldn't catch you, huh? Heh, well, you don't need to poke your business into whatever she knows about us, Toph, said Sokka, with a twitching eyebrow. She laughed. All right, all right. Warn her that I might drop by to ask her to write messages, then, said Toph, turning on her heels. In the meantime, lay low, stay away from Iroh and make sure you don't do anything too stupid, all right? Same goes for you. Only, stay close to Iroh instead, said Azula, with a curt smile. Toph laughed. Sure thing. Have a fun trip, she said, as she helped herself out of the house without further ado. Sokka and Azula stared at the door for longer than they usually would, concern emblazoned across both their faces. At last they finally looked at each other, knowing that, for the umpteenth time, their dry spell would not be broken today. We have to drop by at the Royal Dome now, huh? Said Sokka. Azula sighed. We don't have any pending fights, actually, so, it only makes sense that we would, she said, patting his arm and leaning close to rest her head against his shoulder. We're not catching a break anytime soon, are we? He asked now. Azula chuckled. The universe tests our resolve, she said. But we've overcome worse challenges before, haven't we? Surely a few more hours without ripping each other's clothes off will be bearable. What about if we go to the dome after having ripped them off? Sokka pouted. Azula shook her head. If we do that first we'll never go. You know that as well as I do, she said, chuckling, and clasping his hand in hers. Come on. Let's get this over with. Since Xian Long was too far away to ask him for a flight, Sokka and Azula made their way to the Royal Dome on foot. Shoji was slightly apprehensive, even though he smiled when they reached his desk. It seemed his previous mistakes had made him uneasy around the sponsor and Gladiator pair, but as they were acting quite naturally, it seemed there was nothing to fear today. So, you'd like to travel again? He asked, as Azula explained what she had in mind. She nodded. Where to? Ba Sing Se. No, said Azula, grimacing. Sokka raised his eyebrows. We've yet to have a single uneventful visit to Ba Sing Se, after all. Maybe we'll have better luck in another city. Like what? Sokka asked. Udeo? Jailing. Not jailing. No way, said Azula. Sokka froze before nodding. Yeah. We're better off avoiding that Quan. He agreed. Udeo doesn't sound bad, Azula said, breathing deeply. Do we have any pending challenges from anyone in Udeo? Oh, a fair few, yes, said Shoji, nodding. You can choose whichever one you like. It'd certainly be an improvement over picking gladiators at random like we did when we first went to Udeo, said Azula, raising her eyebrows. Shoji chuckled. Yeah, you won't have to do that this time. We wouldn't travel outside of Udeo, then? Sokka asked, looking at Azula inquisitively as Shoji opened the cabinets behind him, to gather the Udeo-specific challenges for the Blue Wolf. Azula shrugged at Sokka's question. It would be less of a bother, wouldn't it? She asked. We've only just traveled to the slate, after all. I'd rather we stay put in one place instead of making excessive, unnecessary use of my barge. And we'd stay with the mayor again? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Azula shrugged once more. Why not? She said. They were kind enough the last time. Unless, of course, you'd rather we don't because it brings back sorrowful memories. Sokka gave her a crooked grin as she smirked at him. He chuckled and shook his head. To be honest, it might. Like all the glares for my lack of table manners, he said. Ah, you deserved them. Eating so grossly in front of highly ranked government officials, really. She replied, shaking her head. Sokka could only keep laughing. I'll do my best not to eat like that again, I promise, he said. No food between my teeth either, if I can avoid it. Please try to avoid it, said Azula, biting her lip. I won't have you embarrassing us in front of their entire family. Not to mention in front of their daughter, who seemed to think so highly of me. Speaking of which, didn't you tell that girl to get a gladiator? Sokka asked. Azula raised an eyebrow. Why, I did, but I don't know if she did it or not, she said, shrugging. I think I told her to challenge us once her fighter was within 50 positions of you, didn't I?
Something like that, yeah, Sokka agreed, nodding. I guess I've made too much progress for her to be that close to us, though. It would still be nice to know if she's sponsoring someone. Azula reasoned. Alright, here we go. All of the challenges you've received from the Golden Eye, said Shoji, returning to them with around 30 challenge sheets. Azula eyed him with a glint of curiosity in her eyes. Can you answer a question beforehand, though? She asked. Shoji blinked a few times before nodding promptly. Of course, princess. Well, so long as it's within my area of knowledge. He said, his voice growing smaller as he spoke. Azula huffed softly. If it's not within yours, it's certainly not within anyone else's. I wanted to know if Kori Morishita has joined the Superior League with a gladiator of her own, Azula said. Shoji's uncertainty vanished immediately. Oh. Certainly, princess. Said Shoji, smiling. A hawk arrived, say, 6 months ago? And it brought the new fighters enrolling from the Golden Eye. One of them was hers. Is that so? Said Azula, smiling too. Who might her fighter be? His name is, well, he's a bear. Not sure what comes after, though. I haven't kept an eye on him, Shoji confessed, smiling nervously as he pulled up the ranking and scanned through it quickly. Bear, aha. Barracks, it says. Enrolled 7 months ago, to be precise, a non-bending fighter. A non-bender? Sokka repeated. Azula snorted. And a bear, too. I wonder where she got her inspiration, she said, eyeing Sokka with a mocking smirk. Sokka blushed. Wait, if that were the case, she should have made him the red bear or something like that, he said. Or the green bear. Maybe the brown bear? Gray B dash. No need to list all the colors you know, Sokka. I get it, said Azula, shaking her head before turning to Shoji. How has he fared in the ranking? Is he any good? Well, he still has a perfect winning streak after 20 fights, so I'd say he is, said Shoji. Azula raised her eyebrows with interest. Now that's a surprise, she said, crossing her arms and tapping her elbow with curiosity. He seems talented, then. Better than Sokka, I'd say. What? Hey, my first 20 fights were insane. Sokka exclaimed, pouting. Azula scoffed. No way this one could have fought anyone on Topha's level, you know. Why, I have no idea about that, said Azula, smirking. Maybe he did and we just don't know it. Sokka's eyebrow twitched while Azula continued to smirk in his direction. Shoji chuckled softly and placed the ranking before them on the counter. Well, the barracks must be strong, but he hasn't risen through the ranking half as quickly as the Blue Wolf did, for sure, he said, pointing at the 336th slot, where the gladiator's name was scribbled. See. It's no surprise, what we did is a rarity, from what you've said, said Azula. Shoji nodded. Your fame and glory were renowned long before you were in the top half of the ranking, he said. And now that you've won twice in the slate, you're even more famous. Are we? Here I thought people wouldn't talk about it much on the second occasion, said Azula, eyeing the ranking with interest as she moved to the higher positions. Oh, but they have. Said Shoji, beaming. The Blue Wolf has survived twice in the slate and taken 6,000 points in total after those great performances. On the last ranking update, he was already in the 128th slot, Azula read, raising her eyebrows with interest as she found Sokka's gladiator name on the paper. And you're ahead of the Dirtworm again, actually. Heh, great. Said Sokka, smiling proudly. We should keep that up then. I should stay ahead of her if I carry on fighting. You mean, if you carry on fighting and winning, Azula clarified, with a skeptical look. Sokka huffed. I've won more than I've lost. See? Only 10 losses so far, he said, pouting. That's 10 too many for my taste, said Azula, smirking again. Sokka gasped with indignation as she chuckled. Very well, then, we shall challenge several Udeo gladiators. And, perhaps, depending on how strong Morishita's fighter really is, we could arrange for a fight between you two once we're there.
Yeah, the Golden Eyes staff should be able to do that, said Shoji, smiling encouragingly. Choose a way, princess. And I sure hope you enjoy your trip to Udeo.
We will, so long as we don't challenge the Millennium Dragon, said Angela, with mild amusement as she looked through the challenges intently. There were several interesting fighters amongst their challengers, and Shoji knew about most of them, so he could advise them accordingly. Angela and Sokka ended up selecting 3 fighters for the time being, giving Sokka a week to rest between each of the fights. Depending on what news Toph sent, they would challenge more gladiators while at Udeo and extend their stay in the city until Iroh felt less threatening. The chosen fighters were the Twilight-drilled Bamboo Bear, who had caught Angela's eye almost 2 years ago because of his ridiculous fighter name. According to Shoji, it was a very strong earthbender, overweight and apparently somewhat prone to nervousness, but he handled earth like only the best gladiators could. The next one they chose was Dragon Claw, the fighter who had injured Blast of Death out of the ranking long before Sokka crossed paths with him. The last one was another firebender, the Torch, who Angela hoped wouldn't prove much of a challenge to Sokka. They bid farewell to Shoji and returned home, discussing their upcoming fights on the way. They debated what weapons Sokka should use, and theorized on what sort of fights would await them in Udeo, along with realizing that Angela would have to cancel her appointment with the head sage so they could take off on their new trip. It was already sunset by the time they reached the house. Sokka only sighed in disappointment as they crossed the door, but Angela clasped his hand, pushed him down on the couch and dropped atop him as comfortably as she could. He was smiling again soon after that. I guess we'll have to settle for this by now, as per usual, said Sokka, caressing her hair. We can't do anything else, said Angela, smiling weakly. If we're in the middle of our shenanigans when Xin comes back, he'll be mad and ditch me, so. Wait, if he did, then you'd spend the night here? Why, where's the downside to that? Sokka asked, smirking. Angela snorted. Says the guy who was so proud of being the responsible one out of the 2 of us earlier today. She said, looking at him with amusement as she rested with her chin on her hands, which were on his chest. I lose the urge of being responsible pretty quickly, I think, said Sokka, winking at her. Angela laughed and shook her head, leaning close to kiss him softly. You're so silly, really, she said, curling up against him, her face against his neck. Sokka sighed in bliss. You think we'll be able to sneak around in your ship, though? Once we go to Udeo? He whispered. She shrugged. You've somehow managed to avoid all detection while doing it so far, no idea how, she said. I don't recommend you do it every single night, but it might not hurt, on occasion. Great, said Sokka, beaming and hugging her tightly. Angela smiled. I'm actually more worried about how things will turn out when we're staying at the Morishita's home, she whispered. Sokka froze. I mean, you do realize that would be just as impossible as it was in Fire Fountain City, right? Yeah, plus I probably will have to share rooms with her gladiator, Sokka reasoned. They didn't have rooms to spare for your guards, remember? Oh, I do, said Angela, sighing. I'll have to tell them to book rooms at the inn again, or maybe they can stay on the barge. Udeo does have a few issues, said Sokka, sighing. Angela smiled. It's not important, really. All that matters is that we'll avoid Iroh, and that we'll carry on boosting you through the ranking in the process, she said, caressing his face gently. Even if it means a few things won't be ideal, we'll be protecting what needs to be protected. Right. Right, said Sokka, smiling. Whatever sacrifices are needed, we'll make them. Even if it means sacrificing sex. Right. Said Angela, a mischievous smirk on her face. Sokka sighed. Only if we can cuddle once in a while, though, he said, with a crooked grin. Cuddling is great fun too. Oh, sure it is. She said, looking at him defiantly as he chuckled and kissed her deeply. They would take off to Udeo in less than a week. They had to make sure Iroh would stay off their trail until then, which meant their escapades would indeed have to decrease to their lowest rates so far. As long as they didn't act in any way Iroh could find suspicious, he would have no luck at catching them doing anything they shouldn't,
though he might not prove dangerous at all if his concern and misery over Zuko were so potent that he wouldn't even care for acting against Azula for the time being. Unbeknownst to the regal sponsor and her non-bending gladiator, however, the dangers posed by Iroh were almost meaningless compared to the perils that lay ahead for them, lurking in the shadows of the Earth Kingdom's lands. Chapter 120, The Chase of Zhang Zhang 2. Their last visit to Udeo had been quick, merely so Sokka would fight Lang of the unyielding flames. There had been no opportunity for them to stop to greet the Morishita family, albeit in all honesty, the idea hadn't even crossed Azula's mind when she first planned that trip. She hadn't been in her best shape at the time, and her thoughts had been too jumbled to consider paying the mayor's family a visit. That didn't stop the mayor and his wife from greeting her most polite and graciously once Azula's procession stopped at the house, once they arrived in Udeo. The Morishitas were beaming, as ever, their plump faces bright with kindness. "Welcome back to Udeo, Princess," they said, bowing to Azula. The princess nodded and waved her hand. "Rise," she commanded them. Mayor Morishita offered her the most delighted of grins as he straightened his stance. "We are so pleased you had another chance to visit our city. We heard you were here several months ago, but there was no opportunity for us to meet." "No, I'm afraid that visit was meant to be a quick stop at the arena and nothing more," said Azula, nodding. "Still, I shall likely impose on the two of you for some time, as long as you're agreeable with that. Though you did say you were on your letter, but still." "Oh, Princess, make yourself at home for as long as you wish," said Mrs. Morishita, smiling kindly. "Corey isn't here just yet, but she'll be delighted to find you've already arrived once she comes back from the Golden Eye." "Did she have a fight today?" Azula inquired. Mrs. Morishita nodded enthusiastically. "Indeed. Hopefully it will be another victory for our daughter," she said. "You may come in, of course. It would be more comfortable to hold this conversation inside, right?" "Certainly," said Azula, with a small smile before turning to her guards, but before she could say anything, Mayor Morishita stepped in. "Ah, and regarding where your guards will be hosted, the building next door won't be occupied for the next months," he said. "The family that lived there moved to Garsai for business, so they left us in charge of the place. Your men can stay there and that way they won't have to spend money staying at a nearby inn." "Why, that's certainly far more convenient than our last stay here," said Azula, impressed. "Thank you, Mayor." "Thank you for coming to our home, Princess," said Morishita, smiling politely. "We hope to make your stay worthwhile." The guards helped bring Azula's luggage to the same room she had stayed in the first time, and Mayor Morishita led her to the living room, where she was free to relax as Mrs. Morishita prepared some tea. Drinking more tea than necessary didn't please Azula in the slightest, but it was better if her hosts didn't know of her distaste for tea, let alone of her habits for drinking a cup of a special brew of it on a daily basis. Even though she would be forced to halt her private encounters with Sokka for some time, she was certain she still had to drink the blasted thing. Sokka had followed some of the guards upstairs too, heading to the room he had stayed in before. There were 2 beds in it now, and he guessed his would be the perfectly neat and orderly one, contrasting with the messy sheets, closet, and nightstand on the other one. He smiled, guessing Barracks had made himself at home in the room they would have to share. Sounds downstairs prompted him to leave his pack beside the orderly bed before making his way to Azula's side again. Oddly enough, the house didn't feel like a bitter reminder of their spat from the last time they'd been here. Sokka smiled a little, thinking of how much had changed ever since. Back when they had first stayed in the Morishita household, he had been certain Azula would force him out of her life as soon as she had a chance, yet it was over a year since that had happened and they were still together. They were far closer than they'd ever been, much closer than he expected them to be at all. It was surely wrong for him to be pleased with the outcome of it all, considering how dangerous the game they were playing was. But he hadn't been strong enough to resist the pull of attraction between them, especially when it had solidified as something much stronger than mere attraction. Once they gave in fully to loving each other, the bond between them had become as good as unbreakable. And if just by the vast difference in Azula's behavior compared to that of her first visit to Udeo, he was grateful for the changes they'd been through. He treasured them, just as he treasured her. He had meant to go to Azula immediately, but he paused at the living room's threshold when he realized what was the source of the sounds he'd heard earlier, Kori Morishita was back, and with her, her gladiator. The young woman was just as Sokka remembered her, but the fighter standing behind her wasn't what Sokka had imagined he'd be like. He was plump, much like Kori's parents, and only a few inches shorter than Sokka. His straight brown hair reached his shoulders, and only a portion of it was held up in a small knot. A sturdy armor covered his body, topped by a wine-colored cape that only draped the upper portion of his body. 2 large axes hung on his back, along with a few other weapons on his belt. Yet what struck Sokka the most from his appearance were his sharp, cutting, hostile eyes, which he turned on him as soon as he heard Sokka approaching. "I was so happy to hear you'd be visiting us again, Princess," Kori was saying inside the room, while Sokka held Barak's gaze. "So many things have happened since you last came, and—" "Indeed, I can see they have," said Azula, smiling as she glanced at the Earthbender's armored gladiator. "I heard you have succeeded at finding a fighter of your own." Barak's attention was diverted from Sokka as he turned to Azula now. Sokka carried on staring at Barak's, though, that fierce glare was familiar, even though the man himself wasn't. It wouldn't be long before Sokka figured out why he was sure he had seen such eyes before. "Yeah. I did just as you told me, gathered my courage and went to an amateur arena not far from Udeo," said Kori, smiling. "I found him there, and something just told me he was the right fighter to sponsor." Was it like that for you too?" It was clear Azula was uncertain as to how to answer Kori's question, but Sokka paid little attention to their exchange after that. He swallowed hard, finding his suspicions had been spot on. The rage, the bitterness, the coldness in Barak's glare was no different than his own had been before Azula had found him. No different from those of the other gladiators in the amateur arena. Barak's eye twitched as he found Sokka was staring at him again. Sokka grimaced before clearing his throat clumsily. Hey, I..." he started, but Barak closed his eyes and walked away without letting Sokka speak. The blue wolf could only watch him leave, still grimacing, while Barak climbed the stairs to his room, presumably. "Oh, no. Was he rude?" Kori asked, surprising Sokka. "Nah, maybe I was. Stared too much," he said, smiling awkwardly and scratching the back of his neck. Kori was puzzled. "I'd be surprised if your gladiator could be any ruder than mine." "Don't fret about it," said Azula, smiling at Kori. "He doesn't have the look of a ruthless fighter, but from what I've been told, he still holds a perfect record, doesn't he?" "Oh, yeah, but I think it might be because we haven't fought anyone too strong," said Kori. "I thought it would be for the best if we avoided anyone from the upper half of the ranking, though a few of them have already challenged us." "Have they, now?" "Interesting," said Azula. "Are they local fighters?" "Yeah, from Udeo too," Kori nodded. "They've heard I joined the gladiator business, I guess they want to see how good we are." Sokka smiled and lowered his gaze. It seemed the two girls were rather focused on their conversation, so he headed upstairs again. Maybe he could talk properly with Barak if the sponsors were out of earshot. The gladiator had been removing his armor when Sokka reached the room. His narrow eyes shot a glare over his shoulder at Sokka, his brow furrowed as Sokka stepped inside, cautiously. "We'll be sharing rooms, from what I guessed, right?" he said. Barak shrugged. "As long as you don't bother me much, I don't care," he said, setting his armor down. "Heh. Well, I'll try not to bother you," said Sokka, scratching the back of his head. "Say, your sponsor, she said you're from an amateur arena too, didn't she?" "What of it?" Barak asked. "Well, I mean, I was in one too." "Big shocker," said Barak. Sokka's eyebrow twitched. "What's that supposed to mean?" he asked. Barak sighed and looked at him skeptically. "Do you really think it's chance? That she spends all day talking about your sponsor, rambling about how great she is, how she admires her, how she dreams she'll be as good a sponsor as her one day. Do you think it's chance that I'm a nobody, a common non-bending gladiator sponsored by the highest-ranked noblewoman in the city?" I guess it's not," said Sokka, frowning. "You're saying she's imitating the princess, then?" "Obviously," said Barak, sinking into the bed and glaring at the ceiling now. "I'm just a tool for her." A toy through which she can accomplish her stupid noble girl's fantasies. And so, you hate her, Sokka muttered. Barak's eyes moved towards him. You're going to tell me I shouldn't? He asked. You can't understand my position because you'd never hate your perfect sponsor. Heh, you'd be surprised, said Sokka, with a crooked smile as he took his seat on his bed. I spent 2 years hating her with everything I had. 2 years, exactly, said Barax, raising an eyebrow. Why not longer? Because that's when I became her gladiator, and hating the hand that pulled you out of the amateur arena was a little harder for me than it seems to be for you, said Sokka, resting with his back against the wall. Unless, it is hard, but you're forcing yourself to do it anyways. What? Why would it be hard? Barax snapped, sitting up and looking at Sokka in surprise. Sokka shrugged. Well, if you're right, and your sponsor is trying to imitate mine, then, much like mine, she should have offered you the reward you've always dreamt of if you joined her in her quest to take the Gladiator League by storm. Heh, well, clearly I didn't have the same luck you did, Barax grunted. She didn't promise me anything. Didn't offer anything either. It's like she thought getting me out of one hell to push me into another one was enough of a reward. So, she just bought you and that was that? Sokka asked. Barax sighed. Gee. Maybe she didn't know how the princess did it. Maybe she did and just didn't care, said Barax, dropping on the mattress again. She's Fire Nation and proud, after all. They're not exactly sensitive or nice people, are they? Some might surprise you, said Sokka, softly. But you're not wrong, some of them are pretty awful. Some? I'd say the rarities are the nice ones, said Barax, scowling at Sokka. Did spending too much time with the princess brainwash you or something? If anything, it opened my mind to many things I hadn't known before, said Sokka, looking at Barax sternly. It didn't blind me to the Fire Nation's wrongdoings, nor did it stop me from trying to resist them, but I'm sorry. I can't stop the war just by telling my sponsor to do so. I'm not blaming it on you, said Barax, huffing and shaking his head. I just hate the Fire Nation. They killed my family, killed my friends, forced me into slavery. You were another casualty of the Fire Nation raids in the Earth Kingdom. Sokka asked. I've met a few people who've been victims of that. It wasn't just the raids, said Barax, clenching his fists. It was. I had a group of friends, refugees from the war, like myself. We made our own home in Gapan's forest, and we tried to resist the Fire Nation there. But after we destroyed a colonized village, they came after us. Sokka frowned, eyeing Barax with confusion. The soldiers? He asked. Barax nodded. Say, what's your name? My name? He asked. What does it even matter? I'm Barax now, don't you know? Come on, man. Just tell me, said Sokka, an eyebrow twitching. Barax sighed. I've taken many names. But before being Barax, I was Sneers. Sokka grimaced. If Azula thought his sense for naming was bad, she had to hear this one. But his eyes narrowed, for he had heard this story once before, and he had heard them from people with weird names, too. You say you lost your friends, Sokka muttered. Some of them died, some of them were captured. Yeah. Most were captured, but the Duke and Pipsqueak. Sokka gulped as Barax snarled in pain. But maybe, just maybe, he'd be appeased if Sokka was right in his suspicions. He probably was, all things considered. And the captured ones were Jet and Longshot. Sneer's small eyes widened when Sokka uttered those words. Did you just? Sneers asked, sitting up and looking at Sokka in disbelief. Why you know them. I met them, yeah, Sokka started, but Sneer's frantic reaction made him flinch as the large man almost threw himself at Sokka. When? How? Where are they now? How did you know they were my friends? I only guessed, I heard their story, it was similar to yours. Sokka explained, pulling away from Sneers with difficulty as the man clung to him. They told you this. Sneers exclaimed. How? When? Where did it happen? Dude, you've asked like 50 questions in 3 seconds, how am I supposed to answer any of them? Sokka squealed, but Sneers didn't seem to be about to stop, not even as Sokka inched away from him and towards the door. Tell me everything you know about them. If Jet's still out there, if Longshot is. He was crying out while Sokka stumbled out into the corridor. Why yes, they're out there, but damn it, if you just let me talk. What's going on here? Sneers' interrogation spree ended abruptly as his eyes widened again. He pulled away from Sokka, glanced down the corridor, finding the princess and his own sponsor stood merely a few steps away, regarding their respective gladiators with confusion. Sneers? Quarry asked, stepping towards him. What were you? It's nothing, he said, his previous excitement shifting immediately into chagrin and apprehension. Quarry didn't look appeased by his reply, though. Her brow drew together slightly, and she breathed deeply before staring at him sternly. Come downstairs with me, Sneers. Please, she commanded Sneers, and he gritted his teeth. Clearly, he didn't want to obey, but he followed the command regardless. Sorry about this, princess. I suppose you still remember your room just fine, after all. It's not a problem. I'll see you later, said Angela, nodding. Corey gave her a weak grin before following her gladiator through the flight of stairs, her shoulders square with previously absent tension. Angela watched as Corey disappeared down the stairs before turning to Sokka with a crooked eyebrow. He sighed and shrugged. I was just trying to get to know the guy, I didn't expect to figure out that he was one of Jet's old gang. He was what? Angela said, not expecting her unuttered question would be answered so fast, let alone that the answer would be so surprising. Are you serious? Sokka nodded solemnly as Angela's jaw dropped. I didn't see it coming, but he told me the exact same story those two did. I thought it'd be weird if it had happened to two different kid gangs, so I asked if maybe his friend was called Jet, and he reacted explosively upon hearing news of his friend for the first time in who knows how long, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. It must be over 8 years since they destroyed Gaypan's village, if I recall right. If they haven't seen each other since, well, it'd be too long without hearing from his friends, said Sokka. It only makes sense that he'd react the way he did, but he did catch me unawares. I guess Jet hasn't been in Udeo yet, then, said Angela, biting her lip. Else he would have found his friend by now. Still, what are the chances? For Cory Morishita, of all people, to start sponsoring one of Jet's gang members. It's pretty crazy, said Sokka, his hands on his hips. I wonder how many others are out there. Seems like 2 of them died, from what Sneers said, but... Sneers? Angela asked, raising her eyebrow. Is that really his name? Here I thought Cory was mocking him. He said it was, said Sokka, shrugging. I doubt it's his real one, though. Doesn't sound like his parents would come up with such a weird name, huh? Surely not, Angela agreed. Unless, of course, his parents had your ability for naming things. Wah. Sokka gasped, blushing in indignation while Angela smirked. Hey, I've never suggested any names as weird as that one. And for the record. His rampage was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps again. They turned towards it instinctively, wary of being caught alone together despite they weren't doing anything compromising, but it proved to be unnecessary when they found it was Ruishi, who had come to check on them. Is everything all right? He asked, moving towards Angela. The Morishita's daughter seems to be giving her gladiator quite a lecture. What did he do? Nothing much, said Angela, shaking her head. Though perhaps she thought I'd find it offensive, I suppose I'll clear everything up later. Thanks for your concern, Captain, but everything is quite all right. Have you all settled in yet? We're in the middle of doing so, yes, said Ruishi, nodding. In truth, I just wanted to make sure that the 2 of you wouldn't do anything stupid, yes, said Angela, nodding too. Who do you take us for, truly? Her sarcastic question was met by a stern scowl. She only smirked in his direction. I know, she said. We haven't done anything you should worry about. Sokka is just making enemies wherever he goes, as per usual. What? He wasn't my enemy, he was just frantic, I guess. It's hard to blame him, too, said Sokka, pouting. I was a lot like that too until you told me you hadn't wiped out my tribe after our first encounter, you know. Huh. I guess that is true, said Azula, eyeing Sokka with interest. You think he'll, sneer a little less because of what you told him, then? Who knows? Said Sokka, shrugging. I'm just hoping your new best friend doesn't scold him too much, though. I'm pretty sure he just needs answers. He probably does, and not because we get along does it automatically make Cory my best friend, said Azula, looking at Sokka sardonically. He smirked. Sure, he said. Ruishi sighed. Well, so long as everything is going well, I suppose I'll stop worrying so much. He muttered. Azula eyed him with curiosity as he turned around. Say, Captain. She called him. He glanced at her over his shoulder. We'll be in this city for quite some time. Feel free to unwind a little if you'd like. I don't think I'll need very strict protection measures, so. Why, thank you, Princess, said Ruishi, nodding. I guess you are right, truthfully, the biggest hazard to your safety is standing right beside you. Azula froze as Sokka pouted. They were sure they heard Ruishi chuckle before heading downstairs again, meaning to return to the guard's current headquarters. Azula rolled her eyes and looked at Sokka in defeat. He's not entirely wrong, actually, but still. She said. Sokka chuckled softly. Never mind, Azula. He's just grouchy as usual. He's not, though, said Azula. He was mostly teasing us right now, even if it's hard to tell with him. You think? Said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. I also think he's not exactly himself these days. I wonder if a trip through the Earth Kingdom will help him the way it helped us ages ago, said Azula, shrugging. Sokka stroked his chin. You don't think it's still whatever happened with him and Song, do you? Had she acted any differently yet? Azula asked. Sokka shook his head and crossed his arms. Well, then, it just might be, after all. Huh. If it is. I wouldn't suggest this normally, but it feels like it's dragging on too much. We might need to offer some help, said Sokka, tapping his forearm with a finger. Even if we have no useful advice, it might still help him if we show we're worried about him, right? Maybe, Azula conceded, shrugging. Though I don't expect he'll take kindly to any advice from us, of all people, he surely would claim it'll only make everything worse. I guess that's not impossible, Sokka agreed, with a crooked smirk. So, how should we handle our current situation, Princess? Should we give it a couple of days of testing the waters, and then act on any opportunities we might find? You just never stop looking for them, do you? Opportunities, Azula said, with a weak grin. You didn't sneak into my cabin enough for your tastes, clearly. Do you really think it could ever be enough, Princess? He asked, chuckling. Her smile widened. We're not going to be reckless, she said. Or at least, we'll try not to be, on the most part. We'll surely be out of here before you know it, dummy, so stop thinking about sneaking around, all right? I'll try. Sokka said, sighing as she inched closer and pressed her head against his chest gently. You know they can't catch us doing anything compromising either, so unless we really happen to have a perfect chance, let's just take it easy, she said, clasping his hand. Now, shall we go back downstairs? Dinner should be ready sometime soon. I could use some food, Sokka said, smiling in approval. Azula chuckled. I figured as much, she said, leading him to the stairs. She released his hand soon enough and filed towards the same living room where she'd had her tea earlier, but she found Cory wasn't back there, and neither were her parents. She frowned and turned, spotting Sokka had frozen near a door, his eyebrows raised. Azula looked at him questioningly as Sokka swallowed hard. I already told you, I got it, I shouldn't have acted like that. He heard sneers say, interrupting Cory as she spoke. I won't ask him anything again, okay? That's going to make you happy. Sneers, that's not the point. I want to make sure they're comfortable and happy here. The princess is such an important guest, and her gladiator is, too, so, I can't mess it up for you. Got it? Sneers. What? Do you want anything else? Corey sighed. Sokka grimaced and tiptoed towards Azula, unsure if the arguing pair would come out of the room soon. Not sure if it's Ruishi and Song who will be needing relationship advice from us, if you know what I mean. He muttered to Azula through the corner of his mouth. Her eyebrow twitched as she watched Sneers push the door open, a stern scowl on his face as he made his way upstairs again. Corey watched him go, sighing softly and shaking her head before putting on her brightest smile again, and readying herself to lead both Azula and Sokka to the dining room. Sneers was absent through the meal. Corey explained he wasn't hungry, though Azula took note of how troubled she looked when her parents asked about him. It surely meant Sneers would usually eat at the same table as his sponsor, much like how Sokka had when they had first visited this household. The princess gave Sokka a meaningful look as the Morishitas chatted amicably, and he nodded as he gobbled down some roast duck. Even though they hadn't spoken directly, they both had the same thoughts in regards of the gladiator missing from the dinner table. If the less experienced pair of gladiator and sponsor needed guidance on how to have a successful partnership, it might help if Sokka took the initiative regarding Sneers, first of all. He returned to the bedroom after dinner to find Sneers curled up in a ball on his bed, his back towards the door. The blue wolf breathed deeply before sitting on his own mattress, looking at Sneers carefully. You should probably get something to eat, he said. You must be hungry. Sneers only shifted a little, a weak shrug that was hard to understand when he was but a dark shape in a moonlit room. Sorry she scolded you, said Sokka. I know how that is. Heck, my sponsor lectured me quite a lot when we stayed here the first time. Odd coincidence, huh? Sneers didn't respond at all this time. Sokka bit his lip. Sneers had promised Corey he wouldn't ask Sokka about anything else, but that didn't mean Sokka couldn't answer the questions Sneer had already asked earlier. Jet was one of my first opponents in the Superior League, he said. Again, Sneers shifted, but this time it was more of a nervous reaction than anything else. The 10th, I believe, actually. I wasn't in my right mind, so I was all over the place as I fought, but I forced myself to focus or I'd lose badly against him. He left a nasty set of scars all over me, some have healed better than others. But in the end, I beat him. You did? Sneers asked softly. Did you kill him? No, said Sokka. I haven't killed anyone since I was in the amateur league. I refuse to do it again if I can avoid it, and I refused that day, too. We were both in awful shape, and I hadn't even recovered yet from my fight with him when I first came to Udeo. He's one deadly fighter, one of the strongest non-benders I've ever fought. He always was, Sneers whispered. He was our leader, after all. I didn't see him again until my second visit to Ba Sing Se, Sokka continued. It's a pretty long story, so I won't bore you with all the details, but in any case, we uncovered a conspiracy between the Rough Rhinos and the Daily, and most of them were taken into custody for it. And the Daily, well, they were the ones who took you guys after the Fire Nation caught you, from what Jet told us. They probably sold you off somewhere, and whatever other companions you guys had, and they kept Jet and Longshot for their own purposes. Their leader, Longfeng, sponsored Jet in the Superior League. Some other member of the Daily sponsored Longshot. I came across them both in a pairs tournament, and me and my partner defeated them. I'd always found their behavior weird, though. Jet was, well, nothing but savage killer instinct. His friend seemed to have a little more restraint than him, yet there was something off about them both. It wasn't until after that fight that we discovered what the problem really was. The Daily had hypnotized them. What? Hypnotized? Sneers asked, turning on the bed and looking at Sokka in surprise. How? I have no idea how they did it, but they were brainwashed on a regular basis into fighting mindlessly and fiercely in the ring, said Sokka, sighing. Still, after we knocked them out, the effects of the hypnosis were gone. We took them both to the Imperial Palace, where we'd been staying, and Jet and Longshot told us their story. We were able to find the Daili's hideout with their help, where they kept everything the rough rhinos had stolen as they pillaged cities and villages through the continent. The princess tasked Ba Sing Se's governor with returning all stolen goods, and everything was right in the world once again, so to speak. That's good to hear, but, what about them? Said Sneers. Did they get sent to amateur arenas, or locked up with the Daili? Actually, neither thing, said Sokka, with a weak grin. They said they'd take off to find their friends, and the princess didn't stop them. She only told them not to cause any trouble in the colonies, or else they would be chased down again. But I haven't heard her mention anything about them, so I imagine they've kept a low profile and aren't public enemies anymore. They mustn't have come to Udeo yet, said Sneers, sighing. But they're okay. They're alive. Yeah, said Sokka, smiling. I'm surprised they're not trying to tear down the Fire Nation anymore, though. Especially Jet, said Sneers, eyeing Sokka with confusion. Jet was determined to destroy it before, but from what he told us, after the cruelty he faced by Long Feng's hand, he came to understand that there was evil everywhere in the world, said Sokka. So even though it didn't mean he had forgiven the Fire Nation for anything, it also meant his view of the world had changed. I think he was at the point where all he could worry about was finding his friends. Maybe he wants to go back to resisting against the Fire Nation afterwards, but for the time being he would likely keep a low profile while searching for you. Sneers sighed and dropped on the bed again, his eyes on the ceiling. As far as I know, there were only 4 of us left, he whispered. I should just be grateful that Jet and Longshot are still alive, and still together. Maybe they'll find me one day. Maybe, said Sokka, nodding. Would you go out looking for them? I mean. You ask because I hate being here. Sneers whispered. Well, if you have no idea where they're at, I'd be stumbling in the dark. It would be easier if I stayed here so they could find me. I just wish I could put out a message to them, but they should come eventually. They should. And once they do, you'll leave? Sokka asked. Sneers gritted his teeth. Not like it matters much if I do or don't. She'll just replace me with the next lowlife she can find, he muttered. Sometimes things aren't as simple as they seem, you know, said Sokka. Sometimes gladiators aren't as expendable for sponsors as it looks. Maybe you aren't. But me. You have a perfect record so far, from what we were told, said Sokka. You must be stronger than you admit. Of course, I'm not saying you should stay here with your sponsor forever if you don't want to. Still, try to make your decisions by thinking clearly. I know better than anyone that letting your rage and frustrations guide you can result in mistakes you may not be able to take back later. What do you mean? Said Sneers. Sokka swallowed hard. Well, I wouldn't have become a slave in the first place if I'd stopped to think properly about what I was doing. And later I made mistakes I couldn't take back in my partnership with the princess, too. So, what sort of mistakes? Sneers asked. How could they be mistakes, really? I mean, she's your master, and she uses you. That's how it works. If you had the chance to leave and get back everything you'd lost, I'd lose something in turn, too, said Sokka. Sneers frowned. You can't begin to imagine everything I've achieved while being her gladiator. You don't know how many lives we've changed. Well, for starters, Jet and Longshot probably wouldn't be roaming free if someone other than Azula had found them. And if it weren't because of our partnership, maybe they would still be hypnotized by the Daili. Without what we did, so many people through the Earth Kingdom would have never regained everything that was stolen from them. And I've also managed to keep my tribe safe. Did you, really? Said Sneers, frowning. And you think all of that was worth your freedom? Well, all things considered, I don't think I lost as much of it as many others did, said Sokka. I know it may seem weird, but... No, I know how it is, said Sneers, sighing. Corey keeps raving and rambling about how amazing a combination you two are. It's weird, yeah, but I think I get it, and, well, maybe Corey wants to do the same with me. She keeps trying to imitate the princess, after all, so surely she wants us to have the same partnership as you two do. But You refuse to be a part of it, said Sokka. For which I can hardly blame you, of course. Still, maybe Cory isn't quite as cruel or selfish as you might think she is. I discovered Angela wasn't, so maybe Cory has a few surprises for you, too. I know she's not, Sneers muttered. Sokka raised his eyebrows. But she lives in a world very different from mine. She's a Fire Nation woman, she's happy with her family, she gets to be a bender and to be friends with the princess if she wants to be. Me? I'm just a slave. And that's all I'll ever amount to in her eyes. Maybe, said Sokka, sighing and dropping on his mattress too. Still, thank you, Sneers said. Sokka raised his eyebrows. I'm glad they're okay, or that they were, at least, when you last saw them. It was around 8 or 9 months ago, I think, said Sokka. Hopefully they'll have stayed safe since then. Hopefully, said Sneers, curling up on his side again, his back to Sokka once more. Sokka breathed deeply. Good night, he whispered. Night, Sneers replied. Sokka released a breath slowly. Not every gladiator and sponsor could be like him and Angela, that was obvious, but Sokka found this conversation to be a bitter reminder of some of the worst harm caused by slavery. Even if the Superior League was by no means as hideous as the amateur one, Sneers had every reason to despise it and to despise being forced to fight as he had been. Sokka had taken some time to put behind his reservations about Angela, and it stood to reason that Sneers wouldn't be able to do the same so easily, especially when his sponsor hadn't offered him any sort of reward for joining her in the Gladiator League. He rolled in the bed, closing his eyes and cherishing the way his relationship with Angela had developed more than ever before. He could have been like Sneers indeed if only he had held on to his anger, but he had allowed himself to see Angela through unclouded eyes in the end. And he had no regrets about having learned to do so. Sokka was successful during his fights in Udeo. His first bout against an earthbender was the most difficult one, but despite the twilight-drilled bamboo bear was surprisingly powerful, Sokka dodged everything the fighter could throw at him. Angela had allowed him to use Wolf's Bane in this fight too, and with the combined power of 2 swords he had slashed his way into victory while tearing apart boulders, rocks, and earth streams. His next fights against 2 firebenders were even easier than the first, since Wolf's Bane had provided him with the greatest advantage of all against such opponents. Dragonclaw had faltered easily under the power of a non-bender who overcame his barrages of flames. The torch set all of the arena's furniture on fire in a poor attempt to suffocate Sokka with smoke, but he had been able to douse most the flames with Wolf's Bane while stabbing the torch in the wrist with Space Sword, rendering him unable to keep bending with it. With a quick punch to knock him out, the torch succumbed to Sokka's superior prowess, just as every other fighter Sokka had faced in this new visit to Udeo. He's unbelievable. Cory whispered in amazement, watching as Sokka, surprisingly, worked to put out the flames in all the burning furniture while the staff members collected the torch and carried him inside for his medical check. Angela smiled and shook her head as she watched Sokka's clumsy attempts to salvage the furniture. A few of the staff members watched at him in confusion, and some of them even told him to stop worrying about the fire, since they could take care of it. Sokka only smiled and waved them off, saying he could help either way while smacking the flames with Wolf's Bane. That he is, I must say. Unpredictable even when the fight ends, Angela agreed, with a slow nod. The mayor's daughter had been allowed to join the princess in the sponsor's balcony, an opportunity she had been happy to make the most out of. I remember what he was like when he first fought here. You've really done a wonderful job training him, said Cory. They stood up while Angela pocketed the money from the fight. It hasn't been easy, but fortunately it has paid off, she said. And I can't lie, fortune certainly has been on our side on many accounts. But as long as he keeps up with this winning streak, I'll have no cause for complaints whatsoever. That white sword, though, it's amazing. I'd never seen anything like it, said Cory. Angela chuckled as the two of them left the sponsor's balcony. No, of course not. It's quite a rarity, I believe, she said. Forging a blade with dragonfire proved to have unexpected consequences on the metal, and now it's become the perfect weapon for him to fight against firebenders. Wow, said Cory, her eyes bright with amazement. That's incredible. His black sword forged from a meteorite, and a white one with dragonfire.
The white one is actually mine, Angela clarified. But after lending it to him for his fight against the Millennium Dragon we discovered its strange qualities, so I've lent it to him in battle whenever we've deemed it necessary.
Oh, well, that's even more surprising, said Corey, her eyes wide. To think you'd share your possessions with him like that. Angela felt her stomach sink, but she didn't allow it to show on her face. Her closeness with Sokka had been out of the ordinary long before their relationship had stabilized. She had lent Wolfsbane to him sometime before he had taken her virginity. There was no need to assume this revelation might lead Corey to suspect just how close they really were. Sokka is my gladiator, and that means I take responsibility for his actions both inside and outside the ring. In a sense, it means I must be ready to do anything to help him achieve victory, said Angela. I understand that sharing this weapon with him may seem strange, but then again, he's the one who taught me how to use swords.
Did he? Corey asked, surprised.
Angela nodded.
He was trained by Piandao, and afterwards he taught me what he knew about swordsmanship, so that I would be able to spar with him. He needed a sparring partner to keep him in shape, and he had been less than impressed with all the sword masters he'd met after his master, so, you learned how to use swords and took upon training with him yourself, said Corey, smiling approvingly. And of course, you already must have been the best kind of partner for training against firebenders, too. We also found an earthbender for him to spar with, a gladiator sponsored by a friend of mine, Angela added. The more fronts we can cover so he's in his best shape against all sorts of fighters, the better. I probably should do the same, said Corey, thoughtful. I've tried to train with Sneers too, but, well, it's a little tricky, I guess. He's not very fond of me, so that makes things complicated. I've noticed you don't have the smoothest of partnerships, Angela mentioned. Corey sighed. I happen to have quite some experience with unruly gladiators myself, so, perhaps I could help you find your way with yours. That would be wonderful, really, but I don't know if it would work, said Corey. Sneers isn't a lot like Sokka. Oh, going by what I know, he's more like Sokka than you might think, Angela interrupted her. Corey froze. What do you mean? She asked. Angela raised her eyebrows. The Fire Nation took everything he loved and cared for, as it happened with most slaves, she said. It's true for Sokka, too. His mother died because of a Fire Nation raid to his tribe, a very long time ago. His father spent years away, fighting in the war effort but failing to change the outcome of the conflict in any way. Many of his tribesmen died during the years of the war, and Sokka was most desperate to drive out the Fire Nation invaders from the South Pole. So, he hated the Fire Nation a lot, too. Corey asked. Angela smiled. He positively loathed me. I turned him into a slave in the first place, she said. Corey's jaw dropped. And indeed, I failed to realize how badly that had damaged him until a short time ago. That I forced the nightmare of a life in an amateur league onto him didn't faze me until I realized I needed him for my own purposes. And by then, well, you'd think he had every reason to despise me. Still, I gave him a reason to need me. And eventually I did everything in my power to build his strength on all fronts, seeing to his recoveries each time he was wounded, and provided whatever he might have wished for. Now, if you'd think I bought my way out of his hatred, perhaps I did. But I'd like to say that, even if I tried to tell myself he was a savage, a peasant or a slave, I could hardly look down on him. He was indeed so unruly that I had no choice but to treat him like an equal instead. Well, that's crazy, said Corey, her eyes wide. I mean, you're the princess. And he's crazy, yes, said Angela, smiling. But as it is, we've improved our partnership as much as we could, accepting the mistakes we've made towards the other and building our strength in every regard. I can't lie and claim it's been easy, of course it wasn't, and of course, I could have never envisioned that almost 2 years after finding him, he'd be strong enough to fight me almost evenly. I never expected that he would help me in my role as my father's heir, either. I've always heard that you have the greatest partnership, said Corey, smiling weakly. I really wanted to have a gladiator so I could have a similar partner, but, well, it's not easy, as you said. Sneers really seems to hate me.
Maybe you should think of what he might want to achieve, what his goals might be, Angela suggested. If perhaps you can offer him certain things he has dreamt of, but believed impossible, if perhaps you can make his life less miserable than it always was, he might surprise you by becoming loyal to you by his own free will. Of course, that might also not happen, he might still choose to run off if he thought he'd find his old friends again. But maybe if he realizes he can count on you, he'll stop being so aloof and angry all the time. Maybe, said Corey, smiling and nodding. Thank you, Princess. I'll try to make those things happen, if possible, but, well, it's hard to say where to start, huh? I guess I might come up with an idea after his fight tomorrow. Hopefully you will, said Angela. If I recall right, Sokka and I started getting along a little better after our first sparring session. Well, that hasn't helped me with Sneers so far, said Corey, crossing her arms over her chest. But, wait. Maybe it's because it's been too simple. Maybe he needs something more than just me. You think he's similar to your Gladiator, don't you? Well, in some regards, yes. Then maybe, said Corey, her eyes alight with an idea. Angela raised her eyebrows, and a curious glint appeared in her gaze too as Corey conveyed her thoughts to her. Wait just a second. We're all sparring together? The four of us? Sokka asked, looking at Angela in confusion as they stood in the Morishita's house's backyard. Why, I guess so. I have no idea if it will be an all-out brawl, but Corey seems to think it could be interesting, said Angela, smirking. I do look forward to humiliating you in front of them. What? Humiliating me? Sokka exclaimed, affronted as Angela beamed in his direction. As if. I'm too tough for that. By the end of the day you'll be eating your words, you know as much. Corey smiled as she watched them bicker, amused by their easy banter. Not far from her, Sneers was fitting his gear while eyeing both his sponsor and the other pair quite warily. The Blue Wolf had only just returned from his fight, yet both Corey and the princess had decided that this training session between the four of them had to happen right now. The Southern Water tribesmen had been as surprised by this turn of events as Sneers had been. I hope it's okay for us to do this, said Corey, smiling at Sneers now. I know it's sudden, but I hoped this could make our training sessions a little more interesting, if anything. Huh, said Sneers, raising an eyebrow. And they agreed to it, just like that. Well, they always spar with each other for training. It's just that now we're all going to be sparring together, said Corey, shrugging. Sneers nodded. Though I imagine it won't be an all-out battle, will it? He said. We'd have to take them on simultaneously, take them by surprise, if we want to get a blow in. At least, if they're as strong as you say they are. Wait, you think we should fight as a team? Corey asked, her eyes wide. What? Team fights? Sokka repeated. His banter with Angela had ceased momentarily, and they had overheard Corey's words. Angela smirked. What, you two against us? She asked. Why not sponsors against gladiators? That should be more fun. Well, don't sweat it, princess, said Sokka, smirking too. Even if we're on the same team, I'll make sure to fight against you right after we're through with the opposition. What? Why would you? She asked, looking at him in surprise. Sokka smiled mischievously. Let's say some habits die hard, you know? It's always us fighting each other, that can't stop even if we're on the same team, right? He said. Angela snorted and shook her head. Whenever I think you can't get more ridiculous, you just make it your life's purpose to prove me wrong, don't you? I've found few things are quite as fun as proving you wrong. Yes, that would be correct, said Sokka, smirking. Angela couldn't help but smile too, outraged as she was by his bold claims. Anyways, you go for the gladiator, Sneers muttered. Corey frowned. What? Why? She asked. The princess is the more dangerous one. They'll expect me to fight Sokka, said Sneers. And for you to fight the princess, since you're both benders. So, the best way to catch them off base. Huh. I see, said Corey, biting her lip. All right, then. We'll trust you on this one. Sneers swallowed hard and took his position. Oddly enough, the princess and the gladiator only kept chatting, but it seemed the tides of the conversation had eventually been swayed to Angela's favor. Please, I've been right before. Stop acting like... Oh. Angela? I think they're ready, said Sokka. Angela chuckled and nodded, stretching her arms and eyeing their opponents with curiosity. It's weird that I've found myself fighting so many earthbenders lately, huh? She said, as Sokka raised his hands to his swords, imitating Sneers who was already clutching his axes. I find myself fighting lots of them because of you, so I'm as good as used to it, he said. Angela snorted. Enough nonsense. Focus, she commanded. He snickered. Right. Before Sokka could do much more than agree with Angela, a stream of earth rose from the ground and rushed towards them. Both Angela and Sokka jumped out of the way, and were surprised when they were attacked by the opposite rival they had expected to come after them. Sneers swung his axe towards Angela, but she swept him away with a powerful blast of blue fire. Sneers was forced to recoil, realizing that the princess truly wasn't to be trifled with, but it was too late to back down now. He had to fight and try to win, or else. Sokka wasn't having much trouble with Kori either, cutting through each boulder she sent his way and jumping out of the way when he sensed earth rumbling underneath his feet. He was quick, he was efficient, and he was patient. He knew to wait for the right moment to strike her. Yet Kori gave him said moment a little easier than expected when she saw Sneers bending over backwards, losing his footing when the princess attacked him with a jab directed to his face. Kori grimaced before launching a rock attack at Angela, who leapt and kicked it out of the way with some difficulty. Kori tried to keep both Sokka and Angela busy, but it was clear she wouldn't succeed at it for long. Sneers jumped upright again, though, and he tossed one of his axes at the princess. Only for it to be slashed in half after the blur of black that was Sokka's sword. Angela smirked. Thanks, she said, while defending him from Kori's next attack. Switch again? Sokka asked. Angela nodded. Sokka leapt around Angela while Sneers reached for his next axe, and the princess's face was a mask of determination as she bolted towards the non-bender, aided by her fire. Sneers' eyes widened as she spun in the air, building up a kick that could easily end him right then and there, but he got out of the way right before it could reach him. Still, he couldn't stop the next fire blast that struck him in the stomach and sent him rolling on the ground. Sneers! Kori shouted, making to bend at Angela to keep her away from her gladiator, but suddenly her right arm was unresponsive, and so was most her torso. Her eyes widened as she glanced at her side, finding the blue wolf shrugging almost apologetically as she collapsed on the ground, unable to move properly after her chi had been blocked. And just a few feet away, Sneers lay on the grass too, grimacing as Angela aimed her index and middle fingers at his face. Well, I guess that's that, she said, smiling. See, teaming up as gladiators and sponsors might have made the fight more. Hey. Angela's brief victory speech was interrupted when she heard footsteps approaching her. A glance at her left revealed Sokka was coming her way, his sword at the ready. What the hell are you doing? She exclaimed, after bending a powerful array of blue fire to keep him at bay. Sokka laughed as he pulled Wolf's Bane from its sheath, waving it to shield himself from the attack of fire. He lashed out against Angela once more, taking in the indignant yet slightly amused expression on her face. You know, last one standing is the real winner and all. He said, beaming as Angela cast more fire at him. Sokka was able to deflect it without much trouble. You know it's more fun this way. You're the biggest idiot in the entire planet, I'll have you know. Angela bellowed, launching an attack through her feet. Sokka dodged it and carried on laughing and trying to reach her with the swords, failing in each opportunity. Sneers swallowed hard as he watched them before pushing himself up and walking towards Kori. She had managed to sit up, although her arm and upper body still felt numb, too numb to notice the hand on her back that helped support her weight. Are you okay? What did he do to you? He asked, surprising Kori. She swallowed. I think that was chi blocking, she said. Took me by surprise. I guess our strategy didn't work out so well, huh? Well, maybe they'll wear each other out so badly that we'll beat them in round 2, huh? Sneers said. Kori smiled and giggled in agreement. Sokka kept saying foolish things, and the princess snapped back at him most the time, yet in some unexpected moments both Cory and Sneers had the distinct feeling that her blue fire would shift into gold as they sparred. It wasn't until she actually bent a large, condensed barrier of gold that the two of them were able to take it in properly. That's gold fire?" Sneers asked. Cory nodded. "I'd heard she could do that, but, wow," she said, as Sokka struggled to brush away the sturdier fire barrier. Azula didn't waste time, though. She jumped over the barrier with a spinning kick of fire that forced Sokka to fall back. A blast of fire to his chest, shot through her foot, knocked him to the ground, his arms outstretched. Before he knew it, he was groaning in pain while he felt two heavy pressures on both his wrists. He gritted his teeth before raising his gaze, finding Azula's shape was blocking the sunlight, as she stood with one foot on either of his wrists. "Let go of the swords and give up or you're really going to get it," she said, with a pleased smile. Sokka sighed and opened his hands, the hilts sliding out of his palms easily. "No fair. I wanted to beat you," he pouted. Azula scoffed and clasped Wolfsbane, jerking its scabbard off Sokka's back as soon as he'd sat up again. "You're not going to get that lucky while I can help it, Snow Savage," she declared proudly, but with a playful smirk. Sokka chuckled. "Sure I won't. We'll see who's going to be luckier the next time, Princess," he said, pushing himself to his feet. Round 2, then. The group's training session lasted well into dusk. It was growing colder by then, and everyone was tired enough to want a break from so much action. They took their turns cleaning up, and then had dinner together. Afterwards, they sat by a fireplace in a comfortable living room, furnished with soft couches, while still chatting. Cory was surprised by how Sneers was behaving right now, speaking politely both with the princess and her gladiator, and even being kind to her despite he usually was as dry and grouchy as he could be. Something about today's training session, which had seen them fighting against the princess and her gladiator countless times, had changed something in Sneers. Cory guessed it had something to do with feeling like a genuine part of something again, for the first time in years, presumably. On the other hand, the princess and Sokka seemed determined to bicker endlessly today, but their banter only amused both Cory and Sneers. There was something so easy about it, so comfortable, that gave them a good sense of how stable and strong their partnership had become. "I would have done better against you if I hadn't been tired from my fight earlier," Sokka said, sitting on the floor while resting with his back against the couch Azula sat on. "You wouldn't have, not to mention you shouldn't have tried to fight me at all," Azula retorted while sipping her special tea. Sokka chuckled. "How am I supposed to help it if we've been fighting each other forever? I'm a man of habit, you know. Have you guys really bickered this much from the start? Just like this?" Cory asked. Azula raised an eyebrow. "Well, no. Sometimes it's more serious, when he's being more of an idiot than he usually is," she said, smirking at him. Sokka stuck his tongue out at her. "Yes, I know it's hard to believe he can get worse, but he really can." Cory chuckled and shook her head. Sneers, sitting next to her on a couch for two, couldn't help but wonder if his own relationship with Cory could ever grow as smooth as theirs seemed to be. "I'm afraid of asking what you mean," Cory said. Azula smirked. "Well, for example, he almost cost us his second fight ever because he decided not to fight when he realized, halfway through the battle, that his opponent was a girl," she said. Cory's eyes widened and Sneers eyed Sokka with confusion while the blue wolf grimaced and blushed. "That's just one of many ridiculous stories. There's a ton more, like the time he stabbed someone with my hairpiece." "Your hairpiece?" said Cory, aghast. "That's insane." Sneers bit his lip. The first story had caught his attention a lot more than the second. How come did he only realize it was a girl halfway through the fight? He asked, as Cory covered her mouth in sheer horror over the hairpiece anecdote. "It wasn't my fault. My sponsor didn't think to tell me, in the first place," said Sokka, lifting a finger as he spoke. Azula rolled her eyes. "But she didn't really look like a girl at all, okay? Bushy brown hair, big eyes, rude and rowdy." "What?" The three of them glanced at Sneers in surprise when he spoke. He had been the least talkative of the group through the day, but his voice tone had changed completely just now, as his voice trembled with just one word. "Did you just say?" Sneers said, leaning forward. Did she have some stripes over her cheeks?"
Yeah,"
said Sokka, his eyes wide too. "Her gladiator name was the red-striped hornet. I figured it was because of those marks." "Hornet?" Sneers repeated, his eyes gleaming. Did you ask her real name, by any chance?" "I did, it was a weird name, too," said Sokka, scratching his head. "I think she said it was something like Stink Bee." "Smeller Bee?" Sneers asked, jumping to his feet. That. Smeller Bee," Sokka said, smiling before freezing. "Whoa, wait a minute. Don't tell me. She was another of your friends, wasn't she?" Azula asked, looking at Sneers with curiosity. Sneers had his hands on his face, a wild smile breaking across it while tears glinted in the corner of his eyes. She's alive. They're all alive, and they're Sneers," Quarry said, reaching to touch his shoulder. He froze and looked at her, his smile waning. "Are you all right? Is that another of your friends, really?" She was. "Yes," Sneers said, nodding and sniffing, clenching his jaws to avoid crying for real. "She's a gladiator, then. Just like the rest of us." "Her sponsor didn't seem to be a bad man," Azula commented, hoping that would give Sneers peace of mind. "A jolly, large fellow. I think he was a merchant of some sort, living in the capital. He was graceful even in his loss, despite he had every right and reason to protest the judge's decision." "So, you think she must be okay with him?" Sokka asked. Azula shrugged. "She might be," she said. "I've met a lot of unpleasant sponsors, and hers didn't strike me as one of them." "That's good news, isn't it?" Quarry asked, looking at Sneers with a soft smile. Sneers stared back at her before nodding weakly. It's not bad news, at least," he whispered. "The ones who hadn't been killed upon capture were still alive, all those who hadn't died violently the day they were captured had survived until today, and Sneers knew it now." His hands shook as the emotions tightened in his chest, his mind full of memories, of thoughts, and ideas that he wasn't sure what to make of. All he knew, though, was that he couldn't unleash his relief and joy over the news here. Not only did he feel uncomfortable by it, but he was sure Corey would be horrified if he embarrassed himself, and her, by extension, in front of the princess. "Thank you. I should go to bed now," he said. His words took the others by surprise. "Oh, well, cool," said Sokka, smiling a little. "You all right, though?" "I'm fine. I have a fight tomorrow, right?" he said, looking at Corey and swallowing hard. "I should be ready for it." "Oh, that's right," said Corey, biting her lip. Sneers bowed his head curtly towards her, Azula and Sokka. "Good night." "Thanks again for everything," he said, directly to the other two. Azula nodded. "Anytime," Sokka called out, as Sneers turned and left the room. Corey watched him go, compelled to follow and ask him if he really was all right, but she wasn't sure Sneers would take that well. She sighed, staring at the fire while Sokka and Azula eyed her instead. "It might be good for you to go to bed, too. Sponsors should be at the top of their game as well, even if they're not the ones fighting in the ring," said Azula. Corey blinked. She said, looking at Azula in surprise. The princess's intelligent eyes betrayed that she understood exactly what Corey had wanted to do right now. The girl smiled gratefully. "Thanks. I'll do that then. Good night, Princess Sokka. Rest well," Sokka said, smiling too. Corey left almost in a rush, and Azula couldn't help but grin as she watched her go. She hoped Corey would reach Sneers before he reached his room. "Do you really think the crazy training from today helped?" Sokka asked. Azula's eyes shifted towards him. He didn't seem as angry as he always does, but only time will tell. "Nothing was ever definitive when it came to us," she said, her hand sliding over the armrest of the couch, just so she could slip her fingers through his hair. He smiled. So, we're alone for the first time in ages, feels like, he said, wiggling his eyebrows. Everyone's asleep. Heh, unless Corey fell unconscious while climbing the stairs and Sneers blacked out similarly, I doubt that, said Angela. Sokka chuckled. Okay, well, we're still alone and maybe everyone else will be asleep soon, he said, stretching his head back to look at her. Dare we tempt fate, or will we settle with just talking innocently by the fireplace after having spent all day arguing like idiots? Well, in your case, you really are one, said Angela, smirking and massaging his head gently. Sokka snorted. I did have to pretend, of course, but... You're really not going to stop picking fights with me even when they're not around to see it, are you? He asked. Angela laughed softly. It's hard to help it. You've given me room for it every time, haven't you? She said, her hand slipping down amongst the short hairs on the back of his head into his neck. Sokka shivered. I don't think we should risk it, but you did say cuddling was just fine, didn't you? Cuddling might not help alleviate all this building tension, though, said Sokka, with a soft chuckle. It's the cost of bickering all day. I'm just a little bit desperate for you right now. Angela sighed and leaned forward, her hands moving over his shoulders so her fingertips would press his muscles gently. Sokka's eyes widened, but he smiled. Well, I didn't mean tension in such a literal sense, but that's nice. I figured you didn't, Angela admitted, caressing him gently. But I thought I might as well make the most of this opportunity, for as long as we might have it. Sokka chuckled and lifted his head towards her. Angela smirked proudly before leaning close to kiss his lips. They had scarcely had a chance to kiss at all ever since their arrival in Udeo, only stealing such opportunities when they were alone in the standby rooms right before Sokka's fights. Corey was somehow always near Angela, so she made it next to impossible for the pair to enjoy any sort of intimacy. This was the very first opportunity they'd had for it in the Morishita home. Hell, I missed you, Sokka whispered, caressing her cheek with his fingertips. How could I miss you this much when I'm always around you? It makes no sense, but... I guess there's no logic to it, but I missed you too, Angela confessed, smiling. Come here. Sokka didn't need to be told twice. He turned and made to stand up, not expecting Angela would clasp his forearms with her hands and bring him closer with a quick pull that made him lose his footing and fall atop her. He chuckled as she embraced him, kissing his lips more comfortably while caressing his strong body. Wouldn't you rather we flip over so I don't crush you? He asked, kissing her cheek and jawline, breathing her fragrant scent deeply. If we did, I wouldn't be able to do this. She whispered, biting her lip with a mischievous smile before sliding her hands lower over his body to clasp his bottom. Sokka snorted and pressed his face to her shoulder, trying not to laugh too loudly. Here I thought I was a pervert for liking your blue fire too much. He said. Angela smiled proudly. That you are, of course. But I, a princess, am entitled to grope you as I please without being deemed a pervert, she declared. I'd complain about your double standards, but I'm a little too happy that you want to grope me, Sokka whispered, beaming and relaxing as she chuckled underneath him. It is my duty as your gladiator to ensure you get everything you want, isn't it? I thought your duty was fighting for me in the ring, actually, Angela reasoned. Sokka waved a hand carelessly. That's the least of it, princess. This is more important, he declared. She laughed again, hugging him closely. We'll have to go to bed eventually, but, can we stay like this for a little longer? Angela asked, caressing his cheek. Sokka nodded. We can stay as you wish, for as long as you like, he said, smiling warmly and leaning close to kiss her lips again. Angela sighed in bliss, her legs surrounding his waist to keep him in place. She dozed off after relaxing peacefully with him in her arms, and Sokka took to carrying her to her room, walking as silent and carefully as he could. He laid her on the mattress, caressing her bangs before pressing a kiss to her brow. I love you, he muttered softly. Angela hummed, inching closer to where she heard his voice. Love you too. She replied, and he smiled warmly. It had been too long since he'd had a chance to say it, but he hadn't thought she'd speak the words right back to him when she was half asleep. With another kiss to her lips, he covered her with the blanket and headed to his room. Sneers was already curled up as he always was, but his breathing wasn't easy and regular, as it would be for anyone who was unconscious. Sokka frowned, sitting on the bed and watching Sneers before swallowing hard and stretching across the mattress. He thought that Sneers would find peace of mind, maybe, by knowing his friends were fine, just as Sokka had upon hearing his tribe hadn't been vanquished after Azula took him away from them, but it might be he wasn't quite as similar to the gladiator across the room as he had initially believed. General unrest. Sparks flying together. 2 months since the nest emptied. No course of action yet. Sokka read the letter aloud with a raised eyebrow and he looked at Azula in confusion. She smirked. It seems the bandit believed it was necessary to send her message in a code, she said. From what I can gather, Iroh remains restless, and if sparks are flying together, she most likely is implying that Zuko took Suki with him after all. And Iroh hasn't done anything noteworthy about it yet, said Sokka, biting his lip. That's got to be the weirdest code I've seen. It's news at last, so the code is the least important thing about it, said Azula, as Sokka smiled while ruffling Haki's feathers. The messenger hawk was perched on his forearm, staring around himself with curiosity. I guess it means we might need to stay in the city for a little longer than this, though. If Iroh hasn't taken a course of action yet, it's hard to say if it's convenient for us to be near him yet. Well, that's just fine, isn't it, Haki? Said Sokka, smiling and talking to his hawk with a sing-song voice. Who's a pretty Haki eye? He should chomp your finger off for talking to him like that, said Azula, with a smirk. I'll reply to the bandit when we return from the arena. Unless you'd rather stay to pet your hawk and miss out on Sneers' fight. Oh, come on, said Sokka, smiling at her. You can lighten up, I'm just happy to see him again. Azula smiled as well as Sokka placed Haki on a perch. They were in the guards building right now, where Haki had arrived around half an hour earlier. Fortunately, the building had a room perfectly accommodated for the hosting of messenger hawks. Sokka made sure to get food and water for his bird before following Azula out to the street. A carriage already awaited them, to lead them to the Golden Eye. Azula didn't join Cory in the sponsor's balcony as the girl had for Sokka's fights. Since Sokka was here too, she chose to head to the stands with him instead. All people nearby gaped her with little restraint, and her eyebrow twitched at the usual, irritating bowing. Sokka merely chuckled at her reactions as they waited for the fight to begin. But while the two of them were doing quite well, the same couldn't be said for Cory in the sponsor's balcony and Sneers waiting in the standby room. Cory had spoken with Sneers only briefly the previous night in his room, and she had been surprised to find that Sneers' usual hostility had been nowhere to be found as he bade her good night, but she could tell he was anxious, nervous, not himself. And as the grid rose to let him into the fighting pit, Sneers had only swallowed hard and stepped forward slowly, his eyes unfocused. He couldn't stop thinking about them. His friends were always on his mind, but never like this. A sense of urgency nestled inside him, eating away at him, tormenting him. What if Jet and Longshot were closer than he thought? What if Smellerbee was waiting for a sign, just as he had been, that the others were still alive and hoping to find her? What if any of them were in danger, in trouble, and the only one with a chance to bail them out of it was him? His eyes snapped wide open when he heard the megaphone man signal the start of the fight. And the large, fearsome beacon of ruin lunged at him, a mace in each of his hands, a war cry leaving his throat as he attacked Sneers fiercely. Sneers was forced to dodge, failing to find any weak spots yet. It was one of his talents, finding just the opening needed through which he would slip unnoticed and defeat his opponent easily, but right now he couldn't see any. The world was unsteady, his hands were trembling, his mind was lost in thought. His legs were moving by instinct, but even that wasn't enough to avoid getting his arm slammed by one of the maces after falling for the opponent's feint. He's not fighting at his best. Sokka muttered, frowning. He was no expert in Sneers' fighting style, but what he had shown them the previous day wasn't at all like what they were seeing right now. Azula frowned, her eyes flickering towards Sokka. Somehow, this fight was eerily resembling Sokka's first in the Golden Eye. Sneers flinched away from the next blows, rushing through the arena to avoid the heavy maces. His left arm might have been broken after that, going by the hideous pain he was experiencing. He couldn't let that mace hit him again, or else. Or else he'd be the one who wouldn't see his friends again. After all those years of hoping, he finally had cause to come back to life. His endless anguish was finally over, and he could dream of finding the freedom fighters once more. He was weak with longing, with memories of what had been and illusions of what could be if he ran off in the dark of the night to find them. If he just turned his back on this blasted nightmare of being a gladiator, of being a slave. His thoughts were his undoing again as the mace slammed into his stomach now, sending him rolling over the sand as he lost his breath. A general gasp could be heard through the arena. His public was used to seeing him win easily. This turn of events was a surprise, and not a pleasant one, especially for one person. Sneers breathed heavily, coughing a little blood and dreading to know the magnitude of the injury he had sustained to his torso. Well, that was about enough of that. He couldn't go on like this, or he would really die. One more blow and... He didn't let his mind finish the thought as his eyes traveled a little higher than his opponent, who was already gearing up for one more attack. Corey's eyes were wide, and she clutched the railing of the balcony as she stared down at him. Her face wasn't contorted with rage, though, because he was embarrassing her in the arena. The expression on it wasn't disappointment, either. She was anxious, she was worried about him. The realization hit him harder than the maces could have. For the first time, the walls he had built to protect himself from his sponsor shattered, and he let himself consider that maybe, just maybe, the mayor's daughter had seen him as something more than just another slave, as a partner, perhaps. As a friend, maybe. Sneers snarled and lowered his head before dashing forward with unexpected speed. Beacon of Ruin had already lifted his maces, but the shift of position of his enemy had made it impossible for him to handle the heavy weapons properly. He couldn't redirect them to strike Sneers once the gladiator was barely a breath away from him, and by then he failed to protect himself from a potent headbutt to the throat. The loss of balance left Beacon of Ruin vulnerable. His maces were powerful, but not versatile, and they couldn't help him when Sneers lifted his uninjured hand to slam a powerful fist into his face. Beacon of Ruin wasn't knocked out right away, so Sneers had no choice but to sit atop him and keep punching him, while enduring Beacon of Ruin's attempts to resist him. When the man hardly made efforts to push him off anymore, Sneers stood upright and stumbled away from him, his armor coated with his opponent's blood. Beacon of Ruin didn't shift much anymore, his face red from the blood that had spilled from his broken nose. It had been a quick fight, but surprisingly violent. Sneers clutched his injured hand and breathed heavily before gazing up at Corey. The worry in her eyes was still there. It wasn't just because of his performance, he understood. She really wanted him to be okay. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head, ashamed and distraught. Everything he had taken for granted had been challenged during the last weeks, but especially through this fight. One way or another, nothing would be the same after today. Corey watched with concern as Sneers was wrapped in bandages. He could walk, but the physicians recommended that he rested briefly before heading home for a proper recovery. The bone in his arm had broken, and they had set it back into place quite painfully. His arm would be in a splint for some time. "How are you feeling?" Corey asked, once the physicians filed out of the room. Sneers sighed. "Bad," he whispered, earnestly. "Everything hurts. I should have focused more. It's nothing to worry about." "We all have bad days," she said, biting her lip and taking her seat next to him on the couch. Sneers avoided her gaze. "I didn't mean to give you one in front of your hero, though. I know you wanted to impress her." "Sure, I did, but that doesn't matter anymore," said Corey, looking at him worriedly. "Your safety matters more than my ego, all right? If the princess thinks I'm not up to her level, well, it's true that I'm not. So, it's fine, Sneers. It's the first time you're ever wounded like this. I'm glad you won, but I might not have it easy on my next fights," Sneers mumbled. Corey sighed. "I hadn't even thought of that," she admitted. "Well, if anything, the one who shouldn't worry about your next fights is you. We won't fight again until you're feeling well." "I'm sorry to inconvenience you," said Sneers, gritting his teeth. It's okay," said Corey, placing a hand on his shoulder. "We can't expect you to always win without any complications, so." "No, I could have done better. I could have, said Sneers, shaking his head. But I was thinking about them. Corey didn't have to ask who Sneers was referring to, she froze, the contact between them almost painful as a heavy silence hung between them. Your friends, she muttered. Sneers nodded and she swallowed hard. I guess it's hard to focus after finding out they're all alive. I wasn't just thinking about them, Sneers whispered, lowering his head. I'm sorry, Corey. I haven't been able to help it, but I've thought of running away. I've thought of going to find them, but... Corey withdrew her hand, and Sneers shut his eyes tightly. I know I shouldn't have. I'm your gladiator, and I should fight for you, as expected of me, but... You want to know where they are, and how they've been, Corey muttered. Sneers glanced at her. She didn't look disappointed, or enraged, even now. Her gaze was compassionate instead, understanding. His mouth fell agape as she sighed. I'm sorry, Sneers, she whispered. I should have asked you since a long time ago about your life, about your friends, about what you might have wanted to achieve by becoming my gladiator. Even the princess did that for Sokka, and I. You weren't supposed to, no slave master does that, said Sneers, frowning. At least, none I've heard of. It doesn't mean I shouldn't have done it, said Corey. I'm sorry, Sneers. I was so busy trying to be just like her that I failed to follow her example where it mattered most. And you know what? Maybe I shouldn't try to be like her anymore. All things considered, I can't be just like her no matter how hard I try, so I should stop following on her footsteps so blindly. If I hadn't tried to do that, maybe I would have been a better sponsor. No, said Sneers, swallowing hard. I was hostile, I was angry all the time, I resented you just because you're Fire Nation, because you could buy me like you'd buy a loaf of bread. But that doesn't mean you were bad. If anything, you were always kind. I was just too bitter to see it. Or maybe I had to try a little harder, said Corey, with a sincere but sad smile. And I will now. You don't have to run away, Sneers. I won't get in your way if you decide to go find them. Sneers' eyes widened. Corey dropped her gaze. I'll give you food for the journey, if you'd like. I can get you an ostrich horse too, so you can cover more ground. I could maybe secure passage for you to the Fire Nation, one of them is there, right? I guess, but... Of course, I'm not saying you have to go, she said, biting her lip. I mean, I would like it if you stayed. You're a great gladiator, and, well, I felt like we were finally getting somewhere with our partnership. But you're free to go, if you want. Are you sure about that? Sneers asked, apprehensively. Corey sighed. Yeah. I mean, I could throw a tantrum, say you can't do it, but, what good would it be? She said, smiling. I'd rather help you if it's in my hands to do so. You've already been through so much, and I wasn't the best sponsor I could be. So, can't you just take me to the capital? Sneers asked. Corey blinked blankly before looking at him in confusion. What? Take you? She asked. Sneers swallowed, blushing a little. I mean, if you sent a challenge to Smellerby's sponsor, I'd be able to see her. We could meet in the ring, and you could see what her sponsor is like, so you could tell me if it really is a good person. Corey's eyes widened as she looked at him, her lips parted. Sneers looked at her insecurely. I hadn't had a home for a very long time, he whispered. An actual house. A family to live with. I hadn't known stability like this since my family was murdered back in the war's heyday. And I didn't appreciate it until lately because, like I said, I was bitter and angry and frustrated. But I think you were right. We were making progress. We were, Corey agreed, looking at him in disbelief. And you really don't have to stay just to spare my feelings, Sneers, you could. I could go and do what? Sneers asked. I have no idea where Jet and Longshot are. Finding Smellerby won't do me much good if I have nowhere to go with her later. Maybe I should find my friends and make sure they're okay, but maybe the best way I can do that is with your help. If you're willing, of course. Corey remained speechless for a moment before smiling warmly. Sneers smiled a little too. Are you serious? She asked. You really want to stay? I just feel like it's the right thing to do, for some reason, he said. Maybe it's their fault, after all. The princess and her gladiator. Well, I won't try to make us be like them anymore, I promise, said Corey. We'll find our own rhythm, our own pace, and we will, Sneers agreed. And maybe the next time we meet them, we'll be able to stand our ground in battle against them. Corey chuckled and nodded. Sneers' smile widened. So, you're sure? She asked. Sneers nodded. As long as you'll have me, he said. Corey beamed. Thank you, Sneers, she said. We'll do our best to find your friends. The grateful one should be me, he whispered, looking at her earnestly. Thanks for everything. Without you, I'd never have a shot at finding them. I'd never know they're even alive. And I wouldn't have remembered what a stable life feels like, either. So, thanks, Corey. Tears blinked in her eyes as she laughed again. Sneers smiled shyly still, his repressed rage nothing but a memory by now. It seemed the Blue Wolf had been right, he had been trying very hard to hate Corey, by turning her into a proxy of everything he'd ever hated about the Fire Nation. But she wasn't responsible for any of the horrors he had witnessed, and even if she was involved in the gladiator business, she did so honorably, and cared for his life as she would for a friend. He had been unfair to her, but he meant to make amends for that from now on, for as long as he might continue to serve as her gladiator. So, it looks like things are a little better by now for those two, huh? Sokka asked Azula, after the four of them had returned to the Morishita house. Corey had helped Sneers inside, taking care not to brush against any of his wounds. The gladiator would need to be checked by another physician, just in case the ones from the Golden Eye hadn't treated all his wounds properly. Mayor Morishita had already rushed to find one, while Corey and her mom helped Sneers lie down on a comfortable couch. Oddly enough, Azula said, eyeing them with interest from the living room's threshold. It looks like he's found some sort of peace of mind now, actually, he's even smiling at her. That's a far cry from what he was like when we first saw him. Well, I'm glad, said Sokka, smiling too. I have no idea why it's happening, but it's nice to see that they might have worked out their differences. It's especially nice that they might have done it without any catastrophic fights, much unlike the two of us. Catastrophic fights indeed, said Azula, raising her eyebrows as Sokka smiled guiltily. It's been a while since our last one, actually. I kind of miss it. Can you think of something stupid to say so I can get really mad at you and... Oh, come on. Said Sokka, as she chuckled. You should be ecstatic that we've been on a good roll for so long. Don't jinx it by saying stuff like that because the next thing we know... Princess. Princess. The voice of one of her guards startled Azula out of her amusement and made her turn to the house's front door immediately. Feli stood there, looking at her anxiously. What is it? She asked, stepping towards him. Sokka raised an eyebrow and followed her, keeping a short distance from the princess as Feli swallowed hard. I don't really understand the full gist of it, he admitted. But a messenger arrived just about 5 seconds ago, bearing this message. He extended the scroll towards Azula, who clasped it with a frown on her face. Sokka stared at Feli questioningly while Azula read the writing on the parchment. What? She said, her frown growing heavier. What's going on? Sokka asked, holding back from reading over her shoulder, knowing from experience that she didn't approve of that. All available troops are being summoned to Pahuay stronghold at haste, she recited, eyeing Feli with uncertainty before looking at Sokka. The deserter has been sighted. Check the description for the links to the author.